Section 66 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the chimney sweepers of the present day. The chimney sweepers of the present day are distinguished from those of old by the use of machines instead of climbing boys for the purpose of removing the soot from the flues of houses. The chimney sweeping machines were first used in this country in the year 1803. They were the invention of Mr. Smart, a carpenter, residing at the foot of Westminster Bridge, Surrey. On the earlier trials of the machine, which was similar to that used at present, and which I shall shortly describe, it was pronounced successful in 99 cases out of 100, according to some accounts, but failing where sharp angles occurred in the flue, which arrested its progress. "Means have been suggested," said Mr. Tooke, formerly mentioned, in his evidence before a committee of the House of Commons, "for obviating that difficulty by fixed apparatus at the top of the flue, with a jack chain and pulley, by which a brush could be worked up and down, or it could be done as is customary abroad, as I have repeatedly seen it at Petersburgh, and heard of its being done universally on the continent, by letting down a bullet with a brush attached to it from the top, but to obviate the inconvenience, which is considerable, from persons going upon the roof of a house, Mr. John White, Jr., an eminent surveyor, has suggested the expediency of putting iron shutters or registers to each flue in the roof or cockloft of each house, by opening which and working the machine upwards and downwards, or letting down the bullet, which is the most compendious manner, the chimney will be most effectually cleansed, and by its aperture at bottom being kept well closed, it would be done with the least possible dirt and inconvenience to the family." The Society for the Supersedence of the Labour of Climbing Boys promoted the adoption of the machines by all the means in their power, presenting the new instrument gratuitously to several master sweepers, who were too poor to purchase it. Experiments were made and duly published as to the effectual manner in which the chimneys at Guildhall, the Mansion House, the then new Custom House, Dulwich College, and in other public edifices, had been cleansed by the machine. But these statements seem to have produced little effect. People thought perhaps that the mechanical means which might very well cleanse the chimneys of large public buildings, and it was said that the chimneys of the Custom House were built with a view to the use of the machine, might not be so serviceable for the same purposes in small private dwellings. Experiments continued to be made, often in the presence of architects, of the more respectable sweepers, and of ladies and gentlemen who took a philanthropic interest in the question, between the years 1803 and 1817, but with little influence upon the general public, for in 1817 Mr. Smart supposed that there were but 50 or 60 machines in general use in the metropolis, and those, it appeared from the evidence of several master sweepers, were used chiefly in gentlemen's houses, many of those gentlemen having to be authoritative with their servants, who, if not controlled, always preferred the services of the climbing boys. Most servants had perquisites from the master sweepers, in the largest and most profitable ways of business, and they seemed to fear the loss of those perquisites if any change took place. The opposition in Parliament, and in the great indifference of the people, to the efforts of the friends of the climbing boy, to supersede his painful labours by the use of machinery, was formidable enough, but that of the servants appears to have been more formidable still. Mr. Smart showed this in his explanations to the committee. The whole result of his experience was that servants set their faces against the introduction of the machine, grumbling if there were not even the appearance of dirt on the furniture after its use. "The first winter I went out with this machine," said Mr. Smart, "I went to Mr. Burke's in Tokenhouse Yard, who was a friend of mine, with a man to sweep the chimneys, and after waiting above an hour in a cold morning, the housekeeper came down quite in a rage that we should presume to ring the bell or knock at the door, and when we got admittance she swore she wished the machine and the inventor at the devil. She did not know me. We swept all the chimneys, and when we had done I asked her what objection she had to it now. She said, a very serious one, that if there was a thing by which a servant could get any emolument, some damned invention was sure to take it away from them, for that she received perquisites. This avowal of Mr. Burke's housekeeper, as brusque as it was honest, is typical of the feelings of the whole class of servants. The opposition in Parliament, as I have intimated, continued. One noble lord informed the House of Peers that he had been indisposed of late, and had sought the aid of calomel, the curative influence of which had pervaded every portion of his frame, and that it as far surpassed the less searching powers of other medicines as the brush of the climbing boy in cleansing every nook and corner of the chimney surpassed all the power of the machinery, which left the soot unpurged from those nooks and corners. The House of Commons, however, had expressed its conviction that as long as master chimney-sweepers were permitted to employ climbing boys, the natural result of that permission would be the continuance of those miseries which the legislature had sought, but which it had failed, to put an end to, and they therefore recommended that the use of climbing boys should be prohibited altogether, and that the age at which the apprenticeship should commence should be extended from 8 to 14, putting this trade upon the same footing as others which took apprentices at that age. This resolution became law in 1829. The employment of climbing boys in any manner in the interior of chimneys was prohibited under penalties of fine and imprisonment, and it was enacted that the new measure should be carried into effect in 3 years, so giving the master sweepers that period of time to complete their arrangements. During the course of the experiments and inquiry, the sweepers as a body seem to have thrown no obstacles, or very few and slight obstacles, in the way of the Committee to promote the superseding of the labour of climbing boys, while the most respectable of the class, or the majority of the respectable, aided the efforts of the committee. This manifestation of public feeling probably modified the opposition of the sweepers, and unquestionably influenced the votes of members of Parliament. The change in the operations of the chimney-sweeping business took place in 1832, as quietly and unnotisedly as if it were no change at all. The machine now in use differs little from that invented by Mr. Smart, the first introduced, but lighter materials are now used in its manufacture. It has not been found necessary, however, to complicate its use with the jack chain and pulley, and bullet with a brush attached, and the iron shutters or registers in the roof or cockloft, of which Mr. Tooke spoke. The machine is formed of a series of hollow rods made of a supple cane, bending and not breaking in any sinuosity of the flues. This cane is made of the same material as gentlemen's walking sticks. The first machines were made of wood and were liable to be broken, and to enable the sweeps on such occasion to recover the broken part, a strong line ran from bottom to top through the centre of the sticks, which were bored for the purpose, and strung on this cord. The cane machine, however, speedily and effectually superseded these imperfect instruments, and there are now none of them to be met with. To the top tube of the machine is attached the brush, called technically the head, of elastic whalebone spikes, which give and bend in accordance with the up or down motion communicated by the man working the machine, so sweeping what was described to me as both ways, up and down. Some of these rods, which fit into one another by means of brass screws, are 4 feet 6 inches long, and diminish in diameter to suit their adjustment. Some rods are but 3 feet 6 inches long, and 4 feet is the full average length, while the average price at the machine maker's is 2s. 6d. a rod if bought separately. The head costs 10s. on an average if bought separately. It is seldom that a machine is required to number beyond 17 rods, extending 68 feet, and the better class of sweepers are generally provided with 17 rods. The cost of the entire machine for every kind of chimney work, when purchased new as a whole, is, when of good quality, from 30s. to £5, according to the number of rods, duplicate rods, and so on. Mr. Smith stated in 1817 that the average price of one of his machines was then £2 3s. The sweepers who labour chiefly in the poorer localities, and several told me how indifferent many people in those parts were as to their chimneys being swept at all, rarely use a machine to extend beyond 40 feet, or one composed of 10 or 11 rods. But some of the inferior class of sweepers buy of those in a superior way of trade worn machines, at from a third to a half of their prime cost. These machines they trim up themselves. One portion of the work, however, they cannot repair or renew, the broken or worn-out brass screws of the rods, which they call the ferrules. These, when new, are 1s. each. There were, when the machine work was novel, I was informed, street artisans who went about repairing these screws or ferrules, but their work did not please the chimney sweepers, and this street trade did not last above a year or two. The rods of the machine, when carefully attended to, last a long time. One man told me that he was still working some rods which he had worked since 1842, 9 years, with occasional renewal of the ferrules. The head is either injured or worn down in about 2 years, if not well made at first, in a year. The diameter of this head or brush is on the average 18 inches. One of my informants had himself swept a chimney of 80 feet, and one of his fellow workers had said that he once swept a chimney of 120 feet high, in both cases by means of the machine. My informant, however, thought such a feat as the 120 feet sweep was hardly possible, as only one man's strength can be applied to the machine, and he was of opinion that no man's muscular powers would be sufficient to work a machine at a height of 120 feet. The labour is sometimes very severe. Enough, one strongly built man told me, to make your arms, head, and heart ache. The old-fashioned chimneys are generally 12 by 14 inches in their dimensions in the interior, and for the thorough sweeping of such chimneys, the opinion of all the sweepers I saw according on the subject, a head (it is rarely called brush in the trade) of 18 inches diameter is insufficient, yet they are seldom used larger. One intelligent master sweeper, speaking from his own knowledge, told me that in the neighbourhood where he worked, numbers of houses had been built since the introduction of the machines, and the chimneys were only 9 inches square, as regards the interior. The smaller flues are sometimes but 7. These 9-inch chimneys, he told me, were frequent in scamped houses got up at the lowest possible rate by speculating builders. This was done because the brickwork of the chimneys costs more than the other portions of the masonry, and so the smaller the dimensions of the chimneys, the less the cost of the edifice. The machines are sometimes as much crippled in this circumscribed space as they are found of insufficient dimensions in the old-fashioned chimneys, and so the scamped chimney, unless by a master having many heads, is not so cleanly swept as it might be. Chimneys not built in this manner are now usually 9 inches by 14. In cleansing a chimney with the machine, the sweep stands by, or rather in, the fireplace, having first attached a sort of curtain to the mantle to confine the soot to one spot, the operator standing inside this curtain. He first introduces the head, attached to its proper rod, into the chimney, driving it forward, then screws on the next rod, and so on, until the head has been driven to the top of the chimney. The soot which has fallen upon the hearth, within the curtain, is collected into a sack or sacks, and is carried away on the men's backs, and occasionally in carts. The whalebone spikes of the head are made to extend in every direction, so that when it is moved, no part of the chimney, if the surface be even, escapes contact with these spikes, if the work be carefully done, as indeed it generally is. For the cleaner the chimney is swept, of course the greater amount of soot adds to the profit of the sweeper. One man told me that he thought he had seen in some old big chimneys, a long time unswept, more soot brought down by the machine than under similar circumstances, as to the time the chimney had remained uncleansed, would have been done by the climbing boy. All the master sweepers I saw concurred in the opinion that the machine was not, in all respects, so effective a sweeper as the climbing boy, as it does not reach the recesses, nooks, crannies, or holes in the chimney, where the soot remains little disturbed by the present process. This want is felt the most in the cleansing of the old-fashioned chimneys, especially in the country. Mr. Cook in 1817 stated to the committee that the cleansing of a chimney by a boy or by a machine occupied the same space of time, but I find the general opinion of the sweepers now to be that it is only the small and straight chimneys which can be swept with as great celerity by a machine as by a climber. In all others the lad was quicker by about 5 minutes in 30, or in that proportion. I heard sweepers represent that the passing of the Act of Parliament not only deprived them in many instances of the unexpired term of a boy's apprenticeship in his services as a climber, but threw open the business to any one. The business, however, it seems, was always open to any one. There was no art nor mystery in it as regarded the functions of the master. Any one could send a boy up a chimney and collect and carry away the soot he brought down, quite as readily and far more easily than he can work a machine. Nevertheless, men under the old system could hardly, and some say they were forbidden to, embark in this trade unless they had been apprenticed to it, for they were at a loss how to possess themselves of climbing boys, and how to make a connection. When the machines were introduced, however, a good many persons who were able to raise the price of one started in the line on their own account. These men have been called by the old hands leeks or greenuns, to distinguish them from the regularly trained men, who pride themselves not a little on the fact of their having served 7 or 8 years duly and truly, as they never fail to express it. This increase of fresh hands tended to lower the earnings of the class, and some masters who were described to me as formerly very comfortable, and some, comparatively speaking, rich, were considerably reduced by it. The number of leeks in 1832 I heard stated with the exaggeration to which I have been accustomed when uninformed men, ignorant of the relative value of numbers, have expressed their opinions, as 1,000. The several classes in the chimney sweeping trade may be arranged as follows. The master chimney sweepers, called sometimes governors by the journeymen, are divisible into 3 kinds. The large or high masters, who employ from 2 to 10 men and 2 boys, and keep sometimes 2 horses and a cart, not particularly for the conveyance of the soot, but to go into the country to a gentleman's house to fulfil orders. The small or low masters, who employ on an average 2 men, and sometimes but 1 man and a boy, without either horse or cart. The single-handed mastermen, who employ neither men nor boys, but do all the work themselves. Of these 3 classes of masters there are 2 subdivisions. The leeks or greenuns, that is to say, those who have not regularly served their time to the trade. The knullers or queriers, that is to say, those who solicit custom in an irregular manner by knocking at the doors of houses and such like. Of the competition of capitalists in this trade there are, I am told, no instances. "We have our own stations," one master sweeper said, "and if I contract to sweep a gentleman's house here in Pancras for 25 shillings a year, or 10 shillings or anythink, my nearest neighbour, as has men and machines fit, is in Marylebone, and it wouldn't pay to send his men 1.5 miles, or on to 2 mile, and work at what I can, let alone less. No, sir, I've known business nigh 20 year, and there's nothink in the way of that underworking. The poor creeturs as keeps theirselves with a machine, and nothing to give them a lift beyond it, they'd undertake work at any figure, but nobody employs or can trust to them but on chance." The contracts, I am told, for a year's chimney sweeping in any mansion are on the same terms with one master as with another. As regards the journeyman chimney sweepers, there are also 3 kinds. The foreman or first journeyman sweeper, who accompanies the men to their work, superintends their labours, and receives the money when paid immediately after sweeping. The journeyman sweeper, whose duty it is to work the machine, and, where no under journeyman or boy is kept, to carry the machine and take home the soot. The under journeyman or boy, who has to carry the machine, take home the soot, and work the machine up the lower class flues. There are besides these some 20 climbing men who ascend such flues as the machines cannot cleanse effectually, and it must, I regret to say, be added some 20 to 30 climbing boys, mostly under 11 years of age, who are still used for the same purpose on the sly. Many of the masters indeed lament the change to machine sweeping, saying that their children, who are now useless, would, in the good old times, have been worth £1 a week to them. It is in the suburbs that these climbing children are mostly employed. The hours of labour are from the earliest morning till about midday, and sometimes later. There are no houses of call, trade societies, or regulations among these operatives, but there are low public houses to which they resort, and where they can always be heard of. When a chimney sweeper is out of work, he merely inquires of others in the same line of business, who, if they know of any one that wants a journeyman, direct their brother sweeper to call and see the master. But though the chimney sweepers have no trade societies, some of the better class belong to sick, and others to burial funds. The lower class of sweepers, however, seem to have no resource in sickness, or in their utmost need, but the parish. There are sweepers, I am told, in every workhouse in London. There are 3 modes of payment common among the sweepers: 1 in money, 2 partly in money and partly in kind, and 3 by perquisites. The great majority of the masters pay the men they employ from 2s to 3s, and a few 4s and 6s per week, together with their board and lodging. It may seem that 3s per week is a small sum, but it was remarked to me that there are few working men who, after supporting themselves, are able to save that sum weekly, while the sweepers have many perquisites of one sort or other, which sometimes bring them in 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, and occasionally 5s or 6s a week additional, a sufficient sum to pay for clothes and washing. The journeymen, when lodged in the house of the master, are single men, and if constantly employed might perhaps do well, but they are often unemployed, especially in the summer, when there are not so many fires kept burning. As soon as one of them gets married, or what among them is synonymous, takes up with a woman, which they commonly do when they are able to purchase some sort of a machine, they set up for themselves, and thus a great number of the men get to be masters on their own account, without being able to employ any extra hands. These are generally reckoned among the knullers. They do but little business at first, for the masters long established in a neighbourhood, who are known to the people, and have some standing, are almost always preferred to those who are strangers or mere beginners. It was very common, but perhaps more common in country towns than in London, for the journeymen as well as apprentices, in this and many other trades, to live at the master's table. But the board and lodging supplied, in lieu of money wages, to the journeyman sweepers, seems to be one of the few existing instances of such a practice in London. Among slop-working tailors and shoemakers, some unfortunate workmen are boarded and lodged by their employers, but these employers are merely middlemen, who gain their living by serving such masters as do not like to drive their negroes themselves. But among the sweepers there are no middlemen. It is not all the journeyman sweepers, however, who are remunerated after this manner, for many receive 12s and some 14s, and not a few 18s weekly besides perquisites, but reside at their own homes. Apprenticeship is now not at all common among the sweepers, as no training to the business is needed. Lord Shaftesbury, however, in July last, gave notice of his intention to bring in a bill to prevent persons who had not been duly apprenticed to the business establishing themselves as sweepers. The perquisites of the journeyman sweepers are for measuring, arranging, and putting the soot sold into the purchaser's sacks or carts, for this is considered extra work. The payment of this perquisite seems to be on no fixed scale, some having 1s for 50 and some for 100 bushels. When a chimney is on fire and a journeyman sweeper is employed to extinguish it, he receives from 1s. 6d to 5s, according to the extent of time consumed and the risk of being injured. Chance sweeping, or the sweeping of a chimney not belonging to a customer, when a journeyman has completed his regular round, ensures him threepence in some employments, but in fewer than was once the case. The beer money given by any customer to a journeyman is also his perquisite. Where a foreman is kept, the "breeze" or cinders collected from the grate belong to him, and the ashes belong to the journeyman. But where there is no foreman, the breeze and ashes belong to the journeyman solely. These they sell to the poor at the rate of 6d. a bushel. I am told by experienced men that, all these matters considered, it may be stated that 1/2 of the journeymen in London have perquisites of 1s. 6d., the other half of 2s. 6d. a week. The nominal wages to the journeyman, then, are from 12s. to 18s. weekly, without board and lodging, or from 2s. to 6s. in money with board and lodging, represented as equal to 7s. The actual wages are 2s. 6d. a week more in the form of perquisites, and perhaps 4d. daily in beer or gin. The wages to the boys are mostly 1s. a week, but many masters pay 1s. 6d. to 2s. with board and lodging. These boys have no perquisites, except such bits of broken victuals as are given to them at houses where they go to sweep. The wages of the foreman are generally 18s. per week, but some receive 14s. and some 20s. without board and lodging. In one case, where the foreman is kept by the master, only 2s. 6d. in money is given to him weekly. The perquisites of these men average from 4s. to 5s. a week. The work in the chimney sweeping trade is more regular than might at first be supposed. The sweepers, whose circumstances enable them to employ journeymen, send them on regular rounds, and do not engage chance hands. If business is brisk, the men and the master, when a working man himself, work later than ordinary, and sometimes another hand is put on and paid the customary amount, by the week, until the briskness ceases, but this is a rare occurrence. There are, however, strong lads or journeymen out of work who are occasionally employed in jobbing, helping to carry the soot and such like. The labour of the journeymen, as regards the payment by their masters, is continuous, but the men are often discharged for drunkenness or for endeavouring to form a connection of their own among their employers' customers, and new hands are then put on. "Chimneys won't wait, you know, sir," was said to me, "and if I quit a hand this week, there's another in his place next. If I discharge a hand for 3 months in a slack time, I have 2 on when it's a busy time." Perhaps the average employment of the whole body of operatives may be taken at 9 months' work in the year. When out of employment, the chief resource of these men is in night work. Some turn street sellers and bricklayers' labourers. I am told that a considerable sum of money was left for the purpose of supplying every climbing boy who called on the 1st of May at a certain place, with a shilling and some refreshment, but I have not been able to ascertain by whom it was left, or where it was distributed. None of the sweepers with whom I conversed knew anything about it. I also heard that since the passing of the Act, the money has been invested in some securities or other, and is now accumulating, but to what purpose it is intended to be applied I have no means of learning. Let us now endeavour to estimate the gross yearly income of the operative sweepers. There are then 399 men employed as journeymen, and of them 147 receive a money wage weekly from their masters, and reside with their parents or at their own places. The remaining 252 are boarded and lodged. This board and lodging are generally computed as, under the old system, to represent 8s, being 1s. a day for board and 1s. a week for lodging. But on the average, the board does not cost the masters 7s. a week, but, as I shall afterwards show, barely 6s. The men and boys may be said to be all fully employed for 9 months in the year. Some, of course, are at work all the year through, but others only get 6 months' employment in the 12 months, so that, taking 9 months as the average, we have the following table of wages paid to the operative sweepers of London. Journeymen without board and lodging. 30 journeymen employed by 3 masters at 18s. per week. Money wages for 9 months, £1,053. 14 employed by 5 masters at 16s. per week, £436 16s. 6 employed by 3 masters at 15s. per week, £175 10s. 27 employed by 8 masters at 14s. per week, £737 2s. 63 employed by 23 masters at 12s. per week, £1,474 4s. 7 employed by 3 masters at 10s. per week, £136 10s. In total, 147 journeymen employed by 45 masters. Total money wages, £4,013 2s. With board and lodging, 3 journeymen employed by 1 master at 8s. per week. Money wages for 9 months, £46 16s. Value of board and lodging for 9 months estimated at 7s. a week, £40 19s. 17 employed by 5 masters at 6s. per week. Money wage £198 18s. Value of board and lodging £232 1s. 1 employed by 1 master at 5s. per week. Money wages £9 15s. Value of board and lodging £13 13s. 41 employed by 14 masters at 4s. per week. Money wages £319 16s. Value of board and lodging £559 13s. 3 employed by 1 master at 3s. 6d. per week. Money wages £20 9s. 6d. Value of board and lodging £40 19s. 80 employed by 39 masters at 3s. per week. Money wages £468. Value of board and lodging £1,092. 53 employed by 26 masters at 2s. 6d. per week. Money wages £258 7s. 6d. Value of board and lodging £723 9s. 44 employed by 31 masters at 2s. per week. Money wages £171 12s. Value of board and lodging £600 9s. 8d. 8 employed by 4 masters at 1s. 6d. per week. Money wages £234. Value of board and lodging £109 4s. 2 employed by 1 master at 1s. per week. Money wages £3 18s. Value of board and lodging £27 6s. In total, 252 journeymen employed by 123 masters. Total money wages for 9 months, £1,731 12s. Total value of board and lodging for 9 months, £3,439 13s. 8d. Foreman, without board and lodging. 2 foremen employed by 1 master at 20s. per week. Money wages £78. 6 foremen employed by 4 masters at 18s. per week. £210 12s. 1 foreman employed by 1 master at 16s. per week, £31 4s. 2 foremen employed by 2 masters at 14s. per week, £54 12s. In total, 11 foremen employed by 8 masters. Total money wages £374 8s. Foreman with board and lodging. 1 foreman employed by 1 master at 2s. 6d. per week. Money wages £4 17s. 6d. Value of board and lodging for 9 months £13 13s. Boys without board and lodging. 2 boys employed by 1 master at 10s. per week. Money wages £39. boys with board and lodging, 1 boy employed by 1 master at 3 shillings per week, money wages £5 17 shillings, board and lodging estimated at 6 shillings a week, £11 14 shillings. 1 boy employed by 1 master at 2 shillings 6pence per week, money wages £4 17 shillings 6pence, board and lodging £11 14 shillings. 9 boys employed by 8 masters at 2 shillings per week, money wages £35 2 shillings, board and lodging £105 6 shillings. 14 boys employed by 14 masters at 1 shilling 6pence per week, money wages £40 19 shillings, board and lodging £163 16 shillings. 30 boys employed by 28 masters at 1 shilling per week, money wages £58 10 shillings, board and lodging £351. 1 boy employed by 1 master at 9pence per week, money wages £1 9 shillings 3pence, board and lodging £11 14 shillings. 4 boys employed by 2 masters at 0 per week, money wages 0, board and lodging £46 16 shillings. In total, 62 boys employed by 54 masters, total money wages for 9 months, £146 14 shillings 9pence, total value of board and lodging for 9 months, £702. Total earnings, £6,309 14 shillings 3pence, total for board, lodging and so on, £4,155 6 shillings 8pence. Grand total, £10,465 11pence. Thus we find that the constant or average casual wages of the several classes of operative chimney sweepers may be taken as follows: journeymen without board and lodging and with perquisites averaging 2 shillings a week, 12 shillings 6pence; journeymen with board and lodging and 2 shillings a week perquisites, 9 shillings 10pence halfpenny; foremen without board and lodging at 2 shillings 6pence a week perquisites, 15 shillings 7pence; boys with board and lodging, 5 shillings 3pence. The general wages of the trade, including foremen, journeymen and boys, and calculating the perquisites to average 2 shillings weekly, will be 10 shillings 6pence a week, the same as the cotton factory operatives. But if £10,500 be the income of the operatives, what do the employers receive who have to pay this sum? The charge for sweeping one of the lofty chimneys in the public and official edifices, and in the great houses in the aristocratic streets and squares, is 2 shillings 6pence and 3 shillings 6pence. The chimneys of moderate-sized houses are swept at 1 shilling to 1 shilling 6pence each, and those of the poorer classes are charged generally 6pence. Some, however, are swept at 3pence and 4pence. And when soot realised a higher price, some of the present master sweepers have sold it at 1 shilling a bushel, the chimneys of poor persons were swept by the poorer class of sweeps merely for the perquisite of the soot. This is sometimes done even now, but to a very small extent, by a sweeper on his own hook, and in want of a job, but generally with an injunction to the person whose chimney has been cleansed on such easy terms not to mention it, as it couldn't be made a practice on. Estimating the number of houses belonging to the wealthy classes of society to be 54,000, and these to be swept 8 times a year, and the charge for sweeping to be 2 shillings 6pence each time, and the number of houses belonging to the middle classes to be 90,000, and each to be swept 4 times a year at 1 shilling 6pence each time, and the dwellings of the poor and labouring classes to be swept once a year at 6pence each time, and the number of such dwellings to be 165,000, we find that the total sum paid to the master chimney sweepers of London is, in round numbers, £85,000. The sum obtained for 800,000 bushels of soot collected by the master sweepers from the houses of London at 5pence per bushel is £16,500. Thus, the total annual income of the master sweepers of London is £100,000. Out of this £100,000 per annum, the expenses of the master sweepers would appear to be as follows. Yearly expenditure of the master sweepers. Sum paid in wages to 473 journeymen, £10,500. Rent and so on of 350 houses or lodgings at £12 yearly each, £4,200. Wear and tear of 1,000 machines, £1 each yearly, £1,000. Ditto 2,000 sacks at 1 shilling each yearly, £100. Keep of 25 horses, 7 shillings weekly each, £455. Wear and tear of 25 carts and harnesses, £1 each, £25. Interest on capital at 10%, £450. Total yearly expenditure of master sweepers employing journeymen, £16,736. The rent here given may seem low at £12 a year, but many of the chimney sweepers live in parlours with cellars below, in old out-of-the-way places at a low rental, in Stepney, Shadwell, Wapping, Bethnal Green, Hoxton, Loxfields, Walworth, Newington, Islington, Somerstown, Paddington, and so on. The better sort of master sweepers at the West End often live in a mews. The gains, then, of the master sweepers are as under. Annual income for cleansing chimneys and soot, £100,000. Expenditure for wages, rent, wear and tear, keep of horses, and so on, say £20,000. Annual profit of master chimney sweepers of London, £80,000. This amount of profit, divided among 350 masters, gives about £230 per annum to each individual. It is only by a few, however, that such a sum is realised, as in the £100,000 paid by the London public to the sweepers' trade is included the sum received by the men who work single-handed, on their own hook, as they say, employing no journeymen. Of these men's earnings, the accounts I heard from themselves and the other master sweepers were all accordant, that they barely made journeymen's wages. They have the very worst paid portion of the trade, receiving neither for their sweeping nor their soot the prices obtained by the better masters. Indeed, they very frequently sell their soot to their more prosperous brethren. Their general statement is that they make 18p a day, and all told. Their receipts then, and they have no perquisites as have the journeymen, are in a slack time about 1 shilling a day, and some days they do not get a job. But in the winter they are busier, as it is then that sweepers are employed by the poor, and at that period the master-men may make from 15 shillings to 20 shillings a week each, so that I am assured the average of their weekly takings may be estimated at 12 shillings 6p. Now, deducting the expenditure from the receipts of £100,000 for sweeping and soot, the balance, as we have seen, is £80,000, an amount of profit which, if equally divided among the three classes of the trade, will give the following sums. Profits of 150 single-handed mastermen, £32 10s yearly each, £4,940 yearly in total. Profits of 92 small masters, £200 yearly each, £18,400 yearly in total. Profits of 106 large masters, £500 yearly each, £53,000 yearly in total. Total profits £76,340. Nor is this estimate of the master's profits, I am assured, extravagant. One of the smaller sweepers, but a prosperous man in his way, told me that he knew a master sweeper who was as rich as Creaser, had bought houses, and could not write his own name. We have now but to estimate the amount of capital invested in the chimney sweeper's trade, and then to proceed to the characteristics of the men. 1,200 machines, £2 10 shillings each, present average value, £3,000. 3,000 sacks, 2 shillings 6pence each, £385. 25 horses, £20 each, £500. 25 sets of harness, £2 each, £50. 25 carts, £12 each, £300. Total, £4,235. It may be thought that the sweepers will require the services of more than 25 horses, but I am assured that such is not the case as regards the soot business, for the soot is carted away from the sweeper's premises by the farmer or other purchaser. It would appear, then, that the facts of the chimney sweeper's trade are briefly as under. The gross quantity of soot collected yearly throughout London is 800,000 bushels. The value of this, sold as manure, at 5pence per bushel, is £16,500. There are 800 to 900 people employed in the trade, 200 of whom are masters employing journeymen, 150 single-handed mastermen, and 470 journeymen and under-journeymen. The annual income of the entire number of journeymen is £10,500 without perquisites, or £13,000 with, which gives an average weekly wage to the operatives of 10 shillings 6pence. The annual income of the masters and leeks is, for sweeping and soot, £100,000. The annual expenditure of the masters for rent, keep of horses, wear and tear, and wages is £20,000. The gross annual profit of the 350 masters is £80,000, which is at the rate of about £35 per annum to each of the single-handed men, £200 to each of the smaller masters employing journeymen, and £500 to each of the larger masters. The capital of the trade is about £5,000. The price charged by the high master sweepers for cleansing the flues of a house rented at £150 a year and upwards is from 1 shilling to 3 shillings 6pence, the higher price being paid for sweeping those chimneys which have a hot plate affixed. A small master, on the other hand, will charge from 1 shilling to 3 shillings for the same kind of work, while a single-handed man seldom gets above a 2-shilling job, and that not very often. The charge for sweeping the flues of a house rented at from £50 to £150 a year is from 9pence to 2 shillings 6pence by a large master, and from 8pence to 2 shillings by a small master, while a single-handed man will take the job at from 6pence to 1 shilling 6pence. The price charged per flue for a house rented at from £20 a year up to £50 a year will average 6pence a flue, charged by large masters, 4pence by small masters, and from 2pence to 3pence by the single-handed sweepers in some cases. Indeed, the poorest class will sweep a flue for the soot only. But the prices charged for sweeping chimneys differ in the different parts of the metropolis. I subjoin a list of the maximum and minimum charge for the several districts. Kensington and Hammersmith, 4pence to 3 shillings. Westminster, 3pence to 2 shillings. Chelsea, 4pence to 2 shillings 6pence. St George's, Hanover Square, 6pence to 3 shillings 6pence. St Martin's and St Anne's, 4pence to 2 shillings 6pence. St James's, Westminster, 3pence to 2 shillings 6pence. Marylebone, 4pence to 2 shillings 6pence. Paddington, 3pence to 2 shillings. Hampstead, 3pence to 1 shilling 6pence. St Pancras, 4pence to 3 shillings. Islington, 3pence to 1 shilling 6pence. Hackney and Hummerston, 3pence to 2 shillings. St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, 3pence to 3 shillings. Strand, 4pence to 2 shillings 6pence. Holborn, 4pence to 2 shillings 6pence. Clerkenwell, 3pence to 1 shilling 6pence. St Luke's, 3pence to 1 shilling 6pence. East London, 3pence to 1 shilling 6pence. West London, 4pence to 2 shillings 6pence. London City, 6pence to 2 shillings 6pence. Shoreditch, 3pence to 1 shilling. Bethnal Green, 3pence to 1 shilling. Whitechapel, 4pence to 1 shilling 6pence. St George's in the East and Limehouse, 3d to 1 shilling. Stepney, 3d to 1 shilling 6d. Poplar, 4d to 2 shillings. St George's, St Olave's and St Saviour's, Southwark, 3d to 1 shilling 6d. Bermondsey, 3d to 9d. Walworth and Newington, 4d to 1 shilling 6d. Wandsworth, 4d to 1 shilling 6d. Lambeth, 3d to 1 shilling. Camberwell, 4d to 2 shillings. Clapham, Brixton and Tooting, 4d to 2 shillings 6d. Rotherhithe, 3d to 1 shilling 6d. Greenwich, 3d to 1 shilling 6d. Woolwich, 3d to 2 shillings 6d. Lewisham, 6d to 3 shillings. Note, the single-handed and the knullers generally charge a penny less than the prices above given. There are 3 different types of soot. The best is produced purely from coal. The next in value is that which proceeds from the combustion of vegetable refuse along with the coal, as in cases where potato peelings, cabbage leaves, and the like are burnt in the fires of the poorer classes, while the soot produced from wood fires is, I am told, scarcely worth carriage. Wood soot, however, is generally mixed with that from coal and sold as the superior kind. Not only is there a difference in value in the various kinds of soot, but there is also a vast difference in the weight. A bushel of pure coal soot will not weigh above 4 pounds. That produced from the combustion of coal and vegetable refuse will weigh nearly thrice as much, while that from wood fires is, I am assured, nearly 10 times heavier than from coal. I have not heard that the introduction of free trade has had any influence on the value of soot, or in reducing the wages of the operatives. The same wages are paid to the operatives whether soot sells at a high or low price. End of section 66. Section 67 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the general characteristics of the working chimney sweepers. There are many reasons why the chimney sweepers have ever been a distinct and peculiar class. They have long been looked down upon as the lowest order of workers, and treated with contumely by those who were but little better than themselves. The peculiar nature of their work giving them not only a filthy appearance, but an offensive smell, of itself in a manner prohibited them from associating with other working men, and the natural effect of such proscription has been to compel them to herd together apart from others, and to acquire habits and peculiarities of their own, widely differing from the characteristics of the rest of the labouring classes. Sweepers, however, have not from this cause generally been a hereditary race. That is, they have not become sweepers from father to son for many generations. Their numbers were, in the days of the climbing boys, in most instances increased by parish apprentices, the parishes usually adopting that mode as the cheapest and easiest of freeing themselves from a part of the burden of juvenile pauperism. The climbing boys, but more especially the unfortunate parish apprentices, were almost always cruelly used, starved, beaten, and overworked by their masters, and treated as outcasts by all with whom they came in contact. There can be no wonder, then, that, driven in this manner from all other society, they gladly availed themselves of the companionship of their fellow-sufferers, quickly imbibed all their habits and peculiarities, and perhaps ended by becoming themselves the most tyrannical masters to those who might happen to be placed under their charge. Notwithstanding the disrepute in which sweepers have ever been held, there are many classes of workers beneath them in intelligence. All the tribe of finders and collectors, with the exception of the dredgermen, who are an observant race, and the sewer hunters, who, from the danger of their employment, are compelled to exercise their intellects, are far inferior to them in this respect, and they are clever fellows compared to many of the dustmen and scavengers. The great mass of the agricultural labourers are known to be almost as ignorant as the beasts they drive, but the sweepers, from whatever cause it may arise, are known in many instances to be shrewd, intelligent, and active. But there is much room for improvement among the operative chimney sweepers. Speaking of the men generally, I am assured that there is scarcely 1 out of 10 who can either read or write. One man in Chelsea informed me that some ladies, in connection with the Reverend Mr. Coleman's church, made an attempt to instruct the sweepers of the neighbourhood in reading and writing, but the master sweepers grew jealous and became afraid lest their men should get too knowing for them. When the time came, therefore, for the men to prepare for the school, the masters always managed to find out some job which prevented them from attending at the appointed time, and the consequence was that the benevolent designs of the ladies were frustrated. The sweepers as a class, in almost all their habits, bear a strong resemblance to the costermongers. The habit of going about in search of their employment has of itself implanted in many of them the wandering propensity peculiar to street people. Many of the better class costermongers have risen into coal-shed men and greengrocers, and become settled in life. In like manner, the better class sweepers have risen to be masters, and becoming settled in a locality, have gradually obtained the trade of the neighbourhood. Then, as their circumstances improved, they have been able to get horses and carts, and become nightmen, and there are many of them at this moment men of wealth, comparatively speaking. The great body of them, however, retain in all their force their original characteristics. The masters themselves, although shrewd and sensible men, often betray their want of education, and are in no way particular as to their expressions, their language being made up, in a great measure, of the terms peculiar to the costermongers, especially the denominations of the various sorts of money. I met with some sweepers, however, whose language was that in ordinary use, and their manners not vulgar. I might specify one who, although a workhouse orphan and apprentice, a harshly treated climbing boy, is now prospering as a sweeper and nightman, is a regular attendant at all meetings to promote the good of the poor, and a zealous ragged school-teacher and teetotaler. When such men are met with, perhaps the class cannot be looked upon as utterly cast away, although the need of reformation in the habits of the working sweepers is extreme, and especially in respect of drinking, gambling, and dirt. The journeymen, who have often a good deal of leisure, and the single-handed men, are, in the great majority of cases at least, addicted to drinking, beer being their favourite beverage, either because it is the cheapest, or that they fancy it the most suitable for washing away the sooty particles which find their way to their throats. These men gamble also, but with this proviso: they seldom play for money. But when they meet in their usual houses of resort, two famous ones are in Back C Lane and S Street, Whitechapel, they spend their time and what money they may have in tossing for beer, till they are either drunk or penniless. Such men present the appearance of having just come out of a chimney. There seems never to have been any attempt made by them to wash the soot off their faces. I am informed that there is scarcely one of them who has a second shirt or any change of clothes, and that they wear their garments night and day, till they literally rot and drop in fragments from their backs. Those who are not employed as journeymen by the masters are frequently whole days without food, especially in summer when the work is slack. And it usually happens that those who are what is called knocking about on their own account seldom or never have a farthing in their pockets in the morning, and may perhaps have to travel till evening before they get a threepenny or sixpenny chimney to sweep. When night comes and they meet their companions, the tossing and drinking again commences. They again get drunk, roll home to wherever it may be, and go through the same routine on the morrow. And this is the usual tenor of their lives, whether earning 5 shillings or 20 shillings a week. The chimney sweepers generally are fond of drink. Indeed, their calling, like that of dustmen, is one of those which naturally lead to it. The men declare they are ordered to drink gin, and smoke as much as they can, in order to rid the stomach of the soot they may have swallowed during their work. Washing among chimney sweepers seems to be much more frequent than it was. In the evidence before Parliament, it was stated that some of the climbing boys were washed once in 6 months, some once a week, some once in 2 or 3 months. I do not find it anywhere stated that any of these children were never washed at all, but from the tenor of the evidence it may be reasonably concluded that such was the case. A master sweeper who was in the habit of bathing at the Marylebone Baths once and sometimes twice a week assured me that, although many now eat and drink and sleep sooty, washing is more common among his class than when he himself was a climbing boy. He used then to be stripped and compelled to step into a tub, and into water sometimes too hot and sometimes too cold, while his mistress, to use his own word, scoured him. Judging from what he had seen and heard, my informant was satisfied that from 30 to 40 years ago, climbing boys, with a very few exceptions, were but seldom washed, and then it was looked upon by them as a most disagreeable operation, often indeed as a species of punishment. Some of the climbing boys used to be taken by their masters to bathe in the Serpentine many years ago, but one boy was unfortunately drowned, so that the children could hardly be coerced to go into the water afterwards. The washing among the chimney sweepers of the present day, when there are scarcely any climbing boys, is so much an individual matter that it is not possible to speak with any great degree of certainty on the subject, but that it increases may be concluded from the fact that the number of sweeps who resort to the public baths increases. The first public baths and wash-houses opened in London were in the North West district, and situated in George Street, Euston Square, near the Hampstead Road. This establishment was founded by voluntary contribution in 1846, and is now self-supporting. There are 3 more public baths, one in Goulston Street, Whitechapel, on the same principle as that first established, another in St. Martin's near the National Gallery, which are parochial, and the last in Marylebone, near the Yorkshire Stingo Tavern, New Road, also parochial. The charge for a cold bath, each being secluded from the others, is a penny, with the use of a towel. A warm bath is 2d. in the 3rd class. The following is the return of the number of bathers at the North West District Baths, the establishment most frequented. Bathers, 1847, 110,940. 1848, 111,788. 1849, 96,726. 1850, 86,597. Washers, dryers, ironers, and so on. 1847, 39,418. 1848, 61,690. 1849, 65,934. 1850, 73,023. Individuals washed for, 1847, 137,672. 1848, 246,760. 1849, 263,736. 1850, 292,092. I endeavoured to ascertain the proportion of sweepers, with other working men, who availed themselves of these baths, but there are unfortunately no data for instituting a comparison as to the relative cleanliness of the several trades. When the baths were first opened, an endeavour was made to obtain such a return, but it was found to be distasteful to the bathers, and so was discontinued. We find then that in 4 years there have been 406,051 bathers. The following gives the proportion between the sexes, a portion of 1846 being included. Bathers, males, 417,424. Bathers, females, 47,114. Total bathers, 464,538. The falling off in the number of bathers at this establishment is, I am told, attributable to the opening of new baths, the people of course resorting to the nearest. I have given the return of washers and so on, as I endeavoured to ascertain the proportion of washing by the chimney sweepers' wives. but there is no specification of the trades of the persons using this branch of the establishment any more than there is of those frequenting the baths, and for the same reason as prevented its being done among the bathers. One of the attendants at these wash-houses told me that he had no doubt the sweepers' wives did wash there, for he had more than once seen a sweeper waiting to carry home the clothes his wife had cleansed. As no questions concerning their situation in life are asked of the poor women who resort to these very excellent institutions, for such they appear to be on a cursory glance, of course no data can be supplied. This is to be somewhat regretted, but a regard to the feelings, and in some respects to the small prejudices, of the industrious poor is to be commended rather than otherwise, and the managers of these baths certainly seem to have manifested such a regard. I am informed, however, by the Secretary of the North West District Institution that in some weeks of the summer 80 chimney sweepers bathed there, always having, he believed, warm baths, which are more effective in removing soot or dirt from the skin than cold. Summer, it must be remembered, is the sweep's brisk season. In a winter week, as few as 25 or 20 have bathed, but the weekly average of sweeper bathers the year through is about 50, and the number of sweeper bathers, he thought, had increased since the opening of the baths about 10% yearly. As in 1850 the average number of bathers of all classes did not exceed 1,646 per week, the proportion of sweepers, 50, is high. The number of female bathers is about 1/9, so that the males would be about 1,480, and the 50 sweepers a week constitute about a 30th part of the whole of the third-class bathers. The number of sweep bathers was known because a sweep is known by his appearance. I was told by the Secretary that the sweepers, the majority bathing on Saturday nights, usually carried a bundle to the bath. This contained their clean things. After bathing they assumed their Sunday clothes, and from the change in their appearance between ingress and egress, they were hardly recognisable as the same individuals. In the other baths, where also there is no specification of the bathers, I am told that of sweepers bathing the number, on computation, is 30 at Marylebone, 25 at Galston Street, and 15 at the least at St. Martin's, as a weekly average. In all, 120 sweepers bathe weekly, or about a seventh of the entire working body. The increase at the 3 baths last mentioned in sweepers bathing is from 5 to 10%. Among the lower class sweepers there are but few who wash themselves even once throughout the year. They eat, drink, and sleep in the same state of filth and dirt as when engaged in their daily avocation. Others, however, among the better class are more cleanly in their habits and wash themselves every night. Between the appearance of the sweepers in the streets at the present time and before the abolition of the system of climbing, there is a marked difference. Charles Lamb said in 1823, "I like to meet a sweep, understand me, not a grown sweeper. Old chimney sweepers are by no means attractive, but one of those tender novices blooming through their first nigritude, the maternal washings not quite effaced from the cheek, such as come forth with the dawn, or somewhat earlier, with their little professional notes sounding like the peep-peep of a young sparrow, or liker to the matin lark, should I pronounce them, in their aerial ascents, not seldom anticipating the sunrise." Throughout his essay, Elia throws the halo of poetry over the child sweepers, calling them dim specks, poor blots, innocent blacknesses, young Africans of our own growth. The natural kindliness of the writer shines out through all. He counsels the reader to give the young innocent 2d, or, if the weather were starving, let the demand on thy humanity rise to a tester 6d. The appearance of the little chimney sweepers, as they trotted along at the master's or the journeyman's heels, or waited at rich men's doors, on a cold morning, was pitiable in the extreme. If it snowed, there was a strange contrast between the black sootiness of the sweep's dress and the white flakes of snow which adhered to it. The boy sweeper trotted listlessly along, a sack to contain the soot thrown over his shoulder, or disposed round his neck like a cape or shawl. One master sweeper tells me that in his apprenticeship days he had to wait at the great mansions in and about Grosvenor Square on some bitter wintry mornings, until he felt as if his feet, although he had both stockings and shoes, and many young climbers were barefoot, felt as if frozen to the pavement. When the door was opened, he told me, the matter was not really mended. The rooms were often large and cold, and being lighted only with a candle or two, no doubt looked very dreary, while there was not a fire in the whole house, and no one up but a yawning servant or two, often very cross at having been disturbed. The servants, however, in noblemen's houses, he also told me, were frequently kind to him, giving him bread and butter, and sometimes bread and jam, and as his master generally had a glass of raw spirit handed to him, the boy usually had a sip when his employer had knocked off his glass. His employer indeed sometimes said, "Oh, he's better without it. It'll only learn him to drink, like it did me." But the servant usually answered, "Oh, here, just a thimbleful for him." The usual dress of the climbing boy, as I have learned from those who had worn it themselves, and, when masters, had provided it for their boys, was made of a sort of strong flannel, which many years ago was called chimney sweeper's cloth, but my informant was not certain whether this was a common name for it or not. He only remembered having heard it called so. He remembered also accompanying his master to do something to the flues in a church, then, 1817, hung with black cloth, as a part of the national mourning for the Princess Charlotte of Wales, and he thought it seemed very like the chimney sweeper's cloth, which was dark coloured when new. The child sweep wore a pair of cloth trousers, and over that a sort of tunic or tight-fitting shirt with sleeves, sometimes a little waistcoat and jacket. This, it must be borne in mind, was only the practice among the best masters, who always had to find their apprentices in clothes, and was the practice among them more and more in the later period of the climbing process, for householders began to inquire as to what sort of trim the boys employed on their premises appeared in. The poorer or the less well-disposed masters clad the urchins who climbed for them in any old rags which their wives could piece together, or in any low-priced garment picked up in such places as Rosemary Lane. The fit was no object at all. These ill-clad lads were, moreover, at one time the great majority. The clothes were usually made at home by the women, and in the same style, as regarded the seams and so on, as the sacks for soot. But sometimes the work was beyond the art of the sweeper's wife, and then the aid of some poor neighbour better skilled in the use of her scissors and needle, or of some poor tailor, was called in, on the well-known terms of a shilling, or 1s. 6d. a day, and the grub. The cost of a climbing boy's dress, I was informed, varied, when new, according to the material of which it was made, from 3s. 6d. to 6s. 6d., independently of the cost of making, which, in the hands of a tailor who whipped the cat, or went out to work at his customers' houses, would occupy a day, at easy labour, at a cost of 1s. 6d. or less in money, and the whip cat's meals, perhaps another 1s. 6d., beer included. As to the cost of a sweeper's second-hand clothing, it is useless to inquire, but I was informed by a now thriving master that when he was about 12 years old, his mistress brought him a very tidy jacket, as seemed made for a gentleman's son, in Petticoat Lane, one Sunday morning for 1s. 6d., while other things, he said, were "in-proportionate." Shoes and stockings are not included in the cost of the little sweeper's apparel, and they were perhaps always bought second-hand. A few of the best masters, or of those wishing to stand best in their customers' regards, who sent their boys to church or to Sunday schools, had then a non-working attire for them, either a sweeper's dress of jacket and trousers unsoiled by soot, or the ordinary dress of a poor lad. The street appearance of the present race of sweepers, all adults, may every here and there bear out Charles Lamb's dictum that grown sweepers are by no means attractive. Some of them are broad-shouldered and strongly built men, who, as they traverse the streets, sometimes look as grim as they are dingy. The chimney scavenger carries the implement of his calling propped on his shoulder, in the way shown in the daguerreotype which I have given. His dress is usually a jacket, waistcoat, and trousers of dark-coloured corduroy, or instead of a jacket, a waistcoat with sleeves. Over this, when at work, the sweeper often wears a sort of blouse or short smock frock of coarse, strong calico or canvas, which protects the corduroy suit from the soot. In this description of the sweeper's garb, I can but speak of those whose means enable them to attain the comfort of warm apparel in the winter. The poorer part of the trade often shiver shirtless under a blouse which half covers a pair of threadbare trousers. The cost of the corduroy suit I have mentioned varies, I was told by a sweeper, who put it tersely enough, from 20 slop to 40 slap. The average runs, I believe, from 28 to 33 as regards the better class of the sweepers. The diet of the journeyman sweepers and the apprentices, and sometimes of their working employer, was described to me as generally after the following fashion. My informant, a journeyman, calculated what his food stood his master, as he had once kept hisself. Bread and butter and coffee for breakfast, 2d daily. A saveloy and potatoes, or cabbage, or a faggot, with the same vegetables, or fried fish, but not often, or pudding from a pudding shop, or soup, a 2d plate, from a cheap eating-house, average from 2d to 3d, 2d halfpenny daily. Tea, same as breakfast, 2d daily. Total, 6d halfpenny daily. On Sundays the fare was better. They then sometimes had a bit of prime fat mutton taken to the oven, with taters to bake along with it, or a fry of liver if the old woman was in a good humour, and always a pint of beer apiece. Hence, as some give their men beer, the average amount of 5 or 6 weekly, which I have given as the cost of the board to the masters, is made up. The drunken single-handed mastermen, I am told, live on beer and a bite of anything they can get. I believe there are few complaints of inefficient food. The food provided by the large or high master sweepers is generally of the same kind as the master and his family partake of. Among this class the journeymen are tolerably well provided for. In the lower class sweepers, however, the food is not so plentiful nor so good in kind as that provided by the high master sweepers. The expense of keeping a man employed by a large master sometimes ranges as high as 8 a week, but the average, I am told, is about 6 a week, while those employed by the low-class sweepers average about 5 a week. The cost of their lodging may be taken at from 1 to 2 a week extra. The sweepers in general are, I am assured, fond of oleaginous food, fat broth, faggots, and what is often called greasy meat. They are considered a short-lived people, and among the journeymen, the masters, on their own hook, and so on, few old men are to be met with. In one of the reports of the Board of Health, out of 4,312 deaths among males of the age of 15 and upwards, the mortality among the sweepers, masters, and men was 9, or 1 in 109 of the whole trade. As the calculation was formed, however, from data supplied by the census of 1841 and on the Post Office Directory, it supplies no reliable information, as I shall show when I come to treat of the nightmen. Many of these men still suffer, I am told, from the chimney sweeper's cancer, which is said to arise mainly from uncleanly habits. Some sweepers assure me that they have vomited balls of soot. As to the abodes of the master sweepers, I can supply the following account of 2. The soot, I should observe, is seldom kept long, rarely a month, on the premises of a sweeper, and is, in the best concerns, kept in cellars. The localities in which many of the sweepers reside are the lowest places in the district. Many of the houses in which I found the lower class of sweepers were in a ruinous and filthy condition. The high-class sweepers, on the other hand, live in respectable localities, often having back premises sufficiently large to stow away their soot. I had occasion to visit the house of one of the persons from whom I obtained much information. He is a master in a small way, a sensible man, and was one of the few who are teetotalers. His habitation, though small, being a low house only 1 story high, was substantially furnished with massive mahogany chairs, table, chests of drawers, and so on, while on each side of the fireplace, which was distinctly visible from the street over a hall door, were 2 buffets with glass doors, well filled with glass and china vessels. It was a wet night, and a fire burned brightly in the stove, by the light of which might be seen the master of the establishment sitting on one side, while his wife and daughter occupied the other. A neighbour sat before the fire with his back to the door, and altogether it struck me as a comfortable-looking evening party. They were resting and chatting quietly together after the labour of the day, and everything betokened the comfortable circumstances in which the man, by sobriety and industry, had been able to place himself. Yet this man had been a climbing boy, and one of the unfortunates who had lost his parents when a child, and was apprenticed by the parish to this business. From him I learned that his was not a solitary instance of teetotalism. I have before spoken of another. That, in fact, there were some more, and one in particular, named Brown, who was a good speaker, and devoted himself during his leisure hours at night in advocating the principles by which experience he had found to effect such great good to himself. But he also informed me that the majority of the others were a drunken and dissipated crew, sunk to the lowest degree of misery, yet recklessly spending every farthing they could earn in the public house. Different in every respect was another house which I visited in the course of my inquiries, in the neighbourhood of H Street, Bethnal Green. The house was rented by a sweeper, a master on his own account, and every room in the place was let to sweepers and their wives, or women, which with these men often signify one and the same thing. The inside of the house looked as dark as a coal-pit. There was an insufferable smell of soot, always offensive to those unaccustomed to it, and every person and every thing which met the eye, even to the caps and gowns of the women, seemed as if they had just been steeped in India ink. In one room was a sweep and his woman quarrelling. As I opened the door, I caught the words, "I'm damned if I has it any longer. I'd see you B—y well damned first, and you knows it." The savage was intoxicated, for his red eyes flashed through their sooty mask with drunken excitement, and his matted hair, which looked as if it had never known a comb, stood out from his head, like the whalebone ribs of his own machine. B—y, Bet, as he called her, did not seem a whit more sober than her man, and the shrill treble of her voice was distinctly audible till I turned the corner of the street, whither I was accompanied by the master of the house, to whom I had been recommended by one of the fraternity as an intelligent man, and one who knew a thing or two. "You see," he said, as we turned the corner, "there isn't no use a talking to them here fellows. They're all toxicated now, and they doesn't care nothink for nobody. But they'll be quiet enough to-morrow, 'cept they yarns somethink, and if they do, then they'll be just as bad to-morrow night. They're a awful lot, and nobody'll never do anythink with them." This man was not by any means in such easy circumstances as the master first mentioned. He was merely a man working for himself, and unable to employ any one else in the business. As is customary with some of these people, he had taken the house he had shown me to let to lodgers of his own class, making something by so doing, though, if his own account be correct, I am at a loss to imagine how he contrived even to get his rent. From him I obtained the following statement. "Yes, I was a climbing boy, and served a rig'lar prenticeship for 7 years. I was out on my prenticeship when I was 14. Father was a silk weaver, and did all he knew to keep me from being a sweep, but I would be a sweep, and nothink else." Note, this is not so very uncommon a predilection, strange as it may seem. End note. "So father, when he saw it was no use, got me bound 'prentice. Father's alive now, and near 90 years of age. I don't know why I wished to be a sweep, 'cept it was this. There was sweeps always lived about here, and I used to see the boys with lots of money, a-tossing and gambling, and wished to have money too. You see, they got money where they swept the chimneys. They used to get 2pence or 3pence for theirselves in a day, and sometimes 6pence.
from the people of the house, and that's the way they always had plenty of money. I never thought anythink of the climbing. It wasn't so bad at all as some people would make you believe. There are 2 or 3 ways of climbing. In wide flues you climb with your elbows and your legs spread out, your feet pressing against the sides of the flue. But in narrow flues, such as 9-inch ones, you must slant it. You must have your sides in the angles, it's wider there, and go up just that way. Note, here he threw himself into position, placing one arm close to his side, with the palm of the hand turned outwards, as if pressing the side of the flue, and extending the other arm high above his head, the hand apparently pressing in the same manner. End note. There, he continued, that's slantin'. You just put yourself in that way, and see how small you make yourself. I never got to say stuck myself, but a many of them did. Yes, and were taken out dead. They were smothered for want of air, and the fright, and a stayin' so long in the flue. You see, the waistband of their trousers sometimes got turned down in the climbing, and in narrow flues, when not able to get it up, then they stuck. I had a boy once. We were called to sweep a chimney down at Poplar. When we went in, he looked up at the flues. "Well, what is it like?" I said. "Very narrow," says he. "Don't think I can get up there." So after some time we gets on top of the house, and takes off the chimney pot and has a look down. It was wider atop, and I thought as how he could go down. "You had better buff it, Jim," says I. I suppose you know what that means. But Jim wouldn't do it, and kept his trousers on. So down he goes, and gets on very well till he comes to the shoulder of the flue, and then he couldn't stir. He shouts down, "I'm stuck." I shouts up and tells him what to do. "Can't move," says he, "I'm stuck hard and fast." Well, the people of the house get fretted like, but I says to them, "Now my boy's stuck, but for heaven's sake don't make a word of noise. Don't say a word, good or bad, and I'll see what I can do." So I locks the door and buffs it and forces myself up till I could reach him with my hand, and as soon as he got his foot on my hand he begins to prise himself up and gets loosened and comes out at the top again. I was stuck myself, but I was stronger nor he, and I manages to get out again. Now, I'll be bound to say, if there was another master there as would kick up a row and a worrited, that ere boy'd a never come out of that ere flue alive. There was a many of them lost their lives in that way. Most all the 'prentices used to come from the house, note, workhouse, end note. There was nobody to care for them, and some masters used them very bad. I was out of my time at 14, and began to get too stout to go up the flues, so after knocking about for a year or so, as I could do nothink else, I goes to sea on board a man-o'-war, and was away 4 year. Many of the boys, when they got too big and useless, used to go to sea in them days. They couldn't do nothink else. Yes, many of them went for sodgers, and I know some who went for gypsies, and others who went for play-actors, and a many who got on to be swell mobsmen, and thieves and housebreakers, and the like o' that ere. There ain't nothink o' that sort a going on now since the Act of Parliament. When I got back from sea, father asked me to learn his business, so I takes to the silk weaving and learned it, and then married a weaveress, and worked with father for a long time. Father was very well off and comfortable for a poor man, but trade was good then, but it got bad afterwards, and none on us was able to live at it, so I takes to the chimney sweeping again. A man might manage to live somehow at the sweeping, but the weaving was o' no use. It was the furrin silks as beat us all up, that's the whole truth. Yet they tells us as how they was a-doing the country good, but they may tell that to the marines. The sailors won't believe it, not a word on it. I've stuck to the sweeping ever since, and sometimes done very fair at it, but since the Act there's so many leaks come to it that I don't know how they live. They must be eating one another up. Well, since you ask then, I can tell you that our people don't care much about law. They don't understand anythink about politics much. They don't mind things of that here kind. They only minds to get drunk when they can. Some of them fellows as you seed in there never cleans theirselves from one year's end to the other. They'll kick up a row soon enough with Chartists or anybody else. I thinks them Chartists are a weak-minded set. They was too much affrighted at nothink. 100 of them would run away from one blue coat, and that wasn't like men. I was often at Chartist meetings, and if they'd only do all they said, there was a plenty to stick to them, for there's a somethink wants to be done very bad, for everythink is a-getting worser and worser every day. I used to do a good trade, but now I don't yearn a shilling a day all through the year. I may walk at this time 3 or 4 miles and not get a chimney to sweep, and then get only a 6pence or 3pence, or sometimes nothink. It's a starving, that's what it is. There's so much querying a-going on. Querying? That's what we calls underworking. Note: querying means literally inquiring or asking for work at the different houses. The queriers among the sweeps are a kind of peddler operatives. End note. If they'd all fix a regular price, we might do very well still. I'm 50 years of age, or thereabouts. I don't know much about the story of Mrs. Montague. It was afore my time. I heard of it, though. I heard my mother talk about it. She used to read it out of books. She was a great reader. None of them could stand afore her for that. I was often at the dinner, the master's dinner. That was for the boys. But that's all done away long ago, since the Act of Parliament. I can't tell how many there was at it, but there's such a lot it's impossible to tell. How could anyone tell all the sweeps as is in London? I'm sure I can't, and I'm sure nobody else can. Some years back, the sweepers' houses were often indicated by an elaborate sign, highly coloured. A sweeper accompanied by a chummy, once a common name for the climbing boy, being a corruption of chimney, was depicted on his way to a red brick house, from the chimneys of which bright yellow flames were streaming. Below was the detail of the things undertaken by the sweep, such as the extinction of fires in chimneys, the cleaning of smoke-jacks, and so on and so on. A few of these signs, greatly faded, may be seen still. A sweeper who is settled in what is accounted a genteel neighbourhood has now another way of making his calling known. He leaves a card whenever he hears of a newcomer, a tape being attached so that it can be hung up in the kitchen, and thus the servants are always in possession of his address. The following is a customary style. Chimneys swept by the improved machine, much patronised by the Humane Society. W.H. Chimney Sweeper and Nightman, 1 Mews, in returning thanks to the inhabitants of the surrounding neighbourhood for the patronage he has hitherto received, begs to inform them that he sweeps all kinds of chimneys and flues in the best manner. W.H., attending to the business himself, cleans smoke-jacks, cures smoky coppers, and extinguishes chimneys when on fire, with the greatest care and safety, and, by giving the strictest personal attendance to business, performs what he undertakes with cleanliness and punctuality, whereby he hopes to ensure a continuance of their favours and recommendations. Clean cloths for upper apartments. Suit doors to any size fixed. Observe the address, 1 Mews, near . At the top of this card is an engraving of the machine. At the foot, a rude sketch of a nightman's cart with men at work. All the cards I saw reiterated the address, so that no mistake might lead the customer to a rival tradesman. As to their politics, the sweepers are somewhat similar to the dustmen and costermongers. A fixed hatred to all constituted authority, which they appear to regard as the police and the beaks, seems to be the sum total of their principles. Indeed, it almost assumes the character of a fixed law, that persons and classes of persons who are themselves disorderly, and to a certain extent lawless, always manifest the most supreme contempt for the conservators of law and order in every degree. The police are therefore hated heartily, magistrates are feared and abominated, and Queen, Lords, and Commons, and every one in authority, if known anything about, are considered as natural enemies. A costermonger who happened to be present while I was making inquiries on this subject broke in with this remark: "The costers is the chaps. The government can't do nothink with them. They allus licks the government." The sweepers have a sovereign contempt for all Acts of Parliament, because the only Act that had any reference to themselves threw open, as they call it, their business to all who were needy enough and who had the capability of availing themselves of it. Like the Dusties, they are, I am informed, in their proper element in times of riot and confusion, but unlike them they are, to a man, Chartists, understanding it too and approving of it, not because it would be calculated to establish a new order of things, but in the hope that, in the transition from one system to the other, there might be plenty of noise and riot, and in the vague idea that in some indefinable manner good must necessarily accrue to themselves from any change that might take place. This I believe to be in perfect keeping with the sentiments of similar classes of people in every country in the world. The journeymen lay by no money when in work, as a fund to keep them when incapacitated by sickness, accident, or old age. There are, however, a few exceptions to the general improvidence of the class. Some few belong to sick and benefit societies, others are members of burial clubs. Where, however, this is not the case, and a sweeper becomes unable through illness to continue his work, the mode usually adopted is to make a raffle for the benefit of the sufferer. The same means are resorted to at the death of a member of the trade. When a chimney sweeper becomes infirm through age, he has mostly, if not invariably, no refuge but the workhouse. The chimney sweepers generally are regardless of the marriage ceremony, and when they do live with a woman, it is in a state of concubinage. These women are always among the lowest of the street girls, such as Lucifer Match and Orange girls, some of the very poorest of the coster girls, and girls brought up among the sweepers. They are treated badly by them, and often enough left, without any remorse. The women are equally as careless in these matters as the men, and exchange one paramour for another with the same levity, so that there is a promiscuous intercourse continually going on among them. I am informed that among the worst class of sweepers living with women, not 1 in 50 is married. To these couples very few children are born, but I am not able to state the proportion as compared with other classes. There are some curious customs among the London sweepers which deserve notice. Their May Day festival is among the best known. The most intelligent of the masters tell me that they have taken this from the milkman's garland, of which an engraving has been given. Formerly, say they, on the 1st of May, the milkmen of London went through the streets, performing a sort of dance, for which they received gratuities from their customers. The music to which they danced was simply brass plates mounted on poles, from the circumference of which plates depended numerous bells of different tones according to size. These poles were adorned with leaves and flowers, indicative of the season, and may have been a relic of one of the ancient pageants or mummeries. The sweepers, however, by adapting themselves more to the rude taste of the people, appear to have completely supplanted the milkmen, who are now never seen in pageantry. In Strutt's Sports and Pastimes of the People of England, I find the following with reference to the milk people. "It is at this time," that is, in May, says the author of one of the papers in the Spectator, "we see brisk young wenches in the country parishes dancing round the Maypole. It is likewise on the first day of this month that we see the ruddy milkmaid exerting herself in a most sprightly manner, under a pyramid of silver tankards, and, like the Virgin Tarpeia, oppressed by the costly ornaments which her benefactors lay upon her. These decorations of silver cups, tankards, and salvers were borrowed for the purpose, and hung round the milk pails, with the addition of flowers and ribands, which the maidens carried upon their heads when they went to the houses of their customers, and danced in order to obtain a small gratuity from each of them. In a set of prints called Tempest's Cries of London, there is one called the Merry Milkmaid, whose proper name was Kate Smith. She is dancing with the milk pail, decorated as above mentioned, upon her head. Of late years the plate, with the other decorations, were placed in a pyramidical form, and carried by 2 chairmen upon a wooden horse. The maidens walked before it, and performed the dance without any encumbrance. I really cannot discover what analogy the silver tankards and salvers can have to the business of the milkmaids. I have seen them act with much more propriety upon this occasion, when, in place of these superfluous ornaments, they substituted a cow. The animal had her horns gilt, and was nearly covered with ribbons of various colours formed into bows and roses, and interspersed with green oaken leaves and bunches of flowers. With reference to the May Day festival of the sweepers, the same author says, "The chimney sweepers of London have also singled out the 1st of May for their festival, at which time they parade the streets in companies disguised in various manners. Their dresses are usually decorated with gilt paper and other mock fineries. They have their shovels and brushes in their hands, which they rattle one upon the other, and to this rough music they jump about in imitation of dancing. Some of the larger companies have a fiddler with them and a jack in the green, as well as a lord and lady of the May, who follow the minstrel with great stateliness and dance as occasion requires. The jack in the green is a piece of pageantry consisting of a hollow frame of wood or wicker work, made in the form of a sugar loaf, but open at the bottom, and sufficiently large and high to receive a man. The frame is covered with green leaves and bunches of flowers, interwoven with each other, so that the man within may be completely concealed, who dances with his companions, and the populace are mightily pleased with the oddity of the moving pyramid. Since the date of the above, the sweepers have greatly improved on their pageant, substituting for the fiddle the more noisy and appropriate music of the street showman's drum and pipes, and adding to their party several diminutive imps, no doubt as representatives of the climbing boys, clothed in caps, jackets, and trousers, thickly covered with party-coloured shreds. These still make a show of rattling their shovels and brushes, but the clatter is unheard alongside the thunders of the drum. In this manner they go through the various streets for 3 days, obtaining money at various places, and on the third night hold a feast at one of their favourite public-houses, where all the sooty tribes resort, and in company with their wives or girls keep up their festivity till the next morning. I find that this festival is beginning to disappear in many parts of London, but it still holds its ground, and is as highly enjoyed as ever in all the eastern localities of the metropolis. It is but seldom that any of the large masters go out on May Day. This custom is generally confined to the little masters and their men. The time usually spent on these occasions is 4 days, during which as much as from £2 to £4 a day is collected. The sums obtained on the 3 first days are divided according to the several kinds of work performed, but the proceeds of the 4th day are devoted to a supper. The average gains of the several performers on these occasions are as follows. My lady, who acts as Columbine and receives 2s. per day. My lord, who is often the master himself, but usually one of the journeymen, 3s. per day. Clown, 3s. per day. Drummer, 4s. per day. Jack in the Green, who is often an individual acquaintance and does not belong to the trade, 3s. per day. And the boys, who have no term applied to them, receive from 1s. to 1s. 6d. per day. The share accruing to the boys is often spent in purchasing some article of clothing for them, but the money got by the other individuals is mostly spent in drink. The sweepers, however, not only go out on May Day, but likewise on the 5th of November. On the last Guy Fawkes Day, I am informed, some of them received not only pence from the public, but silver and gold. "It was quite a harvest," they say. One of this class, who got up a gigantic Guy Fawkes and figure of the Pope on the 5th of November, 1850, cleared, I am informed, £10 over and above all expenses. For many years also the sweepers were in the habit of partaking of a public dinner on the 1st of May, provided for every climbing boy who thought proper to attend, at the expense of the Honourable Mrs. Montague. The romantic origin of this custom, from all I could learn on the subject, is this. The lady referred to, at the time a widow, lost her son, then a boy of tender years. Inquiries were set on foot, and all London heard of the mysterious disappearance of the child, but no clue could be found to trace him out. It was supposed that he was kidnapped, and the search at length was given up in despair. A long time afterwards a sweeper was employed to cleanse the chimneys of Mrs. Montague's house by Portman Square, and for this purpose, as was usual at the time, sent a climbing boy up the chimney, who from that moment was lost to him. The child did not return the way he went up, but it is supposed that in his descent he got into a wrong flue, and found himself, on getting out of the chimney, in one of the bedrooms. Wearied with his labour, it is said that he mechanically crept between the sheets, all black and sooty as he was. In this state he was found fast asleep by the housekeeper. The delicacy of his features and the soft tones of his voice interested the woman. She acquainted the family with the strange circumstance, and when introduced to them with a clean face, his voice and appearance reminded them of their lost child. It may have been that the hardships he endured at so early an age had impaired his memory, for he could give no account of himself, but it was evident from his manners and from the ease which he exhibited that he was no stranger to such places, and at length, it is said, the Honourable Mrs. Montague recognised in him her long-lost son. The identity, it was understood, was proved beyond doubt. He was restored to his rank in society, and in order the better to commemorate this singular restoration and the fact of his having been a climbing boy, his mother annually provided an entertainment on the 1st of May at White Conduit House for all the climbing boys of London who thought proper to partake of it. This annual feast was kept up during the lifetime of the lady, and, as might be expected, was numerously attended, for since there were no question asked and no document required to prove any of the guests to be climbing boys, very many of the precocious urchins of the metropolis used to blacken their faces for this special occasion. This annual feast continued, as I have said, as long as the lady lived. Her son continued it only for 3 or 4 years afterwards, and then, I am told, left the country and paid no further attention to the matter. Of the story of the young Montague, Charles Lamb has given the following account. In one of the state beds at Arundel Castle a few years since, under a ducal canopy, that seat of the Howards is an object of curiosity to visitors, chiefly for its beds, in which the late Duke was especially a connoisseur, encircled with curtains of delicatest crimson, with starry coronets interwoven, folded between a pair of sheets whiter and softer than the lap where Venus lulled Asinius, was discovered by chance, after all methods of search had failed, at noonday, fast asleep, a lost chimney-sweeper, the little creature having somehow confounded his passage among the intricacies of those lordly chimneys, by some unknown aperture had alighted upon this magnificent chamber, and, tired with his tedious explorations, was unable to resist the delicious invitement to repose, which he there saw exhibited. So, creeping between the sheets very quietly, he laid his black head on the pillow, and slept like a young Howard. A high instinct, adds Lamb, was at work in the case, or I am greatly mistaken. Is it probable that a poor child of that description, with whatever weariness he might be visited, would have ventured under such a penalty as he would be taught to expect, to uncover the sheets of a duke's bed, and deliberately to lay himself down between them, when the rug or the carpet presented an obvious couch still far above his pretensions? Is this probable, I would ask, if the great power of nature, which I contend for, had not been manifested within him, prompting to the adventure? Doubtless this young nobleman, for such my mind misgives me he must be, was allured by some memory not amounting to full consciousness of his condition in infancy, when he was used to be lapped by his mother or his nurse in just such sheets as he there found, into which he was now but creeping back as into his proper incubation, inculabula, and resting place, by no other theory than by his sentiment of a pre-existent state, as I may call it, can I explain a deed so venturous. There is a strong strain of romance throughout the stories of the lost and found young Montague. I conversed with some sweepers on the subject. The majority had not so much as heard of the occurrence, but 2 who had heard of it, both climbing boys in their childhood, had heard that the little fellow was found in his mother's house. In a small work, The Chimney-sweeper's Friend, got up in aid of the Society for the Supersedence of Climbing Boys by some benevolent Quaker ladies and others, the Quakers having been among the warmest supporters of the suppression of climbers, and arranged, the word edited not being used by J. Montgomery, the case of the little Montague is not mentioned, excepting in 2 or 3 vague poetical allusions. The account given by Lamb although pronounced apocryphal by some, appears to be the more probable version, and to the minds of many is shown to be conclusively authentic, as I understand that, when Arundel Castle is shown to visitors, the bed in which the child was found is pointed out. Nor is it likely that in such a place the story of the ducal bed and the little climbing boy would be invented. The following account was given by the wife of a respectable man, now a middle-aged woman, and she had often heard it from her mother, who passed a long life in the neighbourhood of Mrs. Montague's residence. Lady M. had a son of tender years who was supposed to have been stolen for the sake of his clothes. Some time after there was an occasion when the sweeps were necessary at Montague House. A servant noticed one of the boys being at first attracted by his superior manner, and her curiosity being excited, fancied a resemblance in him to the lost child. She questioned his master respecting him, who represented that he had found him crying and without a home, and thereupon took him in, and brought him up to his trade. The boy was questioned apart from his master as to the treatment he received. His answers were favourable, and the consequence was, a compensation was given to the man, and the boy was retained. All doubt was removed as to his identity. The annual feast at White Condick, so agreeable to the black fraternity, was afterwards continued in another form, and was the origin of a well-known society among the master sweepers, which continued in existence till the abolition of the climbing boys by Act of Parliament. The masters and the better class of men paid a certain sum yearly for the purpose of binding the children of the contributors to other trades. In order to increase the funds of this institution, as the dinner to the boys at White Conduit House was an established thing, the masters continued it, and the boys of every master who belonged to the society went in a sort of state to the usual place of entertainment every 1st of May, where they were regaled as formerly. Many persons were in the habit of flocking on this day to White Conduit House to witness the festivities of the sweepers on this occasion, and usually contributed something towards the society. As soon, however, as the Act passed, this also was discontinued, and it is now one of the legends connected with the class. End of section 67.
Section 68 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. A table showing the number of master chimney sweepers residing in the several districts of the metropolis, the number of foremen, of journeymen, and under-journeymen employed in each district during the year, as well as the weekly wage of each class. Number of master sweepers in each district. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith 11, Westminster 13, Chelsea 22, St George's Hanover Square 10, St Martin's and St Anne's 9, St James's Westminster 7. North Districts: Marylebone 18, Paddington 10, Hampstead 2, Islington 9, St Pancras 18, Hackney and Homerton 13. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 12, Strand 5, Holborn 6, Clerkenwell 6, St Luke's 6, East London 8, West London 5, London City 6. East Districts: Shoreditch 13, Bethnal Green 6, Whitechapel 11, St George's in the East and Limehouse 14, Stepney 9, Poplar 4. South Districts: Southwark 17, Bermondsey 8, Walworth and Newington 9, Wandsworth 6, Lambeth 16, Camberwell 8, Clapton, Brixton and Tooting 11, Rotherhithe 7, Greenwich 6, Woolwich 7, Lewisham 2, Rummenour Company 0. Total number of master sweepers in each district 350. Number of foremen employed. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith 2, Westminster 1, Chelsea 0, St George's Hanover Square 5, St Martin's and St Anne's 0, St James's Westminster 1. North Districts: Marylebone 0, Paddington 1, Hampstead 0, Islington 0, St Pancras 0, Hackney and Homerton 0. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 0, Strand 0, Holborn 2, Clerkenwell 0, St Luke's 0, East London 0, West London 0, London City 0. East Districts 0, South Districts 0. Total number of foremen employed 12. Number of journeymen employed in the brisk season. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith 25, Westminster 26, Chelsea 13, St George's Hanover Square 27, St Martin's and St Anne's 16, St James's Westminster 9. North Districts: Marylebone 21, Paddington 17, Hampstead 2, Islington 13, St Pancras 33, Hackney and Homerton 3. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 9, Strand 11, Holborn 11, Clerkenwell 9, St Luke's 4, East London 10, West London 9, London City 12. East Districts: Shoreditch 6, Bethnal Green 2, Whitechapel 1, St George's in the East and Limehouse 14, Stepney 3, Poplar 1. South Districts: Southwark 0, Bermondsey 4, Walworth and Newington 6, Wandsworth 6, Lambeth 9, Camberwell 8, Clapham, Brixton and Tooting 13, Rotherhithe 2, Greenwich 4, Woolwich 17, Lewisham 5, Ramanure Company 18. Total number of journeymen employed in the brisk season 399. Number of journeymen employed in the slack season. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith 16, Westminster 18, Chelsea 11, St George's Hanover Square 25, St Martin's and St Anne's 15, St James's Westminster 6. North Districts: Marylebone 16, Paddington 10, Hampstead 2, Islington 12, St Pancras 21, Hackney and Homerton 3. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 7, Strand 8, Holborn 10, Clerkenwell 9, St Luke's 3, East London 8, West London 6, London City 10. East Districts: Shoreditch 5, Bethnal Green 2, Whitechapel 1, St George's in the East and Limehouse 10, Stepney 2, Poplar 0. South Districts: Southwark 0, Bermondsey 4, Walworth and Newington 4, Wandsworth 5, Lambeth 9, Camberwell 7, Clapton, Brixton and Tooting 7, Rotherhithe 2, Greenwich 4, Woolwich 12, Lewisham 5, Ramanure Company 18. Total number of journeymen employed in the slack season 313. Number of under journeymen or boys employed. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith 2, Westminster 1, Chelsea 2, St George's Hanover Square 0, St Martin's and St Anne's 1, St James's Westminster 0. North Districts: Marylebone 0, Paddington 3, Hampstead 2, Islington 3, St Pancras 6, Hackney and Homerton 4. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 5, Strand 2, Holborn 0, Clerkenwell 1, St Luke's 2, East London 0, West London 0, London City 2. East Districts: Shoreditch 1, Bethnal Green 0, Whitechapel 3, St George's in the East and Limehouse 3, Stepney 0, Poplar 1. South Districts: Southwark 0, Bermondsey 1, Walworth and Newington 4, Wandsworth 1, Lambeth 5, Camberwell 1, Clapton, Brixton and Tooting 1, Rotherhithe 0, Greenwich 1, Woolwich 3, Lewisham 1, Ramanure Company 0. Total number of under journeymen or boys employed 62. Number of bushels of soot collected weekly. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith 695, Westminster 735, Chelsea 670, St George's Hanover Square 890, St Martin's and St Anne's 415, St James's Westminster 355. North Districts: Marylebone 775, Paddington 495, Hampstead 60, Islington 425, St Pancras 920, Hackney and Homerton 290. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 435, Strand 350, Holborn 435, Clerkenwell 310, St Luke's 175, East London 455, West London 205, London City 415. East Districts: Shoreditch 380, Bethnal Green 150, Whitechapel 330, St George's in the East and Limehouse 650, Stepney 275, Poplar 110. South Districts: Southwark 385, Bermondsey 220, Walworth and Newington 330, Wandsworth 240, Lambeth 560, Camberwell 315, Clapton, Brixton and Tooting 410, Rotherhithe 170, Greenwich 195, Woolwich 515, Lewisham 160, Ramanure Company 450. Total number of bushels of soot collected weekly 15,350. Weekly wages of each foreman: West Districts, Kensington and Hammersmith 18 shillings, Westminster 14 shillings, St George's, Hanover Square 4 at 18 shillings, 1 at 16 shillings, St James's, Westminster 14 shillings. North Districts: Paddington 18 shillings, Central Districts: Holborn 20 shillings, East Districts: none, South Districts: none. Weekly wages of each journeyman: West Districts, Kensington and Hammersmith 7 at 16 shillings, 6 at 15 shillings, 10 at 14 shillings, 1 at 12 shillings. Westminster 5 at 18 shillings, 10 at 12 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 4 shillings, 4 at 3 shillings, and 4 at 2 shillings. Chelsea 1 at 16 shillings, 3 at 12 shillings, 4 at 10 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 3 shillings, 1 at 2 shillings sixpence, and 1 at 2 shillings. St George's, Hanover Square 5 at 18 shillings, 3 at 16 shillings, 2 at 15 shillings, 9 at 14 shillings, 7 at 12 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 6 shillings. St Martin's and St Anne's, all with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 7 at 6 shillings, 6 at 4 shillings, 2 at 3 shillings. St James's, Westminster 5 at 12 shillings, 1 at 10 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 3 shillings sixpence. North Districts: Marylebone 18 shillings, Paddington 1 at 14 shillings, 1 at 10 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2 at 4 shillings, 8 at 3 shillings sixpence, 1 at 2 shillings sixpence, and 2 at 1 shilling. Hampstead, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 3 shillings and 1 at 2 shillings. Islington, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 4 shillings, 2 at 3 shillings. St Pancras, 2 at 14 shillings, 6 at 12 shillings, 4 at 10 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 6 at 4 shillings, 3 at 3 shillings sixpence, 11 at 3 shillings, 3 at 2 shillings sixpence, and 1 at 2 shillings. Hackney and Homerton, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2 shillings. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury 8 at 12 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 3 shillings. Strand, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 4 shillings. Holborn, 2 at 18 shillings, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 8 shillings, 4 at 4 shillings, and 2 at 3 shillings. Clerkenwell, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 8 at 3 shillings and 1 at 2 shillings sixpence. St Luke's, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2 shillings. East London, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 shillings. West London, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 4 shillings and 6 at 3 shillings. London City, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 6 at 6 shillings and 6 at 4 shillings. East Districts: Shoreditch, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. Bethnal Green, 1 at 5s, and with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 2s. Whitechapel, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. St George's in the East and Limehouse, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 3s, 4 at 2s 6pence, and 7 at 2s. Stepney, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3s. Poplar, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. South Districts: Southwark, 0. Bermondsey, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. Walworth and Newington, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. Wandsworth, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 3s and 3 at 2s 6pence. Lambeth, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 3s and 6 at 2s 6pence. Camberwell, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s 6pence. Clapton Brixton and Tooting, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s 6pence. Rotherhithe, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. Greenwich, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s 6pence. Woolwich, 13 at 2s 6pence, 4 at 1s 6pence. Lewisham, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. Ramanure Company, 18s. Weekly wages of each under journeyman. West Districts: Kensington and Hammersmith, 10s. Westminster, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3s. Chelsea, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 2s. And everything found, or paid all in kind, 1. St George's, Hanover Square, 0. St Martin's and St Anne's, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. St James's, Westminster, 0. North Districts: Marylebone, 0. Paddington, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2 at 2s, 1 at 1s 6pence. Hampstead, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 1s 6pence, 1 at 1s. Islington, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s 6pence. St Pancras, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 3 at 2s, 2 at 1s 6pence, and 1 at 1s. Hackney and Homerton, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s 6pence. Central Districts: St Giles's and St George's, Bloomsbury, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Strand, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 2s, 1 at 1s. Holborn, 0. Clerkenwell, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. St Luke's, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. East London, 0. West London, 0. London City, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2s. East Districts: Shoreditch, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Bethnal Green, 0. Whitechapel, everything found, or paid all in kind, 3s. St George's in the East and Limehouse, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 1s 6pence, and 2 at 1s. Stepney, 0. Poplar, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s 6pence. South Districts: Southwark, 0. Bermondsey, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Walworth and Newington, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Wandsworth, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Lambeth, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1 at 1s. 6d and 4 at 1s. Camberwell, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Clapton, Brixton and Tooting, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Rotherhithe, 0. Greenwich, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Woolwich, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 2 at 1s. and 1 at 9d. Lewisham, with board and lodging as well as money, or part money and part kind, 1s. Ravanur Company, 0. Note: these returns have been collected by personal visits to each district. The name of each master throughout London, together with the number of foremen, journeymen, and under-journeymen employed, and the wages received by each, as well as the quantity of soot collected, have been likewise obtained. But the names of the masters are here omitted for want of space, and the results alone are given. End note. End of section 68. Section 69 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Sweeping of the chimneys of steam vessels. The sweeping of the flues in the boilers of steamboats in the Port of London, and also of land boilers in manufactories, is altogether a distinct process, as the machine cannot be used until such time as the parties who are engaged in this business travel a long way through the flues, and reach the lower part of the chimney or funnel, where it communicates with the boilers and receives the smoke in its passage to the upper air. The boilers in the large sea-going steamers are of curious construction. In some large steamers there are 4 separate boilers with 3 furnaces in each, the flues of each boiler uniting in one beneath the funnel. Immediately beyond the end of the furnace, which is marked by a little wall constructed of fire brick to prevent the coals and fire from running off the fire bars, there is a large open space, very high and wide, and which space, after a month's steaming, is generally filled up with soot, somewhat resembling a snowdrift collected in a hollow, were it not for its colour and the fact that it is sometimes in a state of ignition. It is at times so deep that a man sinks to his middle in it the moment he steps across the fire bridge. Above his head and immediately over the end of the furnace he may perceive an opening in what otherwise would appear to be a solid mass of iron. Up to this opening, which resembles a doorway, the sweeper must clamber the best way he can, and when he succeeds in this, he finds himself in a narrow passage completely dark, but with so strong a current of air rushing through it from the furnaces beneath towards the funnel overhead, that it is with difficulty the wick lamp which he carries in his hand can be kept burning. This passage, between the iron walls on either side, is lofty enough for a tall man to stand upright in, but does not seem at first of any great extent. As he goes on, however, to what appears the end, he finds out his mistake, by coming to a sharp turn which conducts him back again towards the open space in the centre of the boiler, but which is now hid from him by the hollow iron walls which on every side surround him, and within which the waters boil and seethe as the living flames issuing from the furnaces rush and roar through these winding passages. Another sharp turn leads back to the front of the boilers, and so on for 7 or 8 turns, backwards and forwards, like the windings in a maze, till at the last turn a light suddenly breaks upon him, and looking up he perceives the hollow tube of the funnel, black and ragged with the adhering soot. Here then the labour of the sweeper commences. He is armed with a brush and shovel, and laying down his lamp in a space from which he has previously shovelled away the soot, which in many parts of the passage is knee-deep, he brushes down the soot from the sides and roof of the passage, which being done he shovels it before him into the next winding. This process he repeats till he reaches by degrees the opening where he ascended. Whenever the accumulation of soot is so great that it is likely to block up the passage in the progress of his work, he wades through and shovels as much as he thinks necessary out of the opening into the large space behind the furnaces, then resumes his work, brushing and shovelling by turns, till the flues are cleared. When this is accomplished, he descends, and the fire bars being previously removed, he shovels the soot, now all collected together, over the fire bridge and into the ash pit of the furnace. Other persons stand ready in the stoke hole, armed with long iron rakes, with which they drag out the soot from the ash pits, and others shovel it into sacks, which they make fast to tackle, secured to the upper deck, by which they bowse it up out of the engine room, and either discharge it overhead or put it into boats, preparatory to being taken ashore. In this manner an immense quantity of soot is removed from the boilers of a large foreign-going steamer when she gets into port, after a month or 6 weeks steaming, having burned in that time perhaps 700 or 800 tons of coal. This work is always performed by the stokers and coal trimmers in the foreign ports, who seldom, if ever, get anything extra for it, although it is no uncommon thing for some of them to be ill for a week after it. In the Port of London, however, the sweeper comes into requisition, who, besides going through the process already described, brings his machine with him, and is thus enabled to cleanse the funnel and to increase the quantity of soot. Some of the master sweepers who have the cleansing of the steamboats in the river and the sweeping of boiler flues are obliged to employ a good many men, and make a great deal of money by their business. The use of anthracite coals, however, and some modern improvements by which air at a certain temperature is admitted to certain parts of the furnace, have in many instances greatly lessened, if they have not altogether prevented, the accumulation of soot by the prevention of smoke, and it seems quite possible, from the statements made by many eminent scientific and practical men who were examined before a select committee of the House of Commons, presided over by Mr. Mackinnon, in 1843, that by having properly constructed stoves and a sufficient quantity of pure air properly admitted, not only less fuel might be burned and produce a greater amount of heat, but soot would cease to accumulate, so that the necessity for sweepers would be no longer felt, and there would be no fear of fires from the ignition of soot in the flues of chimneys. Blacks and smoke, moreover, would take their departure together, and with them the celebrated London fog might also in a great measure disappear. The funnels of steamers are generally swept at from 8d. to 1s. 6d. per funnel. The Chelsea steamers are swept by Mr. Albrook of Chelsea, the Continental by Mr. Hawsey of Rosemary Lane, and the Irish and Scotch steamers by Mr. Tuff, who resides in the East London district. Of the Ramoneur Company. The Patent Ramoneur Company demands perhaps a special notice. It was formed between 4 and 5 years ago, and has now 4 stations, one in Little Harcourt Street, Bryanston Square, another in New Road, Sloane Street, a third in Charles Place, Euston Square, and the 4th in William Street, Portland Town. This company has been formed, the prospectus stated, for the purpose of cleansing chimneys with the patent Ramoneur machine, and introducing various other improvements in the business of chimney sweeping. Chimneys are daily swept with this machine where others have failed. The company charge the usual prices, and all the men employed have been brought up as sweepers. The patent machine is thus described. The patent Ramoneur machine consists of 4 brushes forming a square head, which by means of elastic springs contracts or expands according to the space it moves in. The rods attached to this head or brush are supplied at intervals with a universal spring joint capable of turning even a right angle, and the whole is surmounted with a double revolving ball, having also a universal spring joint, which leads the brush with certainty into every corner, cleansing its root most perfectly. The recommendation held out to the public is that the patented chimney machine sweeps cleaner than that in general use, and for the reasons assigned, and that, being constructed with more and better springs, it is capable of turning even a right angle, which the common machine often leaves unswept. This was and is commonly said of the difference between the cleansing of the chimney by a climbing boy and that effected by the present mechanical appliances in general use. The boy was better round a corner. The patent machines now worked in London are 15 in number, and 15 men are thus employed. Each man receives as a weekly wage, always in money, 14 shillings, besides a suit of clothes yearly. The suit consists of a jacket, waistcoat and trousers of dark coloured corduroy, also a frock or blouse to wear when at work, and a cap, the whole being worth from 35 shillings to 40 shillings. This payment is about equivalent to that received weekly by the journeyman in the regular or honourable trade, for although higher in nominal amount as a weekly remuneration, the ramoneur operatives are not allowed any perquisites whatever. The resident or manager at each station is also a working chimney sweeper for the company, and at the same rate as the others, his advantage being that he lives rent-free. At one station which I visited, the resident had 2 comfortable-looking upstairs rooms, the stations being all in small streets, where he and his wife lived, while the cellar, which was indeed but the ground floor, although somewhat lower than the doorstep, was devoted to business purposes, the soot being stored there. It was boarded off into separate compartments, one being at the time quite full of soot. All seemed as clean and orderly as possible. The rent of those 2 rooms, unfurnished, would not be less than 4 shillings or 5 shillings a week, so that the resident's payment may be put at about £50 a year. The patent machine operatives sweep on an average the same number of chimneys each as a master chimney sweeper's men in a good way of business in the ordinary trade. Of the brisk and slack seasons and the casual trade among the chimney sweepers. As among the rubbish carters in the unskilled and the tailors and shoemakers of the skilled trades, the sweeper's trade also has its slackness and its briskness, and from the same cause, the difference in the seasons. The seasons affecting the sweeper's trade are, however, the natural seasons of the year, the recurring summer and winter, while the seasons influencing the employment of West End tailors are the arbitrary seasons of fashion. The chimney sweeper's brisk season is in the winter, and especially at what may be in the respective households the periods of the resumption and discontinuance of sitting-room fires. The sweeper's seasons of briskness and slackness, indeed, may be said then to be ruled by the thermometer, for the temperature causes the increase or diminution of the number of fires, and consequently of the production of soot. The thermometrical period for fires appears to be from October to the following April, both inclusive, 7 months, for during that season the temperature is below 50 degrees. I have seen it stated, and I believe it is merely a statement of a fact, that at one time, and even now in some houses, it was customary enough for what were called great families to have a fixed day, generally Michaelmas Day, September the 29th, on which to commence fires in the sitting-rooms, and another stated day, often May Day, May the 1st, on which to discontinue them, no matter what might be the mean temperature, whether too warm for the enjoyment of a fire, or too cold comfortably to dispense with it. Some wealthy persons now, I am told, such as call themselves economists, while their servants and dependents apply the epithet mean, defer fires until the temperature descends to 42 degrees, or from November to March, both inclusive, a season of only 5 months. As this question of the range of the thermometer evidently influences the seasons, and therefore the casual labour of the sweepers, I will give the following interesting account of the changing temperature of the metropolis, month by month, the information being derived from the observations of 25 years, 1805 to 1830, by Mr. Luke Howard. The average temperature appears to be: January 35.1 degrees, February 38.9 degrees, March 42 degrees, April 47.5 degrees, May 54.9 degrees, June 59.6 degrees, July 63.1 degrees, August 57.1 degrees, September 50.1 degrees, October 42.4 degrees, November 41.9 degrees, December 38.3 degrees. London, I may further state, is 2.5 degrees warmer than the country, especially in winter, owing to the shelter of buildings and the multiplicity of the fires in the houses and factories. In the summer, the metropolis is about 1¼ degrees hotter than the country, owing to want of free air in London and, to a cause little thought about, the reverberations from narrow streets. In spring and autumn, however, the temperature of both town and country is nearly equal. In London, moreover, the nights are 11.3 degrees colder than the days. In the country, they are 15.4 degrees colder. The extreme ranges of the temperature in the day in the capital are from 20 degrees to 90 degrees. The thermometer has fallen below zero in the night time, but not frequently. In London, the hottest months are 28 degrees warmer than the coldest, the temperature of July, which is the hottest month, being 63.1, and that of January, the coldest month, 35.1 degrees. The month in which there are the greatest number of extremes of heat and cold is January. In February and December there are, generally speaking, only 2 such extreme variations, and 5 in July. Through the other months, however, the extremes are more diffused, and there are only 2 spring and 2 autumn months, April and June, September and November, which are not exposed to great differences of temperature. The mean temperature assumes a rate of increase in the different months, which may be represented by a curve nearly equal and parallel with one representing the progress of the sun in declination. Hoar frosts occur when the thermometer is about 39 degrees, and the dense yellow fogs, so peculiar to London, are the most frequent in the months of November, December, and January, whilst the temperature ranges below 40 degrees. The busy season in the chimney sweeper's trade commences at the beginning of November and continues up to the month of May. During the remainder of the year the trade is slack. When the slack season has set in, nearly 100 men are thrown out of employment. These, as well as many of the single-handed masters, resort to other kinds of employment. Some turn costermongers, others tinkers, knife grinders, and so on, and others migrate to the country and get a job at haymaking or any other kind of unskilled labour. Even during the brisk season there are upwards of 50 men out of employment. Some of these occasionally contrive to get a machine of their own and go about nulling, getting a job where they can. Many of the master sweepers employ in the summer months only 2 journeymen, whereas they require 3 in the winter months. But this, I am informed, is not the general average, and that it will be more correct to compute it for the whole trade in the proportion of 2½ to 2. We may then calculate that 1/4 of the entire trade is displaced during the slack season. This then may be taken as the extent of casual labour, with all the sufferings it entails upon improvident and even upon careful working men. A youth casually employed as a sweeper gave the following account. "I jobs for the sweep sometimes, sir, as I'd job for anybody else, and if you have any herrands to go, and will send me, I'll be uncommon thankful. I have no father, and don't remember one, and mother might do well but for the ruin (gin). I calls it ruin out of spite. No, I don't care for it myself. I like beer 10 to a farthing to it. She's a ironer, sir, a stunning good one, but I don't like to talk about her, for she might yarn a hatful of browns, 3 6 a day, and when she has pulled up for a month or more, it's stunning is the difference. I'd rather not be asked more about that. Her great fault against me is as I won't settle. I was one time put to a woman's shoemaker as worked for a warehouse. He was a relation, and I was to go prenticed if it suited, but I couldn't stand his confining ways, and I'm certain sure that he only wanted me for some tin mother said she'd spring if all was square. He was bad off, and we lived bad, but he always pretended he was going to be stunning busy. So I hooked it. I'd other places. A potboy's was one, but no go. None suited. Well, I can keep myself now by jobbing, leastways I can partly, for I have a crib in the corner of mother's room, and my rent's nothing. And when she's all right, I'm all right, and she gets better as I grows bigger, I think. Well, I don't know what I'd like to be. Something like a lamplighter, I think. Well, I look out for sweep jobs, among others, and get them sometimes. I don't know how often. Sometimes 3 mornings a week for 1 week, then none for a month. Can anyone live by jobbing that way for the sweeps? No, sir, nor get a quarter of a living, but it's a help. I know some very tidy sweeps now. I'm sure I don't know what they are in the way of trade. Oh yes, now you ask that, I think they're masters.
I've had 6pence and half a pint of beer for a morning's work, jobbing like. I carry soot for them, and I'm lent a sort of jacket or a wrap about me to keep it off my clothes, though a Jew wouldn't sometimes look at them, and there's worser people nor sweeps. Sometimes I'll get only 2pence or 3pence a day for helping that way, a-carrying soot. I don't know nothing about weights or bushels, but I know I've found it, heavy. The way, you see, sir, is this here. I meets a sweep as knows me by sight, and he says, "Come along, Tom's not at work and I want you. I have to go it harder, so you carry the soot to our place to save my time and join me again at number 39. That's just the ticket of it. Well, no, I wouldn't mind being a sweep for myself with my own machine, but I'd rather be a lamplighter. How many help sweeps as I do? I can't at all say. No, I don't know whether it's 10 or 20 or 100 or 1,000. I'm no scholard, sir, that's one thing. But it's very seldom such as me's wanted by them. I can't tell what I get for jobbing for sweeps in a year. I can't guess at it, but it's not so much, I think, as from other kinds of jobbing. Yes, sir, I haven't no doubt that the t'others as jobs for sweeps is in the same way as me. I think I may do as much as any of 'em that way, quite as much. Of the leeks among the chimney sweepers. The leeks are men who have not been brought up to the trade of chimney sweeping, but have adopted it as a speculation, and are so called from their entering green, or inexperienced, into the business. There are, I find, as many as 200 leeks altogether among the master chimney sweepers of the metropolis. Of the high masters, the greater portion are leeks, no less than 92 out of 106. I was informed that one of this class was formerly a solicitor, others had been ladies' shoemakers, and others master builders and bricklayers. Among the lower class sweepers who have taken to this trade, there are dustmen, scavengers, bricklayers' labourers, soldiers, costermongers, tinkers, and various other unskilled labourers. The leeks are regarded with considerable dislike by the class of masters who have been regularly brought up to the business, and served their apprenticeships as climbing boys. These look upon the leeks as men who intrude upon or interfere with their natural and, as they account it, legal rights, declaring that only such as have been brought up to the business should be allowed to establish themselves in it as masters. The chimney sweepers, as far as I can learn, have never possessed any guild or any especial trade regulations, and this opinion of their rights being invaded by the leeks arises most probably from their knowledge that during the climbing boys' system every lad so employed, unless the son of his employer, was obliged to be apprenticed. This jealousy towards the leeks does not at all affect the operative sweepers, as some of these leeks are good masters, and among them perhaps is to be found the majority of the capitalists of the chimney-sweeping trade, paying the best wages, and finding their journeymen proper food and lodging. Into whatever district I travelled, I heard the operative chimney-sweepers speak highly in favour of some of the leeks. Many of the small masters, however, said it were a shame for persons who had never known the horrors of climbing to come into the trade and take the bread out of the mouths of those who had undergone the drudgery of the climbing system, and there appears to be some little justice in their remarks. Since the introduction of machines into the chimney-sweeping trade, the masters have increased considerably. In 1816 there were 200 masters, and now there are 350. Before the machines were introduced, the high master sweepers, or great gentlemen, as they were called, numbered only about 20. Their present number is 106. The lower class and master men sweepers, on the other hand, were, under the climbing system, from 150 to 180 in number, but at present there are as many as 240 odd. The majority of these fresh hands are leeks, not having been bred to the business. Of the inferior chimney sweepers, the knullers and queriers. The majority of occupations in all civilized communities are divisible into two distinct classes, the employers and the employed. The employers are necessarily capitalists to a greater or less extent, providing generally the materials and implements necessary for the work, as well as the subsistence of the workmen in the form of wages, and appropriating the proceeds of the labour, while the employed are those who, for the sake of the present subsistence supplied to them, undertake to do the requisite work for the employer. In some few trades, these two functions are found to be united in the same individuals. The class known as peasant proprietors among the cultivators of the soil are at once the labourers and the owners of the land and stock. The cottiers, on the other hand, though renting the land of the proprietor, are, so to speak, peasant farmers, tilling the land for themselves, rather than doing so at wages for some capitalist tenant. In handicrafts and manufactures, the same combination of functions is found to prevail. In the clothing districts, the domestic workers are generally their own masters, and so again in many other branches of production. These trading operatives are known by different names in different trades. In the shoe trade, for instance, they are called chamber masters. In the cabinet trade they are termed garret masters, and in the cooper's trade the name for them is small trading masters. Some style them mastermen, and others single-handed masters. In all occupations, however, the mastermen are found to be especially injurious to the interests of the entire body of both capitalists and operatives, for owing to the limited extent of their resources, they are obliged to find a market for their work, no matter at what the sacrifice, and hence by their excessive competitions they serve to lower the prices of the trade to the most unprecedented extent. I have as yet met with no occupation in which the existence of a class of mastermen has worked well for the interest of the trade, and I have found many which they have reduced to a state of abject wretchedness. It is a peculiar circumstance in connection with the mastermen that they abound only in those callings which require a small amount of capital, and which consequently render it easy for the operative immediately on the least disagreement between him and his employer to pass from the condition of an operative into that of a trading workman. When among the fancy cabinet makers I had a statement from a gentleman in Aldergate Street, who supplied the material to these men, that a fancy cabinet maker, the manufacturer of writing desks, tea caddies, ladies' workboxes, and so on, could begin, and did begin, business on less than 3s. 6d. A youth had just then bought materials of him for 2s. 6d. to begin on a small desk, stepping at once out of the trammels of apprenticeship into the character of a masterman. Now this facility to commence business on a man's own account is far greater in the chimney sweeper's trade than even in the desk maker's, for the one needs no previous training while the other does. Thus, when other trades, skilled or unskilled, are depressed, when casual labour is with a mass of workpeople more general than constant labour, they usually inquire if they cannot do better at something else, and often resort to such trades as the chimney sweeper's. It is open to all, skilled and unskilled alike. Distress, a desire of change, a vagabond spirit, a hope to better themselves, all tend to swell the ranks of the single-handed master chimney sweepers, even though these men, from the casualties of the trade in the way of seasons and so on, are often exposed to great privations. There are in all 147 single-handed masters, who are thus distributed throughout the metropolis. Southwark 17, Chelsea 11, Marylebone, Shoreditch and Whitechapel each 9, Hackney, Stepney and Lambeth each 8, St George's in the East 7, Rotherhithe 6, St Giles's and East London each 5, Bethnal Green, Bermondsey, Camberwell and Clapham each 4, St Pancras, Islington, Walworth and Greenwich each 3, St James's, Westminster, Holborn, Clerkenwell, St Luke's, Poplar, Westminster, West London, City, Wandsworth and Woolwich each 1, in all 147. Thus we perceive that the single-handed masters abound in the suburbs and poorer districts, and it is generally in those parts where the lower rate of wages is paid that these men are found to prevail. Their existence appears to be at once the cause and the consequence of the depreciation of the labour. Of the single-handed masters there is a sub-class known by the name of knullers or queriers. The knullers were formerly, it is probable, known as knellers. The Saxon word knullen is to knell, to null properly, or sound a bell, and the name knuller accordingly implies the sound of a bell, which has been done, there can be no doubt, by the London chimney sweepers as well as the dustmen to announce their presence, and as still done in some country parts. One informant has known this to be the practice at the town of Hungerford in Berkshire. The bell was in size between that of a muffin-man and the dustman. The knuller is also styled a querier, a name derived from his making inquiries at the doors of the houses as to whether his services are required, or are likely to be soon required, calling even where they know that a regular resident chimney sweeper is employed. The men go along calling "Sweep," more especially in the suburbs, and if asked, "Are you Mr. So-and-so's man?" answer in the affirmative, and may then be called in to sweep the chimneys, or instructed to come in the morning. Thus they receive the full charge of an established master, who for the sake of his character and the continuance of his custom must do his work properly, while if such work be done by the knuller, it will be hurriedly and therefore badly done, as all work is in a general way when done under false pretences. Some of the sharpest of these men, I am told, have been reared up as sweepers, but it appears, although it is a matter difficult to ascertain with precision, the majority have been brought up to some generally unskilled calling, as scavagers, costermongers, tinkers, bricklayers' labourers, soldiers, and so on. The knullers or queriers are almost all to be found among the lower class chimney sweepers. There are, from the best information to be obtained, from 150 to 200 of them. Not only do they scheme for employment in the way I have described, but some of them call at the houses of both rich and poor, boldly stating that they had been sent by Mr. to sweep the flues. I was informed by several of the master sweepers that many of the fires which happen in the metropolis are owing to persons employing these knullers. "For," say the high masters, "they scamp the work, and leave a quantity of soot lodged in the chimney, which, in the event of a large fire being kept in the range or grate, ignites." This opinion as to the fires in the chimneys being caused by the scamped work of the knullers must be taken with some allowance. Tradesmen whose established business is thus, as they account it, usurped, are usually angry with the usurpers. There is another evil, so say the regular masters, resulting from the employment of the knullers, the losses accruing to persons employing them, as "they take anything they can lay their hands upon." This also is a charge easy to make, but not easy to refute, or easy to sift. One master chimney sweeper told me that when chimneys are swept in rich men's houses, there is almost always some servant in attendance to watch the sweepers. If the rich, I am told, be watchful under these circumstances, the poor are more vigilant. The distribution of the knullers or queriers is as follows: Southwark 17, Chelsea and St Giles's 11 each, Shoreditch and Whitechapel 10 each, Lambeth 9, Marylebone, Stepney and Walworth 8 each, St George's in the East and Woolwich 7 each, Islington and Hackney 6 each, Paddington, St Pancras, East London, Rotherhithe and Greenwich 5 each, Bethnal Green, Bermondsey and Clapham 4 each, Westminster, St Martin's, Holborn, St Luke's, West London, Poplar and Camberwell 3 each, St James's, Westminster, Clerkenwell, City of London and Wandsworth 2 each, Kensington 1, in all 183. Like the single-handed men, the knullers abound in the suburbs. I endeavoured to find a knuller who had been a skilled labourer, and was referred to one who, I was told, had been a working plumber, and a good hand at spouts. I found him a doggedly ignorant man. He saw no good, he said, in books or newspapers, and wouldn't say nothing to me, as I told him it would be printed. He wasn't a-going to make a holy show, so I understood him, of hisself. Another knuller, to whom I was referred by a master who occasionally employed him as a journeyman, gave me the following account. He was "doing just middling" when I saw him, he said, but his look was that of a man who had known privations, and the soot actually seemed to bring out his wrinkles more fully, although he told me he was only between 40 and 50 years old. He believed he was not 46. "I was hard brought up, sir," he said. "Aye, them as'll read your book, them readers as is well to do, cannot fancy how hard. Mother was a widow, father was nobody knew where, and poor woman, she was sometimes distracted that a daughter she had before her marriage went all wrong. She was a washerwoman, and slaved herself to death. She died in the house (workhouse) in Birmingham. I can read and write a little. I was sent to a charity school, and when I was big enough I was put prentice to a gunsmith at Birmingham. I'm master of the business generally, but my particular part is a gun lock filer. No, sir, I can't say as ever I liked it. Nothing but file all day. I used to wish I was like the free bits o' boys that used to beg steel filings off me for their 5th of November fireworks. I never could bear confinement. It's made me look older than I ought, I know, but what can a poor man do? No, I never cared much about drinking. I worked in an iron foundry when I was out of my time. I had a relation that was foreman there. Perhaps it might be that among all the dust and heat and smoke and stuff, that made me a sweep at last, for I was then almost or quite as black as a sweep. Then I came up to London. Aye, that must be more nor 20 years back. Oh, I came up to better myself, but I couldn't get work either at the gunmakers, and I fancy the London masters don't like Birmingham hands, nor at the iron foundries, and the iron foundries is nothing in London to what they is in Staffordshire and Warwickshire, nothing at all, they may say what they like. Well, sir, I soon got very bad off. My togs was hardly to call togs. One night, and it was a coldish night too, I slept in the park, and was all stiff and shivery next morning. As I was wandering about near the park, I walked up a street near the Abbey, King Street I think it is, and there was a picture outside a public house, and a writing of men wanted for the East India Company's service. I went there again in the evening, and there was soldiers smoking and drinking up and down, and I listed at once. I was to have my full bounty when I got to the depot, Southampton I think they called it. Somehow I began to rue what I'd done. Well, I hardly can tell you why. Oh no, I don't say I was badly used, not at all, but I had heard of snakes and things in the parts I was going to, and I gently hooked it. I was a navvy on different rails after that, but I never was strong enough for that there work, and at last I couldn't get any more work to do. I came back to London. Well, sir, I can't say as you ask why I came to London instead of Birmingham. I seemed to go natural like. I could get nothing to do, and Lord, what I suffered. I once fell down in the cut from hunger, and I was lifted into Watchorn's, and he said to his men, "Give the poor fellow a little drop of brandy, and after that a biscuit, the best things he can have." He saved my life, sir. The people at the bar, they seed it was no humbug, gathered 7pence halfpenny for me, a penny apiece from some of Maudsley's men, and a halfpenny from a gent that hadn't no other change, and a poor woman as I was going away slipped a couple of trotters into my hand. I slept at a lodging-house then in Baldwin's Gardens, when I had money, and one day in Gray's Inn Lane I picked up an old gent that fell in the middle of the street and might have been run over. After he'd felt in all his pockets and found he was all right, he gave me 5 shillings. I knew a sweep, for I sometimes slept in the same house in King Street, Drury Lane, and he was sick and was going to the big house, and he told me all about his machines that's 6 or 7 years back, and said if I'd pay 2 shillings 6pence down and 2 shillings 6pence a week, if I couldn't pay more, I might have his machine for 20 shillings. I took it at 17 shillings 6pence and paid him every farthing. That just kept him out of the house, but he died soon after. Yes, I've been a sweep ever since. I've had to shift as well as I could. I don't know that I'm what you call a nuller or a querier. Well, if I'm asked if I'm anybody's man, I don't like to say no, and I don't like to say yes, so I says nothing if I can help it. Yes, I call at houses to ask if anything's wanted. I've got a job that way sometimes. If they took me for anybody's man, I can't help that. I lodge with another sweep which is better off nor I am, and pay him 2 shillings 9pence a week for a little stairhead place with a bed in it. I think I clear 7 shillings a week, one week with another, but that's the outside. I never go to church or chapel. I've never got into the way of it. Besides, I wouldn't be let in, I suppose, in my togs. I've only myself. I can't say I much like what I'm doing, but what can a poor man do?
End of section 69. Section 70 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie.
Of the Fires of London. Connected with the subject of chimney sweeping is one which attracts far less of the attention of the legislature and the public than its importance would seem to demand. I mean the fires in the metropolis, with their long train of calamities, such as the loss of life and of property. These calamities, too, especially as regards the loss of property, are almost all endured by the poor, the destruction of whose furniture is often the destruction of their whole property, as insurances are rarely effected by them, while the wealthier classes, in the case of fires, are not exposed to the evils of homelessness, and may be actually gainers by the conflagration through the sum for which the property was insured. The daily occurrence of fires in the metropolis, say the Board of Health, their extent, the number of persons who perish by them, the enormous loss of property they occasion, the prevalence of incendiarism, the apparent apathy with which such calamities are regarded, and the rapidity with which they are forgotten, will hereafter be referred to as evidence of a very low social condition and defective administrative organisation. These fires, it was shown nearly a century ago, when the subject of insurance was debated in Parliament, were frequently caused from not having chimneys swept in proper time. I am informed that a chimney may be on fire for many days, unknown to the inmates of the house, and finally break out in the body of the building by its getting into contact with some beam or woodwork. The recent burning of Limehouse Church was occasioned by the soot collected in the flue taking fire and becoming red hot, when it ignited the woodwork in the roof. The flue or pipe was of iron. From a return made by Mr. Braidwood of the houses and properties destroyed in the metropolis in the 3 years ending 1849 inclusive, it appears that the total number was 1,111. Of contents destroyed, which, being generally insured separately, should be kept distinct, there were 1,013. The subjoined table gives the particulars as to the proportion insured and uninsured. Houses insured 914, uninsured 197, total 1,111. Contents insured 609, uninsured 404, total 1,013. Total insured 1,523, total uninsured 601, total of both 2,124. The proportion per cent of the uninsured to the insured would be: houses 1,111, insured 82.3%, uninsured 17.7%. Contents 1,013, insured 60.1%, uninsured 39.9%. Total 2,124, insured 71.7%, uninsured 28.3%. The following table gives the total number of fires in the metropolis during a series of years. Abstract of causes of fire in the metropolis from 1833 to 1849, inclusive. Compiled by W. Baddeley. Accidents of various kinds, for the most part unavoidable. 1833, 83, 1834, 40, 1835, 14, 1836, 13, 1837, 17, 1838, 36, 1839, 25, 1840, 26. Apparel ignited on the person. 1836, 7, 1837, 7, 1838, 5, 1839, 3, 1840, 12, 1841, 5, 1842, 9, 1843, 5, 1844, 4, 1845, 3, 1846, 3, 1847, 3, 1848, 1, 1849, 2. Total 69. Average 4. Various accidents with candles. 1833, 56. 1834, 146. 1835, 110. 1836, 157. 1837, 125. 1838, 132.
1839 128, 1840 169, 1841 184, 1842 189, 1843 166, 1844 205, 1845 165, 1846 229, 1847 237, 1848 237, 1849 241, total 2,876, average 169. Palpable instances of carelessness: 1833 28, 1834 0, 1835 19, 1836 18, 1837 7, 1838 17, 1839 14, 1840 24, 1841 25, 1842 19, 1843 27, 1844 15, 1845 14, 1846 15, 1847 20, 1848 23, 1849 24, total 309, average 18. Children playing with fire or candles: 1833 and 1834 0, 1835 5, 1836 6, 1837 18, 1838 5, 1839 12, 1840 21, 1841 18, 1842 16, 1843 20, 1844 23, 1845 19, 1846 25, 1847 16, 1848 19, 1849 15, total 238, average 14. Drunkenness: 1833 0, 1834 2, 1835 3, 1836 0, 1837 2, 1838 4, 1839 6, 1840 5, 1841 5, 1842 11, 1843 6, 1844 9, 1845 7, 1846 9, 1847 5, 1848 3, 1849 7, total 84, average 5. Application of fire heat to various hazardous manufacturing processes: 1833 31, 1834 24, 1835 39, 1836 34, 1837 22, 1838 40, 1839 26, 1840 29, 1841 16, 1842 36, 1843 14, 1844 21, 1845 22, 1846 25, 1847 16, 1848 22, 1849 23, total 440, average 26. Fire sparks: 1833 to 1835 0, 1836 7, 1837 10, 1838 12, 1839 9, 1840 17, 1841 13, 1842 23, 1843 17, 1844 27, 1845 24, 1846 32, 1847 65, 1848 63, 1849 40, total 359, average 21. Fireworks: 1833 and 1834 0, 1835 3, 1836 0, 1837 5, 1838 3, 1839 5, 1840 1, 1841 4, 1842 7, 1843 5, 1844 3, 1845 10, 1846 9, 1847 6, 1848 1, 1849 8, total 70, average 4. Fires kindled on hearths and other improper places: 1833 7, 1834 0, 1835 9, 1836 5, 1837 5, 1838 15, 1839 8, 1840 7, 1841 8, 1842 9, 1843 9, 1844 8, 1845 12, 1846 7, 1847 3, 1848 4, 1849 4. Total 120. Average 7. Flues, foul, defective, and so on. 1833 71, 1834 65, 1835 69, 1836 72, 1837 53, 1838 58, 1839 58, 1840 89, 1841 83, 1842 90, 1843 105, 1844 84, 1845 78, 1846 86, 1847 78, 1848 56, 1849 78. Total 1,273. Average 75. Incautious fumigation. 1833 0, 1834 3, 1835 7, 1836 5, 1837 2, 1838 1, 1839 5, 1840 3, 1841 2, 1842 2, 1843 1, 1844 1, 1845 3, 1846 4, 1847 4, 1848 4, 1849 2. Total 49. Average 3. Furnaces, kilns, and so on, defective or overheated. 1833 0, 1834 11, 1835 2, 1836 9, 1837 12, 1838 15, 1839 20, 1840 15, 1841 12, 1842 23, 1843 19, 1844 17, 1845 29, 1846 28, 1847 14, 1848 16, 1849 21. Total 263. Average 16. Gas. 1833 20, 1834 25, 1835 39, 1836 38, 1837 31, 1838 42, 1839 72, 1840 48, 1841 48, 1842 52, 1843 40, 1844 33, 1845 54, 1846 53, 1847 63, 1848 65, 1849 57. Total 780. Average 46. Gunpowder. 1833 3, 1834 3, 1835 0, 1836 1, 1837 3, 1838 1, 1839 2, 1840 0, 1841 0, 1842 3, 1843 1, 1844 0, 1845 1, 1846 0, 1847 2, 1848 0, 1849 2. Total 22. Average 1 1/5. Hearths, defective, and so on. 1833 to 1841 0, 1842 3, 1843 5, 1844 2, 1845 0, 1846 4, 1847 3, 1848 4, 1849 3. Total 24. Average 1 1/2. Hot cinders put away. 1833 to 1841 0, 1842 3, 1843 3, 1844 7, 1845 10, 1846 8, 1847 9, 1848 5, 1849 11.
total 56, average 3. Lamps. 1833 to 1835, 0. 1836, 2. 1837, 3. 1838, 9. 1839, 4. 1840, 3. 1841, 5. 1842, 2. 1843, 2. 1844, 6. 1845, 11. 1846, 7. 1847, 2. 1848, 3. 1849, 17. Total 76, average 5. Slaking of lime. 1833, 0. 1834, 3. 1835, 4. 1836, 3. 1837, 0. 1839, 4. 1840, 2. 1841, 5. 1842, 4. 1843, 2. 1844, 3. 1845, 9. 1846, 7. 1847, 5. 1848, 5. 1849, 3. Total 61, average 4. Drying, airing, and so on of linen. 1833 and 1834, 0. 1835, 22. 1836, 31. 1837, 48. 1838, 32. 1839, 26. 1840, 25. 1841, 27. 1842, 41. 1843, 33. 1844, 45. 1845, 30. 1846, 39. 1847, 34. 1848, 36. 1849, 40. Total 509, average 30. Lucifer matches. 1833 to 1836, 0. 1837, 8. 1838, 9. 1839, 17. 1840, 18. 1841, 16. 1842, 17. 1843, 14. 1844, 19. 1845, 12. 1846, 14. 1847, 9. 1848, 23. 1849, 12. Total 188, average 11. Ovens. 1833, 6. 1834, 0. 1835, 0. 1836, 6. 1837, 3. 1838, 11. 1839, 4. 1840, 13. 1841, 13. 1842, 13. 1843, 10. 1844, 10. 1845, 8. 1846, 8. 1847, 8. 1848, 2. 1849, 2. Total 117, average 7. Reading, working, or smoking in bed. 1833, 0. 1834, 3. 1835 to 1837, 0. 1838, 1. 1839, 2. 1840, 0. 1841, 5. 1842, 2. 1843, 3. 1844, 0. 1845, 0. 1846, 3. 1847, 1. 1848, 1. 1849, 1. Total 22, average 1 1/3. Shavings, loose, ignited. 1833, 0. 1834, 6. 1835, 9. 1836, 13. 1837, 8. 1838, 17. 1839, 8. 1840, 27. 1841, 35. 1842, 22. 1843, 31. 1844, 18. 1845, 25. 1846, 35. 1847, 37. 1848, 27. 1849, 21. Total 339, average 20. Spontaneous combustion. 1833, 7. 1834, 2. 1835, 5. 1836, 4. 1837, 4. 1838, 5. 1839, 13. 1840, 11. 1841, 22. 1842, 20. 1843, 23. 1844, 34, 1845, 19, 1846, 18, 1847, 15, 1848, 7, 1849, 19. Total 228, average 13. Stoves, defective, overheated, and so on. 1833, 18, 1834, 20, 1835, 11, 1836, 28, 1837, 36, 1838, 31, 1839, 24, 1840, 48, 1841, 54, 1842, 32, 1843, 58, 1844, 44, 1845, 51, 1846, 43, 1847, 37, 1848, 48, 1849, 43. Total 626, average 37. Tobacco smoking. 1833, 0, 1834, 6, 1835, 4, 1836, 1, 1837, 3, 1838, 4, 1839, 11, 1840, 9, 1841, 22, 1842, 17, 1843, 14, 1844, 21, 1845, 19, 1846, 29, 1847, 18, 1848, 37, 1849, 24. Total 239, average 14. Suspicious. 1833 to 1836, 0, 1837, 7, 1838, 8, 1839, 6, 1840, 11, 1841, 7, 1842, 9, 1843, 16, 1844, 7, 1845, 9, 1846, 7, 1847, 17, 1848, 11, 1849, 10. Total 125, average 7. Willful. 1833, 3, 1834, 9, 1835, 6, 1836, 8, 1837, 5, 1838, 6, 1839, 7, 1840, 9, 1841, 13, 1842, 19, 1843, 21, 1844, 11, 1845, 14, 1846, 19, 1847, 17, 1848, 25, 1849, 19. Total 211, average 12. Unknown. 1833, 125, 1834, 114, 1835, 91, 1836, 96, 1837, 57, 1838, 45, 1839, 67, 1840, 39, 1841, 23, 1842, 32, 1843, 60, 1844, 74, 1845, 32, 1846, 39, 1847, 72, 1848, 38, 1849, 76. Total 1080, average 63. Here then we perceive that there are upon an average of 17 years no less than 770 fires per annum, that is to say, 29 houses in every 10,000 are discovered to be on fire every year, and about 1/4 of these are uninsured. In the year 1833 the total number of fires was only 458, or 20 in every 10,000 inhabited houses, whilst in 1849 the number had gradually progressed to 838, or 28 in every 10,000 houses. We have here, however, to deal more particularly with the causes of these fires, of which the following table gives the result of many years' valuable experience. Tabular epitome of metropolitan fires from 1833 to 1849 by W. Baddeley, 29 Alfred Street, Islington. Slightly damaged. 1833, 292, 1834, 338, 1835, 315, 1836, 397, 1837, 357,
1838 383, 1839 402, 1840 451, 1841 438, 1842 521, 1843 489, 1844 502, 1845 431, 1846 576, 1847 536, 1848 509, 1849 582. Total 6,574. Average 470. Seriously damaged 1833 135, 1834 116, 1835 125, 1836 134, 1837 122, 1838 152, 1839 165, 1840 204, 1841 234, 1842 224, 1843 231, 1844 237, 1845 244, 1846 238, 1847 273, 1848 269, 1849 228. Total 2,955. Average 211. Totally destroyed 1833 31, 1834 28, 1835 31, 1836 33, 1837 22, 1838 33, 1839 17, 1840 26, 1841 24, 1842 24, 1843 29, 1844 23, 1845 32, 1846 20, 1847 27, 1848 27, 1849 28. Total 365. Average 26. Total number of fires 1833 458, 1834 482, 1835 471, 1836 564, 1837 501, 1838 568, 1839 582, 1840 681, 1841 696, 1842 769, 1843 749, 1844 762, 1845 707, 1846 834, 1847 836, 1848 805, 1849 838. Total 9,894. Average 770. False alarms 1833 59, 1834 63, 1835 66, 1836 66, 1837 89, 1838 80, 1839 70, 1840 84, 1841 67, 1842 61, 1843 79, 1844 70, 1845 81, 1846 119, 1847 88, 1848 120, 1849 76. Total 1,150. Average 82. Alarms from chimneys on fire 1833 75, 1834 106, 1835 106, 1836 126, 1837 127, 1838 107, 1839 101, 1840 98, 1841 92, 1842 82, 1843 83, 1844 94, 1845 87, 1846 69, 1847 66, 1848 86, 1849 89. Total 1,307. Average 94. Total number of calls 1833 592, 1834 651, 1835 643, 1836 756, 1837 717, 1838 755, 1839 755, 1840 863, 1841 855, 1842 912, 1843 911, 1844 926, 1845 875, 1846 1022, 1847 990, 1848 1011, 1849 1003. Total 12,351. Average 882. Insurances on building and contents. 1833 to 1835 0. 1836 169, 1837 173, 1838 161, 1839 169, 1840 237, 1841 343, 1842 321, 1843 276, 1844 313, 1845 313, 1846 302, 1847 263, 1848 310, 1849 368. Total 3,718. Average 266. Insurances on building only. 1833 to 1835 0. 1836 73, 1837 47, 1838 59, 1839 58, 1840 92, 1841 149, 1842 116, 1843 124, 1844 138, 1845 107, 1846 137, 1847 125, 1848 120, 1849 163. Total 1,508. Average 108. Insurances on contents only. 1833 to 1835 0. 1836 104, 1837 76, 1838 128, 1839 115, 1840 104, 1841 52, 1842 112, 1843 107, 1844 94, 1845 73, 1846 125, 1847 157, 1848 134, 1849 72. Total 1,453. Average 104. Uninsured. 1833 to 1835 0. 1836 218, 1837 205, 1838 220, 1839 242, 1840 248, 1841 152, 1842 220, 1843 242, 1844 217, 1845 214, 1846 270, 1847 291, 1848 241, 1849 235. Total 3,215. Average 230. Thus we perceive that out of an average of 665 fires per annum, the information being derived from 17 years' experience, the following were the number of fires produced by different causes. Various accidents with candles. Average number of fires per annum 169. Flues, foul, defective, and so on 75. Unknown 63. Gas 46. Overheated stoves 37. Linen, drying, airing, and so on 30. Accidents of various kinds, for the most part unavoidable 27. Application of fire heat to various hazardous manufacturing processes 26. Fire sparks 21. Loose ignited shavings 20. Palpable instances of carelessness 18. Furnace, kilns, and so on, defective or overheated 16. Children playing with fire or candles 14. Tobacco smoking 14. Spontaneous combustion 13. Wilful 12. Lucifer matches 11. Ovens 7. Fires kindled on hearths and other improper places 7. Suspicious 7. Lamps 5. drunkenness 5, slaking of lime 4, apparel ignited on the person 4, fireworks 4, hot cinders put away 3, incautious fumigation 3, reading, working or smoking in bed 1.33, defective hearths 1.25. Total 665. Here then we find that while the greatest proportion of fires are caused by accidents with candles, about 1/9 of the fires above mentioned arise from foul flues, or 75 out of 665, a circumstance which teaches us the usefulness of the class of labourers of whom we have been lately treating. It would seem that a much larger proportion of the fires are wilfully produced than appear in the above table. The Board of Health, in speaking of incendiarism in connection with insurance, report, quote, "Inquiries connected with measures for the improvement of the population have developed the operation of insurances in engendering crimes and calamities negatively by weakening natural responsibilities and motives to care and forethought, positively by temptations held out to the commission of crime in the facility with which insurance money is usually obtainable. The steady increase in the number of fires in the metropolis, whilst our advance in the arts gives means for their diminution, is ascribable mainly to the operation of these two causes and to the division and weakening of administrative authority. From information on which we can rely, we feel assured that the crime of incendiarism for the sake of insurance money exists to a far greater extent than the public are aware of." End quote. Mr. Braidwood has expressed his opinion that only 1/2 of the property in the metropolis is insured, not as to numbers of property, but as to value. But the proportion of insured and uninsured houses could not be ascertained. Mr. Baddeley, the Inspector to the Society for the Protection of Life from Fire, who had given attention to the subject for the last 30 years, gave the Board the following account of the increase of fires. In the first 7 years there were, on average, 623 fires per annum of houses and properties, of which 215 were totally uninsured. Proportion per cent of insured houses and properties burnt, 65.15%. In the second 7 years, 790 fires per annum of houses and properties, of which 244 were totally uninsured. Proportion per cent of insured houses and properties burnt, 69.3%. During this period there has been a great increase in the number of dwellings, but this has been chiefly in suburban places, where fires rarely occur. The frequency of fires, it is further stated, led Mr. Payne, the coroner of the City of London, to revive the exercise of the coroner's function of inquiring into the causes of fires, most usefully. Out of 58 inquests held by him in the City of London and the borough of Southwark, which comprise only 1/18 of the houses of the metropolis, since 1845, it appears that 8 were proved to be wilful, 27 apparently accidental, and 23 from causes unknown, including suspicious causes. The proportion of ascertained wilful fires was therefore 23%, which gives strong confirmation to the indications presented by the statistical returns as to the excess of insured property burnt above uninsured. The at once mean and reckless criminality of arson, by which a man exposes his neighbours to the risk of a dreadful death, which he himself takes measures to avoid, has long, and on many occasions, gone unpunished in London. The insurance companies, when a demand is made upon them for a loss through fire, institute an inquiry, carried on quietly by their own people. The claimant is informed, if sufficient reasons for such a step appear, that from suspicious circumstances which had come to the knowledge of the company, the demand would not be complied with, and that the company would resist any action for the recovery of the money. The criminal becomes alarmed, he is afraid of committing himself, and so the matter drops, and the insurance companies, not being required to pay the indemnification, are satisfied to save their money and let the incendiarism remain unnoticed or unpunished. Mr. Payne, the coroner, has on some occasions strongly commented on this practice as one which showed the want of a public prosecutor. A few words as regards the means of extinction and help at fires. Upwards of 2 years ago, the Commissioners of Police instructed their officers to note the time which elapsed between the earliest alarm of fire and the arrival of the first engine. 17 fires were noted, and the average duration of time before the fire brigade or any parochial or local fire engine reached the spot was 36 minutes. 2 or 3 of these fires were in the suburbs, so that in this crowded city, so densely packed with houses and people, 15 fires raged unchecked for more than half an hour. There are in the metropolis, not including the more distant suburbs, 150 public fire stations, with engines provided under the management of the parochial authorities. The fire brigade has but 17 stations on land and 2 on the river, which are indeed floating engines, one being usually moored near Southwark Bridge, the other having no stated place, being changed in its locality as may be considered best. In the course of 3 years, the term of the official inquiry, the engines of the fire brigade reached on the average the place where a fire was raging 35 times as the earliest means of assistance, when the parochial engines did the same only in the proportion of 2 to the 35. Mr. Braidwood, the director of the fire brigade, stated when questioned on the subject, with a view to a report to be laid before Parliament, that the average time of an engine turning out with horses was from 3 to 7 minutes. The engines are driven at the rate of 10 miles an hour along the streets, which in the old coaching days was considered the best Royal Mail pace. Indeed, there have been frequent complaints of the rapidity with which the fire engines are driven, and if the drivers were not skilful and alert, it would really amount to recklessness. Information of the breaking out of a fire, it is stated in the report, will be conveyed to the station of the brigade at the rate of about 5 miles an hour. Thus, in the case of the occurrence of a fire within a mile of the station, the intelligence may be conveyed to the station in about 12 minutes. The horses will be put to, and the engine got out into the street in about 5 minutes on the average. It traverses the mile in about 6 minutes, and the water has to be got into the engine, which will occupy about 5 minutes, making, under the most favourable circumstances for such a distance, 28 minutes, or for a half-mile distance, an average of not less than 20 minutes. The average distance of the occurring fires from a brigade station were, however, during a period of 3 years, terminating in 1850, upwards of a mile. One was 5 miles, several 4 miles, more were 2 miles, and a mile and a half, while the most destructive fires were at an average distance of 1 3/4 miles. Thus it was impossible for a fire brigade to give assistance as soon as assistance was needed, and, under other circumstances, might have been rendered. And all this damage may, and does, very often result from what seems so trifling a neglect as the non-sweeping of a chimney. Mr. W. Baddeley, an engineer and a high authority on this subject, has stated that he had attended fires for 30 years in London, and that of 838 fires which took place in 1849, 2/3 might have been easily extinguished had there been an immediate application of water. In some places, he said, delay originated from the turncocks being at wide intervals, and some of the companies objecting to let any but their own servants have the command of the main cocks. The Board of Health have recommended the formation of a series of street water plugs within short distances of each other, the water to be constantly on at high pressure night and day, and the whole to be under the charge of a trained body of men such as compose the present fire brigade, provided at appointed stations with every necessary appliance in the way of hose, pipes, ladders, and so on. The hose should be within the reach, it is urged in the report, fixed and applied on an average of not more than 5 minutes from the time of the alarm being given, that is to say, in less than 1/4 of the time within which fire engines are brought to bear under existing arrangements, and with a still greater proportionate diminution of risks and serious accidents. Nor is this mode of extinguishing fires a mere experiment. It is successfully practised in some of the American cities, Philadelphia among the number, and in some of our own manufacturing towns. Mr. Emmott, the engineer and manager of the Oldham Waterworks, has described the practice in that town on the occurrence of fires. Quote, "In 5 cases out of 6, the hose is pushed into a water plug and the water thrown upon the building on fire, for the average pressure of water in this town is 146 feet. By this means our fires are generally extinguished even before the heavy engine arrives at the spot. The hose is much preferred to the engine on account of the speed with which it is applied and the readiness with which it is used, for one man can manage a hose and throw as much water on the building on fire as an engine worked by many men. On this account we very rarely indeed use the engines, as they possess no advantage whatever over the hose." End quote. When the city of Hamburg was rebuilt 2 or 3 years back, after its destruction by fire, it was rebuilt chiefly under the direction of Mr. W. Lindley, the engineer, and, as far as Mr. Lindley could accomplish, on sanitary principles, such as the abolition of cesspools. The arrangements for the surface cleansing of the streets by means of the hose and jet and the water plugs are made available for the extinction of fires, and with the following results, as communicated by Mr. Lindley. "Have there been fires in buildings in Hamburg in the portion of the town rebuilt? Yes, repeatedly. They have all, however, been put out at once. If they had had to wait the usual time for engines and water, say 20 minutes or half an hour, these might all have led to extensive conflagrations. What has been the effect on insurance? The effect of the rapid extinction of fires has brought to light to the citizens of Hamburg the fact that the greater proportion of their fires are the work of incendiaries for the sake of the insurance money. A person is absent, smoke is seen to exude, the alarm of fire is given, and the door is forced open, the jet applied, and the fire extinguished immediately. Case after case has occurred where, upon the fire being extinguished, the arrangements for the spread of the fire are found and made manifest. Several of this class of incendiaries for the insurance money are now in prison. The saving of money alone by the prevention of fires would be worth the whole expense of the like arrangement in London, where it is well known that similar practices prevail extensively. The following statement was given by Mr. Quick, an engineer, on this subject. "After the destruction of the terminus of the South Western Railway by fire, I recommended them to have a 9-inch main with 3-inch outlets leading to 6 standpipes with joining screws for hose pipes to be attached, and that they should carry a 3-inch pipe of the same description up into each floor, so that a hose might be attached in any room where the fire commenced. In how many minutes may the hose be attached? There is only the time of attaching the hose, which need be nothing like a minute. I have indeed recommended that a short length of hose with a short nozzle or branch should be kept attached to the cock, so that the cock has only to be turned, which is done in an instant. It appears that fire engines require 26 men to work each engine of 2 7-inch barrels to produce a jet of about 50 feet high. The arrangement carried out at your recommendation with 6 jets is equivalent to keeping 6 such engines and the power of 156 men in readiness to act at all times, night and day, at about a minute's notice, for the extinction of fires. It will give power more than equal to that number of men, for the jets given off from a 20-inch main will be much more regular and powerful, and will deliver more water than could be delivered by any engine. The jets at that place would be 70 feet high. The system of roof cisterns, which was at one time popular as a means of extinction, has been found, it appears, on account of their leakage and diffusion of damp, to be but sorry contrivances, and have very generally been discontinued. Mr. Home, a builder in Liverpool, gives the following, even under the circumstances, amusing account of a fire where such a cistern was provided. The owner of a cotton kiln, which had been repeatedly burnt, took it into his head to erect a large tank in the roof. His idea was that when a fire occurred they should have water at hand, and when the fire ascended it would burn the wooden tank, and the whole of the contents being discharged on the fire like a cataract, it would at once extinguish it. Well, the kiln again took fire. The smoke was so suffocating that nobody could get at the internal pipe, and the whole building was again destroyed. But what became of the tank? It could not burn because it was filled with water, consequently it boiled most admirably. No hole was singed in its side or bottom. It looked very picturesque, but it was utterly useless. The necessity of almost immediate help is shown in the following statement by Mr. Braidwood, when consulted on the subject of fire escapes, which under the present system are not considered sufficiently effective. Taking London to be 6 miles long and 3 miles broad, to have anything like an efficient system of fire escapes, it would be necessary to have one with a man to attend it within 1/4 of a mile of each house, as assistance, to be of any use, must generally be rendered within 5 minutes after the alarm is given. To do this, the stations must be within 1/4 of a mile of each other, as the escapes must be taken round the angles of the streets. 253 stations would thus be required, and as many men. At present scaling ladders are kept at all the engine stations, and canvas sheets also at some of them. Several lives have been saved by them, but the distance of the stations from each other renders them applicable only in a limited number of instances. The engines of the fire brigade throw up about 90 gallons a minute. Their number is about 100. The cost of a fire engine is from £60 to £100, and the hose, buckets, and general apparatus cost nearly the same amount. End of section 70. Section 71 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2, by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the sewermen and nightmen of London. We now come to the consideration of the last of the several classes of labourers engaged in the removal of the species of refuse from the metropolis. I have before said that the public refuse of a town consists of 2 kinds: 1. The street refuse, 2. The house refuse. Of each of these kinds there are 2 species, A. The dry, B. The wet. The dry street refuse consists, as we have seen, of the refuse earth, bricks, mortar, oyster shells, potsherds, and pansherds; and the dry house refuse of the soot and ashes of our fires. The wet street refuse consists, on the other hand, of the mud, slop, and surface water of our public thoroughfares, and the wet house refuse of what is familiarly known as the slops of our residences, and the liquid refuse of our factories and slaughterhouses. We have already collected the facts in connection with the 3 first of these subjects. We have ascertained the total amount of each of these species of refuse which have to be annually removed from the capital. We have set forth the aggregate number of labourers who are engaged in the removal of it, as well as the gross sum that is paid for so doing, showing the individual earnings of each of the workmen, and arriving as near as possible at the profits of their employers, as well as the condition of the employed. This has been done, it is believed, for the first time in this country, and if the subject has led us into longer discussions than usual, the importance of the matter, considered in a sanitary point of view, is such that a moment's reflection will convince us of the value of the inquiry, especially in connection with a work which aspires to embrace the whole of the offices performed by the labourers of the capital of the British Empire. It now but remains for us to complete this novel and vast inquiry by settling the condition and earnings of the men engaged in the removal of the last species of public refuse. I shall consider first the aggregate quantity of wet house refuse that has to be annually removed. Secondly, the means adopted for the removal of it. Thirdly, the cost of so doing. And lastly, the number of men engaged in this kind of work, as well as the wages paid to them, and the physical, intellectual, and moral condition in which they exist, or, more properly speaking, are allowed to remain. Of the wet house refuse of London. All house refuse of a liquid or semi-liquid character is wet refuse. It may be called semi-liquid when it has become mingled with any solid substance, though not so fully as to have lost its property of fluidity, its natural power to flow along a suitable inclination. Wet house refuse consists of the slops of a household. It consists indeed of all waste water, whether from the supply of the water companies or from the rainfall collected on the roofs or yards of the houses, of the suds of the washerwomen, and the water used in every department of scouring, cleansing, or cooking. It consists moreover of the refuse proceeds from the several factories, dye houses, and so on, of the blood and other refuse, not devoted to Prussian blue manufacture or sugar refining, from the butchers' slaughterhouses and the knackers' horse slaughterers' yards, as well as the refuse fluid from all chemical processes, quantities of chemically impregnated water, for example, being pumped as soon as exhausted from the tan-pits of Bermondsey into the drains and sewers. From the great hat manufactories, chiefly also in Bermondsey and other parts of the borough, there is a constant flow of water mixed with dyes and other substances to add to the wet refuse of London. It is evident then that all the water consumed or wasted in the metropolis must form a portion of the total sum of the wet refuse. There is, however, the exception of what is used for the watering of gardens, which is absorbed at once by the soil and its vegetable products. We must also exclude such portion of water as is applied to the laying of the road and street dust on dry summer days, and which forms a part of the street mud, or mac, of the scavenger's cart, rather than of the sewerage. And we must further deduct the water derived from the street plugs for the supply of the fire engines, which is consumed or absorbed in the extinction of the flames, as well as the water required for the victualling of ships on the eve of a voyage, when such supply is not derived immediately from the Thames. The quantity of water required for the diet or beverage or general use of the population, the quantity consumed by the maltsters, distillers, brewers, ginger beer and soda water makers, and manufacturing chemists, for the making of tea, coffee, or cocoa, and for drinking at meals, which is often derived from pumps and not from the supplies of the water companies. The water which is thus consumed, in a prepared or in a simple state, passes into the wet refuse of the metropolis in another form. Now, according to reports submitted to Parliament when an improved system of water supply was under consideration, the daily supply of water to the metropolis is as follows. From the water companies, 44,383,329 gallons. From artesian wells, 8 million gallons. From land spring pumps, 3 million gallons. Total, 55,383,329 gallons. The yearly rainfall throughout the area of the metropolis is 172,053,477 tons, or 33,589,972,120 gallons, 2 feet deep of rain falling on every square inch of London in the course of the year. The yearly total of the water pumped or falling into the metropolis is as follows. Yearly mechanical supply, 19,215 million gallons. Yearly natural supply, 38,539,972,122 gallons. Total, 57,754,972,122 gallons. The reader will find the details of this subject at page 203 of the present volume. I recapitulate the results here to save the trouble of reference, and, briefly, to present the question under one head. Of course, the rain which ultimately forms a portion of the gross wet refuse of London can be only such as falls on that part of the metropolitan area which is occupied by buildings or streets. What falls upon fields, gardens, and all open ground is absorbed by the soil. but a large proportion of the rain falling upon the streets is either absorbed by the dry dust or retained in the form of mud. Hence that only which falls on the housetops and yards can be said to contribute largely to the gross quantity of wet refuse poured into the sewers. The streets of London appear to occupy 1/10 of the entire metropolitan area, and the houses, estimating 300,000 as occupying upon an average 100 square yards each, another tithe of the surface. Note, in East and West London there are rather more than 32 houses to the acre, which gives an average of 151 square yards to each dwelling, so that, allowing the streets here to occupy 1/3 of the area, we have 100 square yards for the space covered by each house. In Lewisham, Hampstead and Wandsworth there is not one house to the acre. The average number of houses per acre throughout London is 4. End note. The remaining 92 square miles out of the 115, now included in the Registrar General's limits, which extend, it should be remembered, to Wandsworth, Lewisham, Bow and Hampstead, may be said to be made up of suburban gardens, fields, parks and so on, where the rainwater would soak into the earth. We have then only 2/10 of the gross rainfall, or 7,700 million gallons, that could possibly appear in the sewers, and calculating 1/3 of this to be absorbed by the mud and dust of the streets, we come to the conclusion that the total quantity of rainwater entering the sewers is, in round numbers, 5,000 million gallons per annum. Reckoning therefore 5,000 million gallons to be derived from the annual rainfall, it appears that the yearly supply of water from all sources to be accounted for among the wet house refuse is, in round numbers, 24,000 million gallons. The refuse water from the factories need not be calculated separately, as its supply is included in the water mechanically supplied, and the loss from evaporation in boiling and so on would be perfectly insignificant if deducted from the vast annual supply, but 350 million gallons have been allowed for this and other losses. There is still another source of the supply of wet house refuse, unconnected either with the rainfall or the mechanical supply of water. I mean such proportion of the blood or other refuse from the butchers' and knackers' premises as is washed into the sewers. Official returns show that the yearly quantity of animals sold in Smithfield is horned cattle 224,000, sheep 1,550,000, calves 27,300, pigs 40,000, total 1,841,300. The blood flowing from a slaughtered bullock, whether killed according to the Christian or the Jewish fashion, amounts on an average to 20 quarts, from a sheep to 6 or 7 quarts, from a pig 5 quarts, and the same quantity from a calf. The blood from a horse slaughtered in a knacker's yard is about the same as that from a bullock. This blood used to bring far higher prices to the butcher than can now be realised. In the evidence taken by a select committee of the House of Commons in 1849 concerning Smithfield Market, Mr. Wild of the Fox and Knot Yard, Smithfield, stated that he slaughtered about 180 cattle weekly. "We have a sort of well made in the slaughterhouse," he said, "which receives the blood. I receive about £1 a week for it. It goes twice a day to Mr. Tunn's at Bow Common. We used to receive a good deal more for it." Even the market for blood at Mr. Tunn's is, I am informed, now done away with. He was a manufacturer of artificial manure, a preparation of night soil, blood, and so on, baked in what may be called cakes, and exported chiefly to our sugar-growing colonies for manure. His manure yard has been suppressed. I am assured, on the authority of experienced butchers, that at the present time fully 3/4 of the blood from the animals slaughtered in London becomes a component part of the wet refuse I treat of, being washed into the sewers. The more wholesale slaughterers, now that blood is of little value, 9 gallons in Whitechapel Market, the blood of 2 beasts, less by a gallon, can be bought for 3d. Send this animal refuse down the drains of their premises, in far greater quantities than was formerly their custom. Now, reckoning only 3/4 of the blood from the cattle slaughtered in the metropolis to find its way into the sewers, we have, according to the numbers above given, the following yearly supply. From horned cattle, 840,000 gallons. From sheep, 1,743,000 gallons. From pigs, 37,500 gallons. From calves, 25,590 gallons. Total, 2,646,090 gallons. This is merely the blood from the animals sold in Smithfield Market, the lambs not being included in the return, while a great many pigs and calves are slaughtered by the London tradesmen without their having been shown in Smithfield. The ordure from a slaughtered bullock is on an average from a half to 3/4 hundredweight. Many beasts yield 1 hundredweight, and cows killed full of grass as much as 2 hundredweight. Of this excrementitious matter, I am informed, about a 1/4 part is washed into the sewers. In sheep, calves, and pigs, however, there is very little ordure when slaughtered, only 3 or 4 pounds in each as an average. Of the number of horses killed there is no official or published account. One man familiar with the subject calculated it at 100 weekly. All the blood from the knacker's yard is, I am told, washed into the sewers. Consequently, its yearly amount will be 26,000 gallons. But even this is not the whole of the wet house refuse of London. There are, in addition, the excreta of the inhabitants of the houses. These are said to average a £1/4 daily per head, including men, women, and children. It is estimated by Bousingault and confirmed by Liebig that each individual produces a £1/4 of solid excrement and 1¼ pounds of liquid excrement per day, making 1½ pounds each, or 150 pounds per 100 individuals, of semi-liquid refuse from the water closet. But, says the surveyor of the Metropolitan Commission of Sewers, there is other refuse resulting from culinary operations to be conveyed through the drains, and the whole may be about 250 pounds for 100 persons. The more fluid part of this refuse, however, is included in the quantity of water before given, so that there remains only the more solid excrementitious matter to add to the previous total. This then is a £1/4 daily and individually, or, from the metropolitan population of nearly 2½ million, a daily supply of 600,000 pounds, rather more than 267 tons, and a yearly aggregate for the whole metropolis of 219 million pounds, or very nearly about 100,000 tons. From the foregoing account, then, the following is shown to be the gross quantity of the wet house refuse of the metropolis. Slops and unabsorbed rainwater, 24,000 million gallons, equalling 240,000 million pounds. Blood of beasts, 2,646,000 gallons, equal to 26,460,000 pounds. Blood of horses, 26,000 gallons, equal to 260,000 pounds. Excreta, 219 million pounds. Dung of slaughtered cattle, 17,400,000 pounds. Total, 24,002,657,000 gallons, equal to 240,263,120,000 pounds. Hence we may conclude that the more fluid portion of the wet house refuse of London amounts to 24,000 million gallons per annum, and that altogether it weighs in round numbers about 240,000 million pounds, or 100 million tons. As these refuse products are not so much matters of trade or sale as other commodities, of course less attention has been given to them in the commercial attributes of weight and admeasurement. I will endeavour, however, to present a uniform table of the whole great mass of metropolitan wet house refuse in cubic inches. The imperial standard gallon is of the capacity 277.274 cubic inches, and estimating the solid excrement spoken of as the ordinary weight of earth, or of the soil of the land, at 18 cubic feet the ton, we have the following result, calculating in round numbers. Wet house refuse of the metropolis. Liquid, 24,000 million gallons, equal to 6,600,000 million cubic inches. Solid, 100,000 tons, equal to 3,110,400,000 cubic inches. Thus, by this process of admeasurement, we find the wet house refuse of London equals 6,603,110,400,000 cubic inches, or 3,820 million cubic feet. Figures best show the extent of this refuse inexpressible to common appreciation by numbers that have name. Of the means of removing the wet house refuse. Whether this mass of filth be, zymotically, the cause of cholera, or whether it be, as cannot be questioned, a means of agricultural fertility, and therefore of national wealth, it must be removed. I need not dilate in explaining a necessity which is obvious to every man with uncorrupted physical senses, and with the common moral sense of decency. Dr. Paley, it is said, in a recent report to the Metropolitan Commission of Sewers, gave to Burkert and other travellers a set of instructions as to points of observation of the manners and conditions of the populations amongst whom they travelled. One of the leading instructions was to observe how they disposed of their excreta, for what they did with that showed him what men were. He also inquired what structure they had to answer the purpose of a privy, and what were their habits in respect to it. This information Dr. Paley desired not for popular use, but for himself, for he was accustomed to say that the facts connected with that topic gave him more information as to the real condition and civilization of a population than most persons would be aware of. It would inform him of their real habits of cleanliness, of real decency, self-respect, and connected moral habits of high social importance. It would inform him of the real state of police, and of local administration, and much of the general government. The human ordure which defiles the churches, the bases of public edifices, and works of art in Rome and Naples, and the Italian cities, gives more sure indications of the real moral and social position of the Italian population than any impressions derived from the edifices and works of art themselves. The subject in relation to which the Jewish lawgiver gave most particular directions is one in which the serious attention and labour of public administrators may be claimed. The next question is, how is the wet house refuse to be removed? There are two ways. One is to transport it to a river or some powerfully current stream by a series of ducts. 2. The other is to dig a hole in the neighbourhood of the house, there collect the wet refuse of the household, and when the hole or pit becomes full, remove the contents to some other part. In London, the most obvious means of getting rid of a nuisance is to convey it into the Thames. Nor has this been done in London only. In Paris, the Seine is the receptacle of the sewage, but comparatively to a much smaller extent than in London. The fecal deposits accumulated in the houses of the French capital are drained into fixed and movable cesspools. The contents of both these descriptions of cesspools, of which I shall give an account when I treat of the cesspool system, are removed periodically under the direction of the government to large receptacles called voiries, at Montfaucon and the Forest of Bondy, where such refuse is made into portable manure. The evils of this system are not a few, but the river is spared the greater pollution of the Thames. Neither is the Seine swayed by the tide as is the Thames, for in London the very sewers are affected by the tidal influence, and are not to be entered until some time before or after high water. I need not do more, for my present inquiry, than allude to the Liffey, the Clyde, the Humber, and others of the rivers of the United Kingdom, being used for purposes of sewerage, as channels to carry off that of which the law prohibits the retention. Of the folly, not to say wickedness, of this principle there can be no doubt. The vegetation which gives demands food. The grass will wither without its fitting nutriment of manure, as the sheep would perish without the pasturage of the grass. Nature in temperate and moist climates is, so to speak, her own manurer, her own restorer. The sheep, which are as wild and active as goats, manure the Cumberland fells in which they feed. In the more cultivated sheep walks, or indeed in the general pasturage, of the northern and some of the Midland counties, women with a wooden implement may be continually seen in the later autumn or earlier and milder winter, distributing the stercoraceous treasure, as Cooper calls it, which the animals, to use the North Yorkshire word, have dropped, as well as any extraneous manure which may have been spread for the purpose. As population and the demand for bread increase, the need of extraneous manures also increases, and nature, in her beneficence, has provided that the greater the consumption of food, the greater shall be the promoters of its reproduction by what is loathsome to man, but demanded by vegetation. Liebig, as I shall afterwards show more fully, contends that many an arid and desolate region in the east, brown and burnt with barrenness, became a desolation because men understood not the restoration which all nature demands for the land. He declares that the now desolate regions of the east had been made desolate because the inhabitants did not understand the art of restoring exhausted soil. It would be hopeless now to form or attempt to form the hanging gardens, or to display the rich florescence round about Babylon, to be seen when Alexander the Great died in that city. The Tigris and Euphrates, before and after their junction, Liebig maintains, have carried, and to a circumscribed degree still carry, into the sea a sufficient amount of manure for the reproduction of food for millions of human beings. It is said that, could that matter only be arrested in its progress and converted into bread and wine, fruit and beef, mutton and wool, linen and cotton, then cities might flourish once more in the desert, where men are now digging for the relics of primitive civilization and discovering the symbols of luxury and ease beneath the barren sand and the sunburnt clay. This is one great evil, but in our metropolis there is a greater, a far greater, beyond all in degree, even if the same abuse exist elsewhere. What society with one consent pronounces filth, the evacuations of the human body, is not only washed into the Thames, and the land so deprived of a vast amount of nutriment, but the tide washes these evacuations back again with other abominations. The water we use is derived almost entirely from the Thames, and therefore the water in which we boil our vegetables and our meat, the water for our coffee and tea, the water brewed for our consumption, comes to us and is imbibed by us, impregnated over and over again with our own animal offal. We import guano and drink a solution of our own feces, a manure which might be made far more valuable than the foreign guano. Such are a few of the evils of making a common sewer of the neighbouring river. The other mode of removal is to convey the wet house refuse by drains to a hole near the house where it is produced, and empty it periodically when full. The house drainage throughout London has two characteristics. By one system, all excrementitious and slop refuse generally is carried usually along brick drains from the water closets, privies, sinks, lavatories, and so on of the houses into the cesspools, where it accumulates until its removal, by manual labour, becomes necessary, which is not, as an average, more than once in 2 years. By the other and the newer system, all the house refuse is drained into the public sewer, the cesspool system being thereby abolished. All the houses built or rebuilt since 1848 are constructed on the last mentioned principle of drainage. The first of these modes is cesspoolage, the second is sewerage. I shall first deal with the sewerage of the metropolis. Of the quantity of metropolitan sewage. Having estimated the gross quantity of wet house refuse produced throughout London in the course of the year, and explained the two modes of removing it from the immediate vicinity of the house, I will now proceed to set forth the quantity of wet house refuse matter which it has been ascertained is removed with the contents of London sewers. An experiment was made on the average discharge of sewage from the outlets of Church Lane and Smith Street, Chelsea, Ranelagh, King's Scholars Pond, Grosvenor Wharf, Horseferry Road, Wood Street, King Street, Northumberland Street, Durham Yard, Norfolk Street, and Essex Street, the 4 last mentioned places running from the Strand. The experiments were made under ordinary and extraordinary circumstances in the months of May, June, and July 1844, but the system is still the same, so that the result in the investigation as to the sewage of the year 1844 may be taken as a near criterion of the present, as regards the localities specified and the general quantity. The surface drained into the outlets before enumerated covers in its total area about 7,000 acres, of which nearly 3,500 may be classed as urban. The observations, moreover, were made generally during fine weather. I cannot do better by way of showing the reader the minuteness with which these observations were made than by quoting the 2 following results, being those of the fullest and smallest discharges of 12 issues into the river. I must premise that these experiments were made on 7 occasions, from May 4th to July 12th inclusive, and made at different times, but generally about 8 hours after high water. In the Northumberland Street sewer, from which was the largest issue, the width of the sewer at the outlet was 5 feet. In the King Street sewer, the smallest discharge, as given in the second table, the width of the sewer was 4 feet. The width, however, does not affect the question, as there was a greater issue from the Norfolk Street sewer of 2 feet than from the King Street sewer of 4 feet in width. Northumberland Street. May 4th. Velocity 4.6 feet per second. Quantity discharged 10.511 cubic feet per second. May 9th. Velocity 4.0 feet per second. Quantity discharged 6.8 cubic feet per second. June 5th. Velocity 4.0 feet per second. Quantity discharged 6.8 cubic feet per second. June 10th. Velocity 4.6 feet per second. Quantity discharged 10.35 cubic feet per second. June 11th. Velocity 4.92 feet per second. Quantity discharged 12.3 cubic feet per second. June 16th. Velocity 3.6 feet per second. Quantity discharged 5.94 cubic feet per second. July 12th. Velocity 2.76 feet per second. Quantity discharged 3.3948 cubic feet per second. Total quantity discharged 56.0958 cubic feet per second, being mean discharge per second 8.013685 cubic feet. Ditto per 24 hours 692,382 cubic feet. King Street, May 4th. Velocity 0.147 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.021756 cubic feet per second. May 9th. Velocity 0.333 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.07992 cubic feet per second. June 5th. Velocity 0.170 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.0204 cubic feet per second. June 10th. Velocity 0.311 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.064688 cubic feet per second. June 11th. Velocity 0.3 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.048 cubic feet per second. June 16th. Velocity 0.101 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.00404 cubic feet per second. July 12th. Velocity 0.103 feet per second. Quantity discharged 0.00824 cubic feet per second. Total quantity discharged 0.247044 cubic feet per second. Mean discharge per second 0.035292 cubic feet. Ditto per 24 hours, 3,049 cubic feet. Here we find that the mean discharge per second was from the Northumberland Street sewer 692,382 cubic feet per 24 hours, and from the King Street sewer 3,049 cubic feet per 24 hours. The discharge from the principal outlets in the Westminster district, being the mean of 7 observations taken during the summer, was 1,798,094 cubic feet in 24 hours. The number of acres drained was 7,006. The mean discharge per acre in the course of 24 hours was found to be about 256 cubic feet, comprising the urban and suburban parts. The sewage, from the discharge of which this calculation was derived, and the dryness of the weather must not be lost sight of, may be fairly assumed as derived in a dry season almost entirely from artificial sources or house drainage, as there was no rainfall or but little. Supposing, therefore, the report states, the entire surface to be urban, we have 540 cubic feet as the mean daily discharge per acre. If, however, the average be taken of the first 8 outlets, namely from Essex Street to Grosvenor Wharf inclusive, which drain a surface wholly urban, the result is 1,260 cubic feet per acre in the 24 hours. This excess may be attributed to the number of manufactories and the densely populated nature of the locality drained, but as indicative of the general amount of sewage due to ordinary urban districts, the former ought perhaps to be considered the fairer average. It is then assumed, I may say officially, that the average discharge of the urban and suburban sewage from the several districts included within an area of 58 square miles is equal to 256 cubic feet per acre. The extent of the jurisdiction included within this area is, on the north side of the Thames, 43 square miles, and on the Surrey and Kent side, 15 square miles. The ordinary daily amount of sewage discharged into the river on the north side is therefore 7,045,120 cubic feet, and on the south side 2,457,600 cubic feet, making a total of 9,502,720 cubic feet, or a quantity equivalent to a surface of more than 36 acres in extent and 6 feet in depth. This mass of sewage, it must be borne in mind, is but the daily product of the sewage of the more populous part of the districts included within the jurisdiction of the 2 commissions of sewers. The foregoing observations, calculations, and deductions have supplied the basis of many scientific and commercial speculations, but it must be remembered that they were taken between 7 and 8 years ago. The observations were made, moreover, during fine summer weather generally, while the greatest discharge is during rainy weather. There has been also an increase of sewers in the metropolis because an increase of streets and inhabited houses. The approximate proportion of the increase of sewers, and there is no precise account of it, is pretty nearly that of the streets lineally. Another matter has too of late years added to the amount of sewage, the abolition of cesspoolage in a considerable degree, owing to the late Building and Sanitary Acts, so that fecal and culinary matters which were drained into the cesspool to be removed by the nightmen are now drained into the sewer. Altogether, I am assured, on good authority, the daily discharge of the sewers extending over 58 square miles of the metropolis may be now put at 10 million cubic feet, instead of rather more than 9.5 millions, and this gives, as the annual amount of discharge from the sewers, 3,650 million cubic feet. The total amount of wet house refuse, according to the calculation before given, is 3,820 million cubic feet. Hence there remains 170 million cubic feet. Now, it will be seen that the total area from which this amount of sewage is said to be drained is 58 square miles, but the area of London, according to the Registrar General's limits, is 115 square miles, so that the 3,650 million cubic feet of sewage annually removed from 58 square miles of the metropolis refer to only 1/2 of the entire area of the true metropolis, but it refers at the same time to that part of London which is the most crowded with houses, and since in the suburbs the buildings average about 2 to the acre, and in the densest parts of London about 30, it is but fair to assume that the refuse would be at least in the same proportion, and that is very nearly the fact, for if we suppose the 58 miles of the suburban districts to yield 20 times less sewage than the 58 miles of the urban districts, we shall have 182,500,000 cubic feet to add to the 3,650 million cubic feet before given, or 3,832,500,000 for the sewage of the entire metropolis. It does not appear that the sewage has ever been weighed so as to give any definite result, but calculating from the weight of water, a gallon or 10 pounds of water comprising 277.274 cubic inches, and 1 ton of liquid comprising 36 cubic feet. The total from the returns of the investigation in 1844 would be: quantity of sewage daily emptied into the Thames, 278,000 tons. Ditto annually, 101,390,000 tons. In September 1849, Mr. Banfield, at one time a Commissioner of Sewers, put the yearly quantity of sewage discharged into the Thames at 45 million tons, but this is widely at variance with the returns as to quantity. Of ancient sewers. The traverser of the London streets rarely thinks perhaps of the far extended subterranean architecture below his feet, yet such is indeed the case, for the sewers of London, with all their imperfections, irregularities, and even absurdities, are still a great work, certainly not equal in all respects to what once must have existed in Rome, but second perhaps only to the giant works of sewerage in the Eternal City. The origin of these Roman sewers seems to be wrapped in as great a mystery as the foundation of the city itself. The statement of the Roman historians is that these sewers were the works of the elder Tarquin, the 5th apocryphal king of Rome. Tarquin's dominions, from the same accounts, did not in any direction extend above 16 miles, and his subjects could be but banditti, foragers, and shepherds. One conjecture is that Rome stands on the site of a more ancient city, and that to its earlier possessors may be attributed the work of the sewers. To attribute them to the rudeness and small population of Tarquin's day, it is contended, is as feasible as it would be to attribute the ruins of ancient Jerusalem, or any others in Asia Minor, to the Turks, or the ruins of Palmyra to the Arabs, because these people enjoy the privilege of possession. The main sewer of Rome, the Cloaca Maxima, is said to have been lofty and wide enough for a waggon load of hay to pass clear along it. Another and more probable account, however, states that it was proposed to enlarge the great sewer to these dimensions, but it does not appear to have been so enlarged. Indeed, when Augustus made Rome marble, it was one of his great works also, under the direction of Agrippa, to reconstruct, improve, and enlarge the sewers. It was a project in the days of Rome's greatness to turn 7 navigable rivers into vast subterraneous passages, larger sewers along which barges might pass, carrying on the traffic of imperial Rome. In 1 year the cost of cleansing, renewing, and repairing the sewers is stated to have been 1,000 talents of gold, or upwards of £192,000. Of the average yearly cost we have no information. Some accounts represent these sewers as having been rebuilt after the eruption of the Gauls. In Livy's time they were pronounced not to be accommodated to the plan of Rome. Some portions of these ancient structures are still extant, but they seem to have attracted small notice even from professed antiquarians. Their subterranean character, however, renders such notice little possible. In 2 places they are still kept in repair, and for their original purpose, to carry off the filth of the city, but only to a small extent. Our legislative enactments on the subject of sewers are ancient and numerous. The oldest is that of 9 Henry III, and the principal is that of 23 Henry VIII, commonly called the Statute of Sewers. These and many subsequent statutes, however, relate only to watercourses, and are silent as regards my present topic, the refuse of London. It is remarkable how little is said in the London historians of the sewers. In the 2 folio volumes of the most searching and indefatigable of all the antiquarians who have described the old metropolis, John Stow the tailor, there is no account of what we now consider sewers, enclosed and subterranean channels for the conveyance of the refuse filth of the metropolis to its destination, the Thames. Had covered sewers been known, or at any rate been at all common in Stow's day, and he died full of years in 1604, and had one of them presented but a crumbling stone with some heraldic, or apparently heraldic, device at its outlet, Stow's industry would certainly have ferreted out some details. Such, however, is not the case. This absence of information I hold to be owing to the fact that no such sewers then existed. Our present system of sewerage, like our present system of street lighting, is a modern work, but it is not, like our gas lamps, an original English work. We have but followed as regards our arched and subterraneous sewerage in the wake of Rome. As I have said, the early laws of sewers relate to watercourses, navigable communications, dams, ditches, and such like. There is no doubt, however, that in the heart of the great towns the filth of the houses was, by rude contrivances in the way of drainage, or natural fall, emptied into such places. Even in the accounts of the sewers of ancient Rome, historians have stated that it is not easy, and sometimes not possible, to distinguish between the sewers and the aqueducts, and Dr. Lemon, in his English Etymology, speaks of sewers as a species of aqueducts. So, in some of our earlier Acts of Parliament, it is hardly possible to distinguish whether the provisions to be applied to the management of a sewer relate to a ditch to which house filth was carried, to a channel of water for general purposes, or to an open channel being a receptacle of filth and a navigable stream at the same time. That the ditches were not sewers for the conveyance of the filth from the houses to any very great, or rather any very general extent, may very well be concluded, because, as I have shown in my account of the early scavengers, the excrementitious matter was deposited during the night in the street, and removed by the proper functionaries in the morning, or as soon as suited their convenience. Though this was the case generally, it is evident that the filth, or a portion of it, from the houses which were built on the banks of the Fleet River, as it was then called, as well as the Fleet Ditch, and on the banks of the other brooks, drained into the current stream. The corporation accounts contain very frequent mention of the cleansing, purifying, and thorough cleansing of the Fleet Ditch, the Old Burn, Holborn Brook, the Walbrook, and so on. Of all these streams, the most remarkable was Fleet Ditch, which was perhaps the first main sewer of London. I give, from Stow, the following curious account of its origin. It is now open, but only for a short distance, offending the air of Clerkenwell. At one period it was to afford a defence to the city, as the Tower moat was a defence to the Tower and fortress. The ditch, which partly now remaineth, and compassed the wall of the city, was begun to be made by the Londoners in the year 1211, and finished 1213, the 15th of King John. This ditch being then made of 200 foot broad, caused no small hindrance to the canons of the Holy Trinity, whose church stood near Ealdgate, for that the said ditch passed through their ground from the Tower into Bishopsgate. The first occasion of making a ditch about the city seems to have been this. William, Bishop of Ely, Chancellor of England, in the reign of King Richard I, made a great ditch round about the Tower for the better defence of it against John the King's brother, the King being then out of the realm. Then did the city also begin a ditch to encompass and strengthen their walls, note, which happened between the years 1190 and 1193, end note. So the book Dunthorne. Yet the Register of Bermondsey writes that the ditch was begun October 15th, 1213, which was in the reign of King John that succeeded to Richard. This ditch being originally made for the defence of the city, was also a long time together carefully cleansed and maintained, as need required, but now of late neglected, and forced either to a very narrow, and the same a filthy, channel. In the year of Christ 1354, 28 Edward III, the ditch of this city flowing over the bank into the Tower Ditch, the king commanded the said ditch of the city to be cleansed, and so ordered that the overflowing thereof should not force any filth into the Tower Ditch. Anno 1379, John Philpot, Mayor of London, caused this ditch to be cleansed, and every household to pay 5d, which was a day's work, towards the charges thereof. Ralph Jocelyn, Mayor 1477, caused the whole ditch to be cast and cleansed. In 1519, the 10th of Henry VIII, for cleansing and scouring the common ditch between Aldgate and the postern next the Tower Ditch. The chief ditcher had by the day 7d, the second ditcher 6d, the other ditchers 5d, and every vagabond, for so they were then termed, a penny the day, meat and drink at the charges of the city, sum £95 3s. 4d. Fleet Ditch was again cleansed in the year 1549, Stowe continues, Henry Ancoats being mayor, at the charges of the companies, and again 1569, the 11th of Queen Elizabeth, for cleansing the same ditch between Aldgate and the postern, and making a new sewer and wharf of timber from the head of the postern into the Tower Ditch. £814 15s. 8d. was disbursed. Before the which time the said ditch lay open without either wall or pall, having therein great store of very good fish of divers sorts, as many men yet living who have taken and tasted them can well witness. But now no such matter, the charge of cleansing is spared, and great profit made by letting out the banks, with the spoil of the whole ditch. The above information appeared, but I am unable to specify the year, for Stowe's works went through several editions, though it is to be feared he died very poor, between 1582 and 1590. So did the following. At this day there be no ditches or bogs in the city except the said Fleet Ditch, but instead thereof large common drains and sewers made to carry away the water from the postern gate between the two Tower Hills to Fleet Bridge without Ludgate. Great indeed is the change in the character of the capital of England from the times when the Fleet Ditch was a defence to the city, which was then the entire capital, and from the later era when great store of very good fish of divers sorts rewarded the skill or the patience of the anglers or netters. But this, it is evident, was in the parts near the river, the Tower postern and so on, and at that time or about that time there was salmon fishing in the Thames, at least as far up as Hungerford Wharf. The Fleet Ditch seems always to have had a sewery character. It was described in 1728 as the king of dykes, than whom no sluice of mud with deeper sable blots the silver flood. The silver flood being in Queen Anne's and the First George's days the London Thames. This silver has been much alloyed since that time. Until within these 40 or 50 years, open sewer ditches, into which drains were emptied and ordure and refuse thrown, were frequent, especially in the remoter parts of Lambeth and Newington, and some exist to this day, one especially, open for a considerable distance, flowing along the back of the houses in the Westminster Road, on the right-hand side towards the bridge, into which the neighbouring houses are drained. The Black Ditch, a filthy sewer, until lately was open near the Broadwall and other vicinities of the Blackfriars Road. The open ditch sewers of Norwood and Wandsworth have often been spoken of in sanitary reports. Indeed, some of our present sewers, in addition to Fleet River and Walbrook, are merely ditches rudely arched over. The first covered and continuous street sewer was erected in London, I think without doubt, when Wren rebuilt the capital after the Great Fire of 1666. Perhaps there is no direct evidence of the fact, for although the statutes and Privy Council and municipal enactments, consequent on the rebuilding of the capital, required more or less peremptorily fair sewers and drains and watercourses, it is not defined in these enactments what was meant by a sewer, nor were they carried out. I may mention as a further proof that open ditches, often enough stagnant ditches also, were the first London sewers, that after 1666 a plan, originally projected it appears by Sir Leonard Halliday, Mayor, 60 years previously, and strenuously supported at that time by Nick Leet, a worthy and grave citizen, was revived and reconsidered. This project, for which Sir Leonard and Nick Leet laboured much, for a river to be brought on the north side of the city into it for the cleansing the sewers and ditches and for the better keeping London wholesome, sweet and clean. An admirable intention, and it is not impossible nor improbable that in less than 2 centuries hence we of the present sanitary era may be accounted for our sanitary measures as senseless as we now account good Sir Leonard Halliday and the worthy and grave Nick Leet. These gentlemen cared not to brook filth in their houses, nor to be annoyed by it in the nightly pollution of the streets, but they advocated to its injection into running water, and into water often running slowly and difficultly, and continually under the eyes and noses of the citizens. We, I apprehend, go a little further. We drink and use, for the preparation of our meals, the befouled water, which they did not. For more than 7/8 of our water supply from the companies is drawn from the Thames, the main sewer of the greatest city in the world, ancient or modern, into which millions of tons of every description of refuse are swept yearly. End of section 71. Section 72 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the kinds and characteristics of sewers. The sewers of London may be arranged into 2 distinct groups, according to the side of the Thames on which they are situate. Now the essential difference between these 2 classes of sewers lies in the elevation of the several localities whence the sewers carry the refuse to the Thames. The chief difference in the circumstances of the people north and south of the river are shown in the annexed table from the Registrar General's returns. Elevation of the ground in feet above Trinity high water mark. London, 39. North side of the river, 51. South side of the river, 5. Density, or number of persons to an acre, 1849. London, 30. North side of the river, 52. South side of the river, 14. Deaths from cholera to 10,000 persons living in 60 weeks, ending November 24th, 1849. London, 66. North side of the river, 44. South side of the river, 127. Deaths from all causes annually to 10,000 persons, 5,000 males, 5,000 females, living during the 7 years 1838 to 1844. London, 252. North side of the river, 251. South side of the river, 257. Here it will be seen that while the houses on the north side of the river stand on an average 51 feet above the high water mark of the Thames, those on the south side are only 5 feet above it. The effect of this is shown most particularly in the deaths from cholera in 1849, which were nearly 3 times as many on the south as on the north side of the Thames. It is said officially that of the 15 square miles of the urban district on the south side of the River Thames, 3 miles are from 6 to 7 feet below high water mark, so that the locality may be said to be drained only for 4 hours out of the 12, and during these 4 hours very imperfectly. When the tide rises above the orifices of the sewers, the whole drainage of the district is stopped until the tide recedes again, rendering the whole system of sewers in Kent and Surrey only an articulation of cesspools. That this is but a fact, the following table of the elevation in feet above the Trinity high water mark, as regards the several districts on the Surrey side of the Thames, may be cited as evidence. Lewisham, elevation 28. Wandsworth, 22. Greenwich, 8. Camberwell, 4. Lambeth 3, St Saviour Southwark 2, St Olave 2, Bermondsey 0, Rotherhithe 0, St George's Southwark 0, Newington 2 below high water. From these returns made by Captain Dawson, R.E., the difficulty, to use no stronger word, attending the sewerage of the Surrey district is shown at once. There is no flow to be had, or, the word more generally used, no run for the sewage. In parts of the north of England it used to be a general, and still is a partial, saying among country people who are figuratively describing what they account impossible, "Aye, when water runs up bank." This is a homely expression of the difficulties attending the Surrey sewerage. There is, as regards these Surrey more than the Kent sewers, another evil which promotes the articulation of cesspools. Some of these sewers have dead ends, like places which in the streets, a parallel case enough, are known as no thoroughfare, and in these sewers it is seldom, in any state of the tide, that flushing can be resorted to. Consequently, these cesspool-like sewers remain uncleansed, or have to be cleansed by manual labour, the matter being drawn up into the street or road. The refuse conduits of the metropolis are of two kinds: 1. Sewers, 2. Drains. These two classes of refuse charts are often confounded, even in some official papers, the sewer being there designated the main drain. All sewerage is undoubtedly drainage, but there is a manifest distinction between a sewer and a drain. The first-class sewers, which are generally termed main sewers, and run along the centres of the first-class streets, alike from the extent or populousness of such streets, may be looked upon as underground rivers of refuse, to which the drains are tributary rivulets. No sewer exists unconnected with the drains from the streets and houses, but many house drains are constructed apart from the sewers, communicating only with the cesspools. Even where houses are built in close contiguity to a public sewer, and built after the new mode without cesspools, there is always a drain to the sewer. No house so situated can get rid of its refuse except by means of a drain, unless indeed the house be not drained at all, and its filth be flung down a gully hole, or got rid of in some other way. These drains, all with a like determination, differ only in their forms. They are barrel-shaped, made of rounded bricks or earthenware pipage, and of an interior between a round and an oval, with a diameter of from 2 to 6 inches, although only a few private houses, comparatively, are so drained. The barrel drain of larger dimensions is used in the newer public buildings and larger public mansions, when it represents a sort of house or interior sewer, as well as a house main drain, for smaller drains find their issue into the barrel drain. There is the barrel drain in the new Houses of Parliament, and in large places which cover the site of, and are required for the purposes of, several houses or offices. The tubular drain is simply piping, of which I have spoken fully in my account of the present compulsory mode of house drainage. The third drain, one more used to carry refuse to the cesspool than the sewer, but still carrying such refuse to the sewers, is the old-fashioned brick drain, generally 9 inches square. I shall first deal with the sewerage and then with the house and street drainage. The sewer is a twofold receptacle of refuse. Into it are conveyed the wet refuse not only of many of the houses, but of all the streets. The slop or surface water of the streets is conveyed to the sewer by means of smaller sewers, or street drains, running from the kennel or channel to the larger sewers. In the streets, at such uncertain distances as the traffic and circumstances of the locality may require, are gully holes. These are openings into the sewer, and were formerly called, as they were, simply gratings, a sort of iron trapdoors of grated bars, clumsily made, and placed almost at random. On each side of the street was, even into the present century, a very formidable channel, or kennel, as it was formerly written, into which, in heavy rains, the badly scavenged street dirt was swept, often demanding a good leap from one who wished to cross in a hurry. These kennels emptied themselves into the gratings, which were not unfrequently choked up, and the kennel was then an utter nuisance. At the present time the channel is simply a series of stonework at the edge of the footpaths, blocks of granite being sloped to meet more or less at right angles, and the flow from the inclination from the centre of the street to the channel is carried along without impediment or nuisance into the gully hole. The gully hole opens into a drain running with a rapid slope into the sewer, and so the wet refuse of the streets finds its vent. In many courts, alleys, lanes and so on inhabited by the poor, where there is imperfect or no drainage to the houses, all the slops from the houses are thrown down the gully holes, and frequently enough blood and offal are poured from butchers' premises, which might choke the house drain. There have indeed been instances of worthless street dirt, slop, collected into a scavenger's vehicle, being shot down a gully hole. The sewers, as distinct from the drains, are to be divided principally into 3 classes, all devoted to the same purpose, the conveyance of the underground filth of the capital to the Thames, and all connected by a series of drains, afterwards to be described, with the dwelling houses. The first class sewers are found in the main streets and flow at their outlets into the river. The second class sewers run along the second class streets, discharging their contents into a first class sewer, and the third class sewers are for the reception of the sewage from the smaller streets, and always communicate, for the voidance of their contents, with a sewer of the second or first description. As regards the destination of the sewers, there is no difference between the Middlesex and Surrey portions of the metropolis. The sewage is all floated into the river. The first-class sewers of the modern build rarely exceed 50 inches by 30 in internal dimensions, the second class 40 inches by 24, the third 30 inches by 18. Smaller class or branch sewers, from number 4 to number 8 inclusive, also form part of the great subterranean filth channels of the metropolis. It is only, however, the 3 first mentioned classes which can be described as in any way principal sewers. The others are in the capacity of branch sewers, the ramifications being in many places very extensive, while pipes are often used. The dimensions of these smaller sewers, when pipes are not used, are number 4, 20 inches by 12, number 5, 17.5 inches by 10.5, number 6, 15 inches by 9, number 7, 12 inches by 7.5, and number 8, 9 inches by 6. These branch sewers may, from their circumscribed dimensions, be looked upon as mere channels of connection with the larger descriptions, but they present, as I have intimated, an important part of the general system. This may be shown by the fact that in the estimates for building sewers for the improvement of the drainage of the City of Westminster, a plan however not carried out, the estimated, or indeed surveyed, run of the first class was to be 8,118 feet, of the second class 4,524 feet, of the third but 2,086 feet, while of the number 5 and number 6 description it was respectively 18,709 and 53,284 feet. The branch sewers may perhaps be represented in many instances as public drains connecting the sewer of the street with the issue from the houses, but I give the appellation I find in the reports. The dimensions I have cited are not to be taken as an average size of the existing sewers of the metropolis on either side of the Thames, for no average size and no uniformity of shape can be adduced, as there has been no uniformity observed. The sewers are of all sizes and shapes, and of all depths from the surface of the streets. I was informed by an engineering authority that he had often seen it asserted that the naval authorities of the kingdom could not build a war steamer, and it might very well be said that the sanitary authorities of the metropolis could not build a sewer, as none of the present sewers could be cited as in all respects properly fulfilling all the functions required. But it must be remembered that the present engineers have to contend with great difficulties, the whole matter being so complicated by the blunderings and mismanagement of the past. The dimensions I have cited, because they appear officially, exceed the medium size of the newer sewerage, the average height of the first class being in such sewers about 3 feet 9 inches. Of the width of the sewers, as of the height, no precise average can be drawn. Perhaps that of the New Palace main or first-class sewer, 3 feet 6 inches, may be nearest the average, while the smaller classes diminish in their width in the proportions I have shown. The sewers of the older constructions nearly all widen and deepen as they near the outlet, and this at no definite distance from the river, but from 1/4 of a mile or somewhat less to a mile and more. Some such sewers are then 14 feet in width, some 20 feet, and no doubt of proportionate height, but I do not find that the height has been ascertained. For flushing purposes there are recesses of greater or less width, according to the capacity of the sewer, where sluice gates and so on can be fixed, and water accumulated. Under the head of Subterranean Survey of the Sewers will be found some account of the different dimensions of the sewers. The form of the interior of the sewers, as shown in the illustrations I have given, is irregularly elliptical. They are arched at the summits, and more or less hollowed or curved internally at the bottom. The bottom of the sewer is called the invert, from a general resemblance in the construction to an inverted arch. The best form of invert is a matter which has attracted great engineering attention. It is indeed the important part of the sewer, as the part along which there is the flow of the sewage, and the superior or inferior formation of the invert of course facilitates or retards the transmission of the contents. A few years back the building of egg-shaped or oviform sewers was strongly advocated. It was urged that the flow of the sewage and the sewer water was accelerated by the invert especially being oviform, as the matter was more condensed when such was the shape adopted, while the more the matter was diffused, as in some of the inverts of the more usual form of sewers, the less rapid was its flow, and consequently the greater its deposit. What extent of egg-shaped sewers are now, so to speak, at work, I could not ascertain. One informant thought it might be somewhere about 50 miles. The following interesting account of the velocities of streams, with a relativeness to sewers, is extracted from the evidence of Mr. Phillips. Quote, "The area of surface that a sewer will drain, and the quantity of water that it will discharge in a given time, will be greater or less in proportion as the channel is inclined from a horizontal to a vertical position. The ordinary or common run of water in each sewer, due from house drainage alone, and irrespective of rain, should have sufficient velocity to prevent the usual matter discharged into the sewer from depositing. For this purpose it is necessary that there should be in each sewer a constant velocity of current equal to 2½ feet per second, or 1 3/4 miles per hour." End quote. Mr. Phillips then states that the inclinations of all rivulets and so on diminish as they progress to their outfalls. "If the force of the waters of the river Rhone," he has said, "were not absorbed by the operation of some constant retardation in its course, the stream would have shot into the Bay of Marseilles with the tremendous velocity of 164 miles every hour. Even if the Thames met with no system of impediments in its course, the stream would have rushed into the sea with a velocity of 80 feet per second, or 54½ miles in an hour. The inclinations of the sewers of a natural district should be made to diminish from their heads to their outfalls in a corresponding ratio of progression, so that as the body of water is increased at each confluence, one and the same velocity and force of current may be kept up throughout the whole of them." Mr. Phillips advocates a tubular system of sewerage and drainage. The main sewer, which has lately called forth the most public attention and professional controversy, is that connected with the new Houses of Parliament, or, as they are called in divers reports and correspondence, the New Palace at Westminster. The workmanship in the building of the sewers is of every quality. The material of which some of the older sewers are constructed is a porous sort of brick, which is often found crumbling and broken, and saturated with damp and rottenness from the exhalations and contact of their contents. The sewers erected, however, within the last 20, or more especially within the last 10 years, are sometimes of granite, but generally of the best brick, with an interior coating of enduring cement, and generally with concrete on their exterior, to protect them from the dampness and decaying qualities of the superincumbent or lateral soil. The depth of the sewers, I mean from the top of the sewer to the surface of the street, seems to vary as everything else varies about them. Some are found 40 feet below the street, some 2 feet, some almost level. These, however, are exceptions, and the average depth of the sewers on the Middlesex side is from 12 to 14 feet, on the Surrey side from 6 to 8 feet. The reason is that the north shores of the metropolis are above the tide level, the south shores are below it. An authority on the subject has said, "The Surrey sewers are bad owing principally to the land being below tide level. They were the most expensively constructed, because, perhaps, in that commission the surveyors were paid by percentage on the cost of works. When it was proposed in the Westminster Commission to effect a reduction of 4/5 in the cost, it was like a proposition to return the officers' salaries to that extent, if they had been paid in that way." The reader may have observed that the official intelligence I have given, all, or nearly all, refers to the Westminster and part of Middlesex Commission, and to that of the Surrey and Kent. This is easily accounted for. In the metropolitan districts up to 1847, the only commission which published its papers was the Westminster, of which Mr. L. C. Hertzlet had the charge as clerk. When the commissions were consolidated in 1847, he printed the Westminster and Surrey only, the others being of minor importance. I may observe that one of the engineers, in showing the difficulty or impossibility of giving any description of a system of sewerage as to points of agreement or difference, represents the whole mass as but a detached parcel of sewers. The course of the sewers is in no direct or uniform line, with the exception of one characteristic. All their bearings are towards the river as regards the main sewers, first class, and all the bearings of the second class sewers are towards the main sewers in the main streets. The smaller classes of sewers fill up the great area of London sewerage with a perfect network of intersection and connection, and even this network is increased manifold by its connection with the house drains. There is no map of the general sewerage of the metropolis, merely sections and plans of improvements making or suggested in the reports of the surveyors and so on, to the commissioners. But did a map of subterranean London exist, with its lines of every class of sewerage and of the drainage which feeds the sewers, with its course moreover of gas pipes and water pipes, with their connection with the houses, the streets, the courts, and so on, it would be the most curious and skeleton-like map in the world. Of the subterranean character of the sewers. In my inquiries among that curious body of men, the sewer hunters, I find them make light of any danger, their principal fear being from the attacks of rats, in case they become isolated from the gang with whom they searched in common, while they represented the odour as a mere nothing in the way of unpleasantness. But these men pursued only known and, by them, beaten tracks at low water, avoiding any deviation, and so becoming but partially acquainted with the character and direction of the sewers, and had it been otherwise, they are not a class competent to describe what they saw, however keen-eyed, after silver spoons. The following account is derived chiefly from official sources. I may premise that where the deposit is found the greatest, the sewer is in the worst state. This deposit, I find it repeatedly stated, is of a most miscellaneous character. Some of the sewers indeed are represented as the dust-bins and dung-hills of the immediate neighbourhood. The deposit has been found to comprise all the ingredients from the breweries, the gas-works, and the several chemical and mineral manufactories. Dead dogs, cats, kittens, and rats, offal from slaughter-houses, sometimes even including the entrails of the animals, street pavement dirt of every variety, vegetable refuse, stable dung, the refuse of pigsties, night soil, ashes, tin kettles and pans, pansherds, broken stoneware as jars, pitchers, flower pots, and so on, bricks, pieces of wood, rotten mortar and rubbish of different kinds, and even rags.
Our criminal annals of the previous century show that often enough the bodies of murdered men were thrown into the Fleet and other ditches, then the open sewers of the metropolis, and if found washed into the Thames, they were so stained and disfigured by the foulness of the contents of these ditches that recognition was often impossible, so that there could be but one verdict returned: found drowned. Clothes stripped from a murdered person have been, it was authenticated on several occasions in Old Bailey evidence, thrown into the open sewer ditches when torn and defaced, so that they might not supply evidence of identity. So close is the connection between physical filthiness in public matters and moral wickedness. The following particulars show the characteristics of the underground London of the sewers. The subterranean surveys were made after the commissions were consolidated. Quote, "An old sewer running between Great Smith Street and St Anne Street, Westminster, is a curiosity among sewers, although it is probably only one instance out of many similar constructions that will be discovered in the course of the subterranean survey. The bottom is formed of planks laid upon transverse timbers, 6 inches by 6 inches, about 3 feet apart. The size of the sewer varies in width from 2 to 6 feet, and from 4 to 5 feet in height. The inclination of the bottom is very irregular. There are jumps up at 2 or 3 places, and it contains a deposit of filth averaging 9 inches in depth, the sickening smell from which escapes into the houses and yards that drain into it. In many places the side walls have given way for lengths of 10 and 15 feet. Across this sewer timbers have been laid, upon which the external wall of a workshop has been built. The timbers are in a decaying state, and should they give way, the wall will fall into the sewer." End quote. From the further accounts of this survey, I find that a sewer from the Westminster workhouse, which was of all shapes and sizes, was in so wretched a condition that the leveller could scarcely work for the thick scum that covered the glasses of the spirit level in a few minutes after being wiped. At the outfall into the Dean Street sewer, it is 3 feet 6 inches by 2 feet 8 inches for a short length. From the end of this a wide sewer branches in each direction at right angles, 5 feet 8 inches by 5 feet 5 inches. Proceeding to the eastward about 30 feet, a chamber is reached about 30 feet in length, from the roof of which hangings of putrid matter like stalactites descend 3 feet in length. At the end of this chamber the sewer passes under the public privies, the ceilings of which can be seen from it. Beyond this it is not possible to go. In the Lucas Street sewer, where a portion of new work begins and the old terminates, a space of about 10 feet has been covered with boards, which having broken, a dangerous chasm has been caused immediately under the road. The West Street sewer had 1 foot of deposit. It was flushed while the levelling party was at work there, and the stream was so rapid that it nearly washed them away, instrument and all. There are further accounts of deposit, or of stagnant filth, in other sewers, varying from 6 to 14 inches, but that is insignificant compared to what follows. The foregoing, then, is the pith of the first authentic account which has appeared in print of the actually surveyed condition of the subterranean ways over which the superterranean tides of traffic are daily flowing. The account I have just given relates to the former Westminster and part of Middlesex district on the north bank of the Thames, as ascertained under the Metropolitan Commission. I now give some extracts concerning a similar survey on the south bank, in different and distant directions in the district, once the Surrey and Kent. The Westminster and so on survey took place in 1848, the Kent and Surrey in 1849. In the one case, 72 miles of sewers were surveyed, in the other, 69 1/3 miles. The surveyors in the Surrey and Kent sewers find great difficulty in levelling the sewers of this district. I give the words of the report. For in the first place, the deposit is usually about 2 feet in depth, and in some cases it amounts to nearly 5 feet of putrid matter. The smell is usually of the most horrible description,
the air being so foul that explosion and choke damp are very frequent. On the 12th of January, we were very nearly losing a whole party by choke damp, the last man being dragged out on his back through 2 feet of black fetid deposits, in a state of insensibility. 2 men of one party had also a narrow escape from drowning in the Alscott Road sewer, Rotherhithe. The sewers on the Surrey side are very irregular. Even where they are inverted, they frequently have a number of steps and inclinations the reverse way, causing the deposit to accumulate in elongated cesspools. It must be considered very fortunate that the subterranean parties did not first commence on the Surrey side, for if such had been the case, we should most undoubtedly have broken down. When compared with Westminster, the sewers are smaller and more full of deposit, and, bad as the smell is in the sewers in Westminster, it is infinitely worse on the Surrey side. Several details are then given, but they are only particulars of the general facts I have stated. The following, however, are distinct facts concerning this branch of the subject. In my inquiries among the working scavengers, I often heard of their emptying street slop into sewers, and the following extract shows that I was not misinformed. Quote, "The detritus from the macadamised roads frequently forms a kind of grouting in the sewers so hard that it cannot be removed without hand labour. One of the sewers in Whitehall and another in Spring Gardens have from 3 to 4 feet of this sort of deposit, and another in Eaton Square was found filled up within a few inches of the soffit, but it is supposed that the scavengers emptied the road sweepings down the gully grate in this instance." End quote. And in other instances too, there is no doubt, especially at Charing Cross and the Regent Circus, Piccadilly. Concerning the sewerage of the most aristocratic parts of the city of Westminster, and of the fashionable squares and so on to the north of Oxford Street, I glean the following particulars, reported in 1849. They show at any rate that the patrician quarters have not been unduly favoured, that there has been no partiality in the construction of the sewerage. In the Belgrave and Eaton Square districts there are many faulty places in the sewers, which abound with noxious matter, in many instances stopping up the house drains and smelling horribly. It is much the same in the Grosvenor, Hanover and Berkeley Square localities, the houses in the squares themselves included. Also in the neighbourhood of Covent Garden, Clare Market, Soho and Fitzroy Squares, while north of Oxford Street, in and about Cavendish, Bryanston, Manchester and Portman Squares, there is so much rottenness and decay that there is no security for the sewers standing from day to day, and to flush them for the removal of their most loathsome deposit might be to bring some of them down altogether. One of the accounts of a subterranean survey concludes with the following rather curious statement. Quote, "Throughout the new Paddington district, the neighbourhood of Hyde Park Gardens, and the costly squares and streets adjacent, the sewers abound with the foulest deposit, from which the most disgusting effluvium arises. Indeed, amidst the whole of the Westminster district of sewers, the only little spot which can be mentioned as being in at all a satisfactory state is the 7 Dials." End quote. I may point out also that these very curious and authenticated accounts by no means bear out the zymotic doctrine of the Board of Health as to the cause of cholera, for where the zymotic influences from the sewers were the worst, in the patrician squares of what has been called Belgravia and Tyburnia, the cholera was the least destructive. This, however, is no reason whatever why the stench should not be stifled. Of the house drainage of the metropolis as connected with the sewers. Every house built or rebuilt since the passing of the Metropolitan Sewers Act in 1848 must be drained, with an exception which I shall specify, into a sewer. The law, indeed, divested of its technicalities, is this: the owner of a newly erected house must drain it to a sewer, without the intervention of a cesspool, if there be a sewer within 100 feet of the site of the house, and if necessary, in places but partially built over, such owner must continue the sewer along the premises, and make the necessary drain into it, all being done under the approval of the proper officer under the Commissioners. If there be, however, an established sewer along the side, front, or back of any house, a covered drain must be made into that, at the cost of the owner of the premises to be drained. Where a sewer, says the 46th section of the Act, shall already be made, and a drain only shall be required, the party is to have a contribution towards the original expense of the sewer, if it shall have been made within 35 years before the 4th of September 1848, the contribution to be paid to the builder of the sewer. In cases where there shall be no sewer into which a drain could be made, the party must make a covered drain to lead into a cesspool or other place, not under a house, as the Commissioners may direct. If the parties infringe this rule, the Commissioners may do the work and throw the cost on them in the nature of an improvement rate, or as charges for default, and levy the amount by distress. I mention these circumstances more particularly to show the extent and the far-continued ramification of the subterranean metropolis. I am assured by one of the largest builders in the western district of the capital that the new regulations as to the dispensing with cesspools are readily complied with, as it is a recommendation which a house agent or anyone letting new premises is never slow to advance. "And when it's the truth," he said, "they do it with a better grace." That there will be in the course of occupancy no annoyance and no expense incurred in the clearing away of cesspoolage. I shall at present describe only the house drainage which is connected with the public sewerage. The old mode of draining a house separately into the cesspool of the premises will of course be described under the head of cesspoolage, and that old system is still very prevalent. At the times of passing both general and local acts concerning buildings, town improvements and extensions, the erection of new streets and the removal of old, much has been said and written concerning better systems of ventilating, warming and draining dwelling houses. But until after the first outbreak of cholera in England in 1832, little public attention was given to the great drainage of all the sewers. However, on the passing of the Building and Sanitary Acts generally, the authorities made many experiments, not so much to improve the system of sewerage as of house drainage, so as to make the dwelling houses more wholesome and sweet. To effect this, the great object was the abolition of the cesspool system, under which filth must accumulate, and where, from scamped buildings or other causes, evaporation took place. The effects of the system were found to be vile and offensive, and have been pronounced miasmatic. Having just alluded to these matters, I proceed to describe the modernly adopted connection of house drainage and street sewerage. Experiments, as I have said, were set on foot under the auspices of public bodies, and the opinions of eminent engineers, architects, and surveyors were also taken. Their opinions seem really to be concentrated in the advocacy of one remedy, improved house drainage, and they appear to have agreed that the system which is at present adopted is, under the circumstances, the best that can be adopted. I was told also by an eminent practical builder, perfectly unconnected with any official or public body, and indeed often at issue with surveyors and so on, that the new system was unquestionably a great improvement in every respect, and that some years before its adoption as at present, he had abetted such a system, and had carried it into effect when he could properly do so. I will first show the mode and then the cost of the new system. I find it designated back, front, tubular and pipe house drainage, and all with the object of carrying off all faeces, soil water, cesspool matter, and so on, before it has had time to accumulate. It is not by brick or other drains of masonry that the system is carried out, or is recommended to be carried out, but by means of tubular earthenware pipes, and for any efficient carrying out of the projected improvement, a system of constant, and not as at present intermittent, supply of water from the several companies would be best. These pipes communicate with the nearest sewer, The pipes in the tubular drainage are of red earthenware or stoneware pot. The use of earthenware, clay or pot pipes for the conveyance of liquids is very ancient. Mr. Stirrat, a bleacher in Paisley, in a statement to the Board of Health, mentioned that clay pipes were used in ancient times. King Hezekiah, 2nd Book of Kings, chapter 20, and 2nd Book of Chronicles, chapter 32, brought in water from Jerusalem. His pool and conduit, said Mr. Stirrat, are still to be seen. The conduit is 3 feet square inside, built of freestone, strongly cemented. The stone 15 inches thick, evidently intended to sustain a considerable pressure. And I have seen pipes of clay, taken by a friend from a house in the ruins of the ancient city, of 1 inch bore, and about 7 inches in diameter, proving evidently, to my mind, that ancient Jerusalem was supplied with water on the principle of gravitation. The pools or reservoirs are also at this day in tolerably good order, one of them still filled with water, the other broken down in the centre, no doubt by some besieging enemy, to cut off the supply to the city. The new system to supply the place of the cesspools is a combined, while the old is principally a separate, system of house drainage, but the new system is equally available for such separate drainage. As regards the success of this system, the reports say experiments have been tried in so large a number of houses, under such varied, and in many cases disadvantageous circumstances, that no doubts whatsoever can remain in the minds of competent and disinterested persons as to the efficient self-cleansing action of well-adjusted tubular drains and sewers, even without any additional supplies of water. Mr. Lovick says, quote, "A great number of small 4-inch tubular drains have been laid down in the several districts, some for considerable periods. They have been found to keep themselves clear by the ordinary soil and drainage waters of the houses. I have no doubt that pipes of this kind will keep themselves clear by the ordinary discharge of house drainage, assuming of course a supply of water, pipes of good form, and materials properly laid, and with fair usage." One of the earliest illustrations of the tubular system, it is stated in a report of the Board of Health, was given in the improved drainage of a block of houses in the cloisters of Westminster, which had been the seat of a severe epidemic fever. The cesspools and the old drains were filled up, and an entire system of tubular drainage and sewerage substituted for the service of that block of houses. The Dean of Westminster, in a letter on the state of this drainage, says, "I beg to report to the Commissioners that the success of the entire new pipe drainage laid down in St. Peter's College during the last 12 months has been complete. I consider this experiment on drainage and sewage of about 15 houses to afford a triumphant proof of the efficacy of draining by pipes, and of the facility of dispensing entirely with cesspools and brick sewers." Up to this time they have acted, and continue to act, perfectly. Mr. Morris, a surveyor attached to the Metropolitan Sewers Commission, gives the following account of the action of trial works of improved house drainage. Quote, "I have introduced the new 4-inch tubular house drains into some houses for the trustees of the parish of Poplar, with water closets, and have received no just cause of complaint. In every instance where I have applied it, I found the system answer extremely well, if a sufficient quantity of water has been used. The answer of the householders as to the effect of the new drainage has invariably been that they and their families have been better in health, that they were formerly annoyed with smells and effluvia, from which they are now quite free. Since the new drainage has been laid down, there has been only occasion to go on the ground to examine it once for the whole year, and that was from the inefficiency of the water service. It was found that rags had been thrown down and had got into the pipe, and further that very little water had been used, so that the stoppage was the fault of the tenant, not of the system. Mr. Gotto, the engineer, having stated that in a plan for the improvement of Galston Street, Whitechapel, not only was the removal of all cesspools contemplated, but also the substitution of water-closet apparatus, gave the following estimate of the cost, provided the pipes were made and the work done, by contract under the Commissioners of Sewers. Water closet apparatus and so on. Emptying and so on cesspool, 12 shillings. Digging and so on for 8 feet pipe drain at 4d, 2 shillings 8d. Making good to walls and floor of water closet over drain at 3d, 2 shillings. 8 feet run of 4-inch pipes at 3d, 2 shillings. Laying ditto at 2d, 1 shilling 4d. Extra for junction, 4d. Fixing ditto, 2d. Water closet apparatus with stool cock, 10 shillings. Fixing ditto, 2 shillings. Contingencies 10%, 3 shillings 6d. The yard sink and drain would cost 11 shillings 2d. Kitchen sink and drain, 15 shillings 7d halfpenny. So that the cost of back draining one house, including water closet, would be £3 2 shillings 9d halfpenny. The front tubular drainage of a similar house, with 15 yards of carriageway to be paved, would cost £6 2 shillings 7d halfpenny, or the drainage would cost, according to the old system, £11 13 shillings 11d. The engineering witnesses who have given their special attention to the subject, state the Board of Health, in commenting on the information I have just cited, affirm that upon the improved system of combined works, the expense of the apparatus in substitution of cesspools would not greatly exceed 1/2 the expense of cleaning the cesspools. The engineers have calculated, stating the difficulty of coming to a nice calculation, that the present system of cesspools entailed an average expenditure for cleansing and repairs of 4d a week on each householder, and that by the new system it would be but a penny and 3 farthings. The Board of Health's calculations, however, are, I regret to say, always dubious. The subjoined scale of the difference in cost was prepared at the instance of the Board. Mr. Grant took 4 blocks of houses for examination, and the results are given as a guide to what would be the general expenditure if the change took place. In one block of 44 houses, the length of drains by back drainage was 1,544 feet. Cost, exclusive of pans, traps and water in both cases, of back drainage, £83 12 shillings, or £1 18 shillings per house. Cost of separate tubular drainage, £467 9 shillings 6d, or £10 12 shillings 6d per house. Cost of separate brick drains, £910 19 shillings, or £20 14 shillings and a penny per house. In another block of 23 houses, the length of back drains was 783 feet, of separate drains 1,437 feet. The cost of back tubular drains, £45 12 shillings 6d, or £1 19 shillings 8d per house. Of separate tubular drains, £131 13 shillings 6d, or £5 14 shillings 6d per house. Of separate brick drains, £305 7 shillings, or £13 5 shillings 6d per house. In another block of 46 houses, the length of back drainage 1,143 feet, ditto by separate ditto 1,892 feet. The cost of back tubular drainage £66 5 shillings 2d, or £1 8 shillings 9d 3 farthings per house. Ditto of separate ditto £178 19 shillings 8d, or £3 17 shillings 10d per house. Ditto of separate brick ditto £390 4 shillings, or £8 9 shillings 8d per house. In a fourth block of 46 houses, the length of back drains 985 feet, ditto of separate ditto 2,913 feet. Cost of back tubular drainage £66 8 shillings 2d, or £1 8 shillings 10d halfpenny per house. Ditto of separate ditto £262 11 shillings 7d, or £5 14 shillings 2d per house. Ditto of separate brick ditto, £614 16s. 3d, or £13 7s. 3d and 3 farthings per house. I have mentioned the diversity of opinion as to the best form and even material for a sewer, and there is the same diversity as to the material, and so on, for house and gully or street drainage, more especially in the pipes of the larger volume. The pipe drainage of any description is far less in favour than it was. One reason is that it does not promote subsoil drainage. Another is the difficulty of repairs if the joints or fittings of pipes require mending, and then the combination of the noxious gases is most offensive in its exhalations and difficult to overcome. I was informed by a nightman, used to the cleansing of drains and to night work generally, that when there was any escape from one of the tubular pipes, the stench was more intense than any he had ever before experienced from any drains on the old system. End of section 72. Section 73 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the London street drains. We have as yet dealt only with the means of removing the liquid refuse from the houses of the metropolis. This, as was pointed out at the commencement of the present subject, consists principally of the 19,000 million gallons of water that are annually supplied to the London residences by mechanical means. But there still remain the 5,000 million gallons of surface or rain water to be carried off from the 1,760 miles of streets, and the roofs and yards of the 300,000 houses which now form the British metropolis. If this immense volume of liquid were not immediately removed from our thoroughfares as fast as it fell, many of our streets would not only be transformed into canals at certain periods of the year, but perhaps at all times, except during drought, they would be, if not impassable, at least unpleasant and unhealthy, from the puddles or small pools of stagnant water that would be continually rotting them. Were such the case, the roads and streets that we now pride ourselves so highly upon would have their foundations soddened. If the surface of a road be not kept clean so as to admit of its becoming dry between showers of rain, said Lord Congleton, the great road authority, it will be rapidly worn away. Indeed, the immediate removal of rainwater so as to prevent its percolating through the surface of the road and thereby impairing the foundation, appears to be one of the main essentials of road making. The means of removing this surface water, especially from the streets of a city where the rain falls at least every other day throughout the year, and reaches an aggregate depth of 24 feet in the course of the 12-month, is a matter of considerable moment. In Paris, and indeed almost all of the French towns, a channel is formed in the middle of each thoroughfare, and down this the water from the streets and houses is continually coursing, to the imminent peril of all pedestrians, for the wheels of every vehicle distribute, as it goes, a muddy shower on either side of the way. We, however, have not only removed the channels from the middle to the sides of our streets, but instituted a distinct system of drainage for the conveyance of the wet refuse of our houses to the sewers, so that there are no longer, excepting in a very small portion of the suburbs, open sewers meandering through our highways. The consequence is, the surface water being carried off from our thoroughfares almost as fast as it falls, our streets are generally dry and clean. That there are exceptions to this rule, which are a glaring disgrace to us, it must be candidly admitted. But we must at the same time allow, when we think of the vast extent of the roadways of the metropolis, 1,760 miles, nearly one half the radius of the earth itself, the deluge of water that annually descends upon every inch of the ground which we call London, 38,000 million gallons, a quantity which is almost sufficient for the formation of an American lake, and the vast amount of traffic over the greater part of the capital, the 13,000 vehicles that daily cross London Bridge, the 11,000 conveyances that traverse Cheapside in the course of 12 hours,
the 7,700 that go through Temple Bar, and the 6,900 that ascend and descend Holborn Hill between 9 in the morning and 9 at night, the 1,500 omnibuses and the 3,000 cabriolets that are continually hurrying from one part of the town to another, and the 10,000 private carriage, job, and cart horses that incessantly permeate the metropolis. When we reflect, I say, on this vast amount of traffic, this deluge of rain, and the wilderness of streets, it cannot but be allowed that the cleansing and draining of the London thoroughfares is most admirably conducted. The mode of street drainage is by means of what is called a gully hole and a gully drain. Note, gully here is a corruption of the word gullet, or throat. The Norman is gueule, Latin gula, and the French goulet. From this the word gully appears to be directly derived. A gully drain is literally a gullet drain, that is, a drain serving the purposes of a gullet or channel for liquids, and a gully hole the mouth, orifice, or opening to the gullet or gully drain. End note. The gully hole is the opening from the surface of the street, and is seen generally on each side of the way, into which all the fluid refuse of the public thoroughfares runs on its course to the sewer. The gully drain is a drain generally of earthenware piping, curving from the side of the street to an opening in the top or side of the sewer, and is the means of communication between the sewer and the gully hole. The gully hole is indicated by an iron grate being fitted into the surface of the side of a footpath, where the road slopes gradually from its centre to the edge of the footpath, and down this grate the water runs into the channel contrived for it in the construction of the streets. These gully grates, the observant pedestrian, if there be a man in this hive of London who without professional attraction to the matter regards for a few minutes the peculiarities of the street, apart from the houses, which he is traversing, an observant pedestrian, I say, would be struck at the constantly recurring grates in a given space in some streets, and their paucity in others. In Drury Lane there is no gully grate, as you walk down from Holborn to where Drury Lane becomes Wych Street. Whilst in some streets, not a tenth of the length of Drury Lane, there may be 3, 4, 5, or 6 grates. The reason is this: there is no sewer running down Drury Lane. A contiguous sewer, however, runs down Great Wyld Street, draining, where there are drains, the 100 courts and nooks of the poor, between Drury Lane and Lincoln's Inn Fields, as well as the more open places leading down towards the proximity of Temple Bar. This Great Wyld Street sewer, moreover, in its course to Fleet Bridge, is made available for the drainage, very grievously deficient, according to some of the reports of the Board of Health, of Clare Market. Grates would of course be required in such a place as Drury Lane, only the street is thought to be sufficiently on the descent to convey the surface water to the grate in Wych Street. The parts in which the gully grates will be found the most numerous are where the main streets are most intersected by other main streets, or by smaller off-streets, and indeed wherever the streets, of whatever size, continually intersect each other, as they do off nearly all the great street thoroughfares in the city. Although the sewers may not be according to the plan of the streets, the gully grates must nevertheless be found at the street intersections, whether the nearest point to the sewer or not, or else the water would be quickly carried off and would form a nuisance. I am informed on good authority, both as regards the City and Metropolitan Commissions, that the average distance of the gully grates is 30 yards one from another, including both sides of the way. Their number does not depend upon population, but simply on the local characteristics of the highways, for of course the rain falls into all the streets in proportion to their size, whether populous or half-empty localities. As however the more distant roads have not such an approximation of grates, and the law which requires their formation is by no means, and perhaps without unnecessary interference cannot be, very definite, I am informed that it may fairly be represented that of the 1,760 miles of London public ways, more than 2/3, or, remarked one informant, say 1,200 miles, are grated on each side of the street or road, at distances of 60 yards. This would give 59 gully holes in every one of the 1,200 miles of street said to be so supplied. Hence the total number throughout the metropolis will be 70,800. The gully drain, which is the street drain, always presents now a sloping curve, describing more or less part of a circle. This drain starts, so to speak, from the side of the street, while its course to the sewer, in order to economise space, is made by any most appropriate curve, to include the reception of as great a quantity of wet street refuse as possible. For if the gully drains were formed in a direct, or even a not very indirect line, from the street sides to the sewers, they would not only be more costly, more numerous, but would in fact, as I was told, choke the underground of London, for now the subterranean capital is so complicated with gas, water, and drain pipes, that such a system as will allow room for each is indispensable. The new system is, moreover, more economical. In the city, the gully drains are nearly all of 9-inch diameter in tubular pipage. In the metropolitan jurisdiction they are the same, but not to the same extent, some being only 6 inches. 50 or even 30 years ago, the old street channels for gully drainage were costly constructions, for they were made so as to suit sewers which were cleansed by the street being taken up, and the offensive deposit, thick and even indurated as it often was in those days, drawn to the surface. Some few were 3 and even 4 feet square, some 2 feet 6 inches wide and 3 or 4 feet high, all of brick. I am assured that of the extent or cost of these old contrivances no accounts have been preserved, but that they were more than twice as costly as the present method. In all the reports I have seen, metropolitan or city, the statements of the flushermen being to the same purport, there are complaints as to the uses to which the gully holes are put in many parts, every kind of refuse admissible through the bars of the grate being stealthily emptied down them. The paviours, if they have an opportunity, sweep their surplus grout into the gullies, and so do the scavagers with their refuse occasionally, though this is generally done in the less frequented parts, to get rid of the slop, which is valueless. In a report published in 1851, Mr. Heywood points out the prevalence of the practice of using the gully gratings as dustbins. A sewer under Billingsgate accumulated in a few months many cartloads, composed almost wholly of fish shells, and 114 cartloads of fish shells, cinders, and rubbish were removed from the sewers in the vicinity of Middlesex Street, Petticoat Lane. These had accumulated in about 12 months. Reconstructing the gullies, he says, so as to intercept improper substances, which has been recently done at Billingsgate, might prevent this material reaching the sewers, but it would still have to be removed from the gullies, and would thus still cause perpetual expense. Indeed, I feel convinced that nothing but making public example by convicting and punishing some offenders under Clause 69 of the City of London Sewers Act will stop the practice, so universal in the poorer localities, of using the gullies as dustbins. The gully holes are now trapped, with very few exceptions, one report states, while another report intimates that gully trapping has no exception at all. The trap is resorted to so that the effluvium from a gully drain may not infect the air of the public ways. But among engineers and medical sanitary inquirers there is much difference of opinion as to whether the system of trapping is desirable or not. The general opinion seems to be, however, that all gullies should be trapped. Of the city gully traps, Mr. Heywood, in a report for the year 1851, says, as regards the period of their introduction, quote, "About 17 years ago, your then surveyor, Mr. Kelsey, applied the first traps to sewer gullies, and from that date to the present the trapping of gullies has been adopted as a principle, and the City of London is still, I believe, the only metropolitan area in which the gullies are all trapped. The traps first constructed have since been, as all first inventions or adaptations ever have or will be, improved upon, and are rapidly being displaced by those of more improved construction, Now, of the incompatible conditions required of gully traps, of the difficulty of obtaining such mechanical appliances so effective and perfect as can theoretically be devised, but yet of the extreme desirability of obtaining them as perfect as modern science could produce, your Honourable Court has, at least for as long as I have had the honour of holding office under you, been fully alive to. No prejudice has opposed impediment to the introduction of novelties. Your court has been always open to inventors, and at the present time there are 16 different traps or modes of trapping gullies under trial within your jurisdiction. Nor has the provision of the means of excluding effluvium from the atmosphere been your only care, but the cleanliness of the sewers and the prevention of accumulation of decomposing refuse, both by regulated cleansings and by constructing the sewage upon the most improved principles, have also been your aim and that of your officers. And I do not hesitate to assert that the offensiveness of the escape from the gullies has been of late years much diminished by the care bestowed upon the condition of the sewers. 374 gullies have been re-trapped in the city upon improved principles during the last year." End quote. The gully traps are on the principle of self-acting valves, but it is stated in several reports that these valves often remain permanently open, partly from the street refuse, especially if mixed with the debris from new or removed buildings not being sufficiently liquefied to pass through them, and partly from the hinges getting rusted and so becoming fixed. Of the length of the London sewers and drains. There is no official account precisely defining the length of the London sewerage, but the information acquired on the subject leaves no doubt as to the accuracy of the following facts. About 900 miles of sewers of the metropolis may be said to have been surveyed, and it is known that from 100 to 150 miles more constitute a portion of the metropolitan sewerage, this too independently of that of the city, which is 50 miles. Altogether, I am assured that the sewers of the urban part of London, included within the 58 square miles before mentioned, measure 1,100 miles. The classes of sewers comprised in this long extent are pretty equally apportioned, each a third, or 366 miles, of the first, second, and third classes respectively. Of this extent about 200 miles are still, in the year 1852, open sewers, to say nothing of the great open sewer the Thames. The open sewers are found principally in the Surrey districts, in Brixton, Lewisham, Tooting, and places at the like distance from the more central parts of the Commissioner's jurisdiction. These open sewers, however, are disappearing, and it is intended that in time no such places shall exist. As it is, some miles of them are enclosed yearly. The open sewers in what may be considered more of the heart of the metropolis are a portion of the Fleet Ditch in Clerkenwell, and places in Lambeth and Bermondsey, or about 20 miles in the interior to 180 miles in the exterior portion of the capital. These are national disgraces. The 1,100 miles above mentioned, however, include only the sewers, comprising neither the house nor gully drains. According to the present laws, all newly built houses must be drained into the sewers, and in 1850 there were 5,000 applications from the western districts alone to the Commissioners for the promotion of the drainage of that number of old and new houses into the sewers, the old houses having been previously drained into cesspools. I am assured on good authority that fully one half of the houses in the metropolis are at the present time drained into the sewers. In one street, about a century old, containing, in the portion surveyed for an official purpose, on the two sides of the way, 76 houses, the number was found to be equally divided, half the drainage being into sewers and half into cesspools. The number of houses in the metropolis proper, of 115 square miles area, is 307,722. The majority, as far as is officially known, are now drained into the public sewers, or into private or branch sewers communicating with the larger public receptacles, so that, allowing 200,000 houses to be included in the 58 square miles of the urban sewerage, and admitting that some wretched dwelling places are not drained at all, it is reasonable to assume that at least 100,000 houses within this area are drained into the sewers. The average length of the house drains is, I learn from the best sources, 50 feet per house. The builder of a new house is now required by law to drain it, at the proprietor's cost, 100 feet, if necessary, to a sewer. In some instances, in detached houses, where the owners object to the cesspool system, a house drain has been carried 230 feet to a sewer, and sometimes even farther. But in narrow or moderately wide streets, from 18 to 26 feet across, and in alleys and narrow places, in case there is sewerage, the house drains may be but from 12 to 20 feet. Both these lengths of drainage are exceptions, and there is no question that the average length may be put at 50 feet. In some squares, for example, the sewer runs along the centre, so that the house drains here are in excess of the 50 feet average. The length of the house drainage of the more central part of London, assuming 100,000 houses to be drained into the sewers, and each of such drains to be on the average 50 feet long, is then 5,000,000 feet, or about 2,840 miles. But there are still the street or gully drains for the surface water to be estimated. In the Holborn and Finsbury division alone, the length of the main covered sewers is said to be 83 miles, the length of smaller sewers to carry off the surface water from the streets, 16 miles, the length of drains leading from houses to the main sewers, 264. Now, if there be 16 miles of gully drains to 83 miles of main covered sewers, and the same proportion hold good throughout the 58 square miles over which the sewers extend, it follows that there would be about 200 miles of gully drains to the gross 1,100 miles of sewers. But this is only an approximate result. The length and character of the gully drains I find to vary very considerably. If the streets where the gully grates are found have no sewer in a line with the thoroughfare, still the water must be drained off and conveyed to the nearest sewer, of any class, large or small, and consequently at much greater length than if there were a sewer running down the street. Neither is the number of the gully holes any sure criterion of the measurement of the gully drains, for where the intersections are, and consequently the gully holes frequent, a number, sometimes amounting to 10, are made to empty their contents into the same gully drain. Neither do the returns of yearly expenditure presented to Parliament by the Metropolitan Court of Sewers supply information. But even if the exact length and the exact price paid for the formation of that length were given, it would supply but the year's outlay as regards the additions or repairs that had been made to the gully drains, and certainly not furnish us with the original cost of the whole. One experienced informant told me, but let me premise that I heard from all the gentlemen whom I consulted a statement that they could only compute by analogy with other facts bearing upon the subject, was confident that, taking only 1,200 miles of public way as gully drained, that extent might be considered as the length of the gully drains themselves. Even calculating such drains to run from each side of the public way, which is generally the case, I am told that, considering the economy of underground space which is now necessary, the length of 1,200 miles is as fair an estimate for gully drainage, apart from other drainage, as for the length of the streets so gullied. Hence we have, for the gross extent of the whole sewers and drains of the metropolis, the following result. Main covered sewers, 1,100 miles. House drains, 2,840 miles. Gully drains for surface water of streets, 1,200 miles. Total length of the sewers and drains of the metropolis, 5,140 miles. The island of Great Britain, I may observe, is at its extreme points 550 miles from north to south, and 290 from east to west. It would therefore appear that the main sewers of the capital are just double the length of the whole island, from the English Channel to John o' Groat's, and nearly 3 times longer than the greatest width of the country. But this is the extent of the sewerage alone. The drainage of London is about equal in length to the diameter of the earth itself. Of the cost of constructing the sewers and drains of the metropolis. The money actually expended in constructing the 1,100 miles of sewers and 4,000 miles of drains, even if we were only to date from January 1st, 1800, is not and never can be known. They have been built at intervals, as the metropolis, so to speak, grew. They were built also in many sizes and forms, and at many variations of price, according to the depth from the surface, the good or bad management, or the greater or lesser extent of jobbery or patronage in the several independent commissions. Accounts were either not presented in the good old times or not preserved. Had the 1,100 miles of sewers to be constructed anew, they would be, according to the present prices paid by the commissioners, not including digging or such extraneous labour, but the cost of the sewer only, as follows: 366 miles of sewers of the first class, or 1,932,480 feet at 15s. per foot, £1,449,360. 366 miles, or 1,932,480 feet of the second class at 11s. per foot, £1,062,864. Same length of third class at 9s. per foot, £869,616. Total cost of the sewers of the metropolis, £3,381,840. As this is a lower charge than was paid for the construction of more than 3/4 of the sewers, we may fairly assume that their cost amounted to from 3 millions and a half to 4 millions of pounds sterling. The majority of the house drains running into the sewers are brick, and seldom less than 9 inches square. Sometimes in the old brick drains they are some inches larger, and in the very old drains, and in some 100 years old, wooden planks were often used instead of a brick or stone construction, for the sake of reducing cost, and replaced when rotted. The wood in many cases soon decayed, and since 1847 no wooden sewers have been allowed to be formed, nor any old ones to be repaired with new wood. The work must be of stone or brick, if not pipage. About 2/3 of the drains running from the houses to the sewers are brick, the remaining third tubular or earthenware pipes. The cost, if now to be formed, would be somewhat as follows: 1,893 1/3 miles of brick drains, 5s. per foot as average of sizes, £2,499,200. 945 2/3 feet of tubular drains, average of sizes, 2s. 6d, £624,800. Total cost of the house drains of London, £3,124,000. The cost of the street or gully drains have still to be estimated. The present cost of the 9-inch gully pipe drains is about 3s. 6d. a foot, of the 6-inch 2s. 6d. Of the proportionate lengths of these two classes of street drains I have not been able to gain any account, for I believe it has never been ascertained in any way approaching to a total return. Taking 1,200 miles, however, as quite within the full length of the gully drains, and calculating at the low average of 3s. the foot for the whole, the total cost of the street drains of the metropolis would be £950,400, or I am assured one might say a million sterling, and this even if all were done at the present low prices. The original cost would of course have been much greater. Hence, according to the above calculations, we have the following: gross estimate of the cost of the sewers and drains of the metropolis. 1,100 miles of main covered sewers, £3,500,000. 2,840 miles of house drains, £3 million. 1,200 miles of gully or street drains, £1 million. Total 5,140 miles of sewers and drainage equals £7,500,000. Of the uses of sewers as a means of subsoil drainage. There is one other purpose toward which a sewer is available, a purpose too which I do not remember to have seen specified in the Metropolitan Reports. The first and perhaps most important purpose of sewers as respects health, says the report of Messrs. Walker, Cubitt and Brunel, 1848, is as under-drains to the surrounding earth. They answer this purpose so effectually and quietly, and have done it so long, that their importance in this respect is overlooked. In the Sanitary Commissioners' reports we do not find it once noticed, and the recommendation of the substitution of stone or earthenware pipes for the larger brick sewers seems to show that any provision for the under drainage was thought unnecessary, although such a provision is, in our opinion, most important. Under the artificial ground, the collection of ages, which in the City of London, as in most ancient towns, forms the upper surface, is a considerable thickness of clean gravel, and under the gravel is the London clay. The present houses are founded chiefly on the artificial or made ground, while the sewers are made through the gravel, and it is known practically that however charged with water the gravel of a district may be, the springs for a considerable distance round are drawn down by making a sewer, and the wells that had water within a few feet of the surface have again to be sunk below the bottom of the sewer to reach the water. Every interstice between the stones of the gravel acts as an under drain to conduct the water to the sewer, through the sides of which it finds its way, even if mortar be used in the construction. Hence the salubrity of a gravel foundation if the water be drawn out of it by sewers or other means, as is the case with the City and with Westminster. A proof of this principle was afforded by the result of a reference to physicians and engineers in 1838 to inquire into the state of drainage and smells in and near Buckingham Palace, as to which there had been complaints, though none so heavy as Mr. Phillips now makes when he says that the drainage of Buckingham Palace is extremely defective, and that its precincts are reeking with filth and pestilential odours from the absence of proper sewerage. The report then shows the pains that were taken to ensure dryness in the palace. Pits were dug in the garden 14 feet below the surface and 3½ feet below high water mark in the river, and they were found dry to the bottom. The kitchens and yard of the palace are, however, only 18 inches above Trinity high water mark in the Thames, and therefore 18 inches below a very high tide. The physician, Sir James Clark, and the engineers, Messrs. Simpson and Walker, in a separate report, spoke in terms of commendation of the drainage of the palace in 1838 as promotive of dryness. Since that time a connecting chain has been made from the palace drains into the canal in St. James's Park, to prevent the wet from rising as formerly during heavy rains. The palace, it is stated in the report of the 3 engineers, should not be classed with the low part of Pimlico, where the drainage is, we believe, very defective, and to which, for anything we know to the contrary, the character given by Mr. Phillips may be applicable. Unfortunately, however, for this array of opinions of high authority, and despite the advantages of a gravel bed for the substratum of the palatial sewerage, the drainage and sewerage about Buckingham Palace is more frequently than that of any other public place under repair, and is always requiring attention. It was only a few days ago, before the court left Windsor Castle for London, that men were employed night and day on the drains and cesspoolage channels, to make, as one of them described it to me, and such working men's descriptions are often forcible, the place decent. I was hardly ever, he added, in such a set of stinks as I've been in the sewers and underground parts of the palace. End of section 73. Section 74 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the City Sewers. As yet I have spoken only of the sewers of London, without the city. But the sewers within the city, though connected, for the general public drainage and sewerage of the capital, with the works under the control of the Metropolitan Commissioners, are in a distinct and strictly defined jurisdiction, superintended by City Commissioners, and managed by City officers, and consequently demand a special notice. Note: of the derivation of the word sewer, there have been many conjectures, but no approximation to the truth. One of the earliest instances I have met with of any detailed mention of sewers is in an address delivered by a coroner, whose name does not appear, to a jury of sewers. This address was delivered somewhere between the years 1660 and 1670, the coroner having first spoken of the importance of navigation and draining, then came to the question of sewers. Sewers, he said, are to be accounted your grand issuers of water, from whence I conceive they carry their name. Sewers quasi-issuers. I shall take his opinion, who delivers them, to be currents of water, kept in on both sides with banks, and, in some sense, they may be called a certain kind of a little or small river. But as for the derivation of the word sewer, note S-E-W-A-R, from two of our English words, sea and where, or, as others will have it, sea and ward. Give me leave, now I have mentioned it, to leave it to your judgments. However, this word sewer is very famous amongst us, both for giving the title of the Commission of Sewers itself, and for being the ordinary name of most of your common watercourses for draining, and therefore I presume there are none of you of these juries but both know 1. What sewers signify, and also in particular 2. What they are, and of a thing so generally known and of such general use. The Rev. Dr. Lemon, who gave the world a work on English etymology from the Greek and Latin, and from the Saxon and Norman, was regarded as a high authority during the latter part of the last century, when his quarto first appeared. The following is his account under the head Sewers. Skin rejects Minch's derivative of olim scriptum fuisse seward a seaward, quod verses mare facte sunt. Longe verisimilius a Father Gall uier. Centina insili supple aquarum. Then why did not the doctor trace this Father Gall uier? If he had, he would have found it distorted ab Greek idor, aqua, sewers being a species of aqueduct. Lye, in his addendum, gives another derivation, namely ab Iceland, sua culare, ut existimo, ad quod refere velum suer, cloaca, per sordes urbis ediciuntur. The very word sordes gives me a hint that sewer may be derived a sairo vel, saro, vero. Nempe quia sordes, que everuntur e domo in umun locum accumulantur. R. Suros, cumulus. Vos. A collection of sweepings, slop, dirt, and so on. But these are the follies of learning. Had our lexicographers known that the vulgar were, as Dr. Latham says, the conservators of the Saxon language with us, they would have sought information from the word shore, which the uneducated, and consequently unperverted, invariably use in the place of the more polite sewer. The common sewer is always termed by them the common shore. Now, the word shore in Saxon is written SCORE and SCOR, for C equals H, and means not only a bank, the land immediately next to the sea, but a score, a tally, for they are both substantives, made from the verb skeran, past scare, skör, past participle scoren, geskoren, to shear, cut off, share, divide,
and hence they meant, in the one case, the division of the land from the sea, and in the other, a division cut in a piece of wood, with a view to counting. The substantive scar has the same origin, as well as the verb to score, to cut, to gash. The Scandinavian cognates for the Saxon score may be cited as proofs of what is here asserted. They are Icelandic slår, skor, a notch, Swedish skara, a notch, and Danish sko, skaar, and skua, skure, a notch, an incision. It would seem therefore that the word shore, in the sense of sewer, Danish skua, skure, Anglicy sure, shure, for k equals h, originally meant merely a score or incision made in the ground, a ditch sunk with the view of carrying off the refuse water, a watercourse, and consequently a drain. A sewer is now a covered ditch or channel for refuse water. End note. The account of the city sewers, however, may be given with a comparative brevity, for the modes of their construction, as well as their general management, do not differ from what I have described as pertaining to the extra-civic metropolis. There are, nevertheless, a few distinctions which it is proper to point out. The city sewers are the oldest in the capital, for the very plain reason that the city itself, in its site, if not now in its public and private buildings, is the oldest part of London, as regards the abode of a congregated body of people. The ages, so to speak, of these sewers vary for the most part according to the dates of the city's rebuilding after the Great Fire, and according to the dates of the many alterations, improvements, removal or rebuilding of new streets, markets, and so on, which have been effected since that period. Before the Great Fire of 1666, all drainage seems, with a few exceptions, to have been fortuitous, unconnected, and superficial. The first public sewer built after this important epoch in the history of London was in Ludgate Street and Hill. This was the laudable work of the Dean and Chapter of St. Paul's, and was constructed at the instance, it is said, and after the plans, of Sir Christopher Wren. There is perhaps no official or documentary proof of this, for the proclamation from the King in Council, the Acts of Parliament, and the resolutions of the Corporation of the City of London at that important period are so vague and so contradictory, and were so frequently altered or abrogated, and so frequently disregarded, that it is more impossible than difficult to get at the truth. Of the fact which I have just mentioned, however, there need be no doubt, nor that the second public city sewer was in Fleet Street, commenced in 1668, the second year after the fire. There are nevertheless older sewers than this, but the dates of their construction are not known. We have proof merely that they existed in Old London, or as it was described by an anonymous writer, quoted, if I remember rightly, in Maitland's History of London, London ante ignum, London before the fire. These sewers, or rather portions of sewers, are severally near Newgate, St. Bartholomew's Hospital sewer, and that of the Iron Gate by the Tower. The sewer, however, which may be pointed out as the most remarkable is that of Little Moorgate, London Wall. It is formed of red tiles, and from such being its materials, and from the circumstance of some Roman coins having been found near it, it is supposed by some to be of Roman construction, and of course coeval with that people's possession of the country. This sewer has a flat bottom, upright sides, and a circular arch at its top. It is about 5 feet by 3 feet. The other older sewers present much about the same form, and an Act in the reign of Charles II directs that sewers shall be so built, but that the bottom shall have a circular curve.
I am informed by a city gentleman, one taking an interest in such matters, that this sewer has troubled the repose of a few civic antiquaries, some thinking that it was a Roman sewer, while others scouted such a notion, arguing that the Romans were not in the habit of doing their work by halves, and that if they had sewered London, great and enduring remains would have been discovered, for their main sewer would have been a solid construction and directed to the Thames, as was and is the Cloaca Maxima in the Eternal City to the Tiber. Others have said that the sewer in question was merely built of Roman materials, perhaps first discovered about the time, having originally formed a reservoir, tank, or even a bath, and were keenly appropriated by some economical or scheming builder or city official. That the Britons, says Tacitus in his Life of Agricola, who led a roaming life and were easily incited to war, might contract a love for peace by being accustomed to a pleasanter mode of life. Agricola assisted them to build houses, temples, and market-places. By praising the diligent and upbraiding the idle, he excited such emulation among the Britons that after they had erected all those necessary buildings in their towns, they built others for pleasure and ornament, as porticos, galleries, baths, and banqueting houses. The sewers of the City of London are then a comparatively modern work. Indeed, 3/4 of them may be called modern. The earlier sewers were, as I have described under the general head, ditches, which in time were arched over, but only gradually and partially, as suited the convenience or the profit of the owners of property alongside those open channels, some of which thus presented the appearance of a series of small, uncouth-looking bridges. When these bridges had to be connected so as to form the summit of a continuous sewer, they presented every variety of arch, both at their outer and under sides. Those too near the surface had to be lowered. Some of these sewers, however, were in the first instances connected despite difference of size and irregularity of form. The result may be judged from the account I have given of the strange construction of some of the Westminster sewers under the head of subterranean survey. How modern the city sewers are may best be estimated from the following table of what may be called the dates of their construction. The periods are given decennially as to the progress of the formation of new sewers. 1707 to 1717, 2,805 feet. 1717 to 1727, 2,110 feet. 1727 to 1737, 2,763 feet. 1737 to 1747, 1,238 feet. 1747 to 1757, 3,736 feet. 1757 to 1767, 3,736 feet. 1767 to 1777, 7,597 feet. 1777 to 1787, 8,693 feet. 1787 to 1797, 3,118 feet. 1797 to 1807, 5,116 feet. 1807 to 1817, 5,097 feet. 1817 to 1827, 7,847 feet. Subtotal to 1827, 52,810 feet. Reader's note: this is Mayhew's printed subtotal. Based on the individual decennial figures, the subtotal to 1827 would be 53,856. End reader's note. 1827 to 1837, 39,072 feet. 1837 to 1847, 88,363 feet. Subtotal 1827 to 1847, 127,435 feet. Thus the length made in the 20 years previous to 1847 was more than double all that was made during the preceding 120 years, while in the 10 years from 1837 to 1847 the addition to the lineal extent of sewerage was very nearly equal to all that had been made in 130 years previously. This addition of 127,435 feet, or rather more than 24 miles, seems but a small matter when London is thought of, but the reader must be reminded that only a small portion, comparatively, of the metropolis is here spoken of, and the entire length of the city sewerage at the close of 1847 was but 44 miles, so that the additions I have specified as having been made since 1837 were more than one half of the whole. The reconstructions are not included in the metage I have given, for as the new sewers generally occupied the same site as the old, they did not add to the length of the whole. The total length of the city sewerage was on the 31st of December 1851 no less than 49 miles, while the entire public way was at the same recent period 51 miles, containing about 1,000 separate and distinct streets, lanes, courts, alleys, and so on, and I am assured that in another year or so not a furlong of the whole city will be unsewered. The more ancient sewers usually have upright walls, a flat or slightly curved invert, and a semicircular or Gothic arch. The form of such as have been built apparently more than 20 years ago is that of two semicircles, of which the upper has a greater radius, connected by sloping side walls. Those of recent construction are egg-shaped. The main lines are not unfrequently elliptic. In the case of the Fleet and other ancient affluents of the Thames, the forms and dimensions vary considerably. Instances occur of sewers built entirely of stone, but the material is almost invariably brick, most commonly 9 inches in substance, the larger sewers 14 and sometimes 18 inches. The falls or inclinations in the course of the city sewerage vary greatly, as much as from 1 in 240 to 1 in 24, or in the first case from a fall of 22 feet, in the latter of course to 10 times such fall, or 220 feet per mile. There are moreover a few cases in which the inclination is as small as 1 in 960, others where it is as high as 1 in 14. This irregularity is to be accounted for partly by the want of system in the old times, and partly from the natural levels of the ground. The want of system and the indifference shown to providing a proper fall, even where it was not difficult, was more excusable a few years back than it would be at the present time, for when some of these sewers were built, the drainage of the house refuse into them was not contemplated. The number of houses drained into the city sewers is, as precisely as such a matter can be ascertained, 11,209. The number drained into the cesspools is 5,030. This shows a preponderance of drainage into the sewers of 6,179. The length of the house drains in the city, at an average of 50 feet to each house, may be estimated at upwards of 106 miles. These city drains are included in the general computation of the metropolis. The gully drains in the city are more frequent than in other parts of the metropolis, owing to the continual intersection of streets and so on, and perhaps from a closer care of the sewerage and all matters connected with it. The general average of the gully drains I have shown to be 59 for every mile of street. I am assured that in the city the street drains may be safely estimated at 65 to the mile. Estimating the streets gullied within the city then at an average of 50 miles, or about a mile more than the sewers, the number of gully drains is 3,250, and the length of them about 50 miles, but these, like the house drains,
have been already included in the metropolitan enumeration. The actual sum expended yearly upon the construction and repairs and improvements of the city sewers cannot be cited as a distinct item, because the court makes the return of the aggregate annual expenditure as regards pavement, cleansing, and the matters specified as the general expenditure under the Court of Commissioners of the City Sewers. The cost, however, of the construction of sewers comprised within the civic boundaries is included in the general metropolitan estimate before given. Of the outlets, ramifications, and so on of the sewers. In this enumeration I speak only of the public outlets into the river, controlled and regulated by public officers. The orifices or mouths of the sewers, where they discharge themselves into the Thames, beginning from their eastern and following them seriatim to their western extremity, are as follows: Limehouse Hole, Irongate Wharf, East Cliff Cross, Fox Lane Chadwell, London Dock, St. Catherine's Dock, the 11 city outlets which I shall specify hereafter: Essex Street, Strand, Norfolk Street, Strand, Durham Hill or Adelphi, Northumberland Street, Scotland Yard, Bridge Street, Westminster, Pimlico, Cubits also in Pimlico, Chelsea Bridge, Fulham Bridge, Hammersmith Bridge, Sandford Bridge into a sort of creek of the Thames, or near the Four Bridges, Twickenham, Hampton, in all 32. It might only weary the reader to enumerate the outlets on the Surrey side of the Thames, which are 28 in number, so that the public sewer outlets of the whole metropolis are 60 in all. The public sewer outlets from the City of London into the Thames are, as I have said, 11 in number, or rather they are usually represented as 11, though in reality there are 12 such orifices, the upper and eastern custom house sewers, which are distinct, being computed as 1. These outlets, generally speaking the most ancient in the whole metropolis, are London Bridge, Ancient Walbrook, Paul's Wharf, the Fleet Street Sewer at Blackfriars Bridge. I mention these 4 first because they are the largest outlets, Tower Dock, Pool Quay, Custom House, New Walbrook, Dewgate Dock, Hamburg Wharf, Puddle Dock. Until recently there was also Whitefriars Docks, but this is now attached to the Fleet Sewer outlet. The Fleet Sewer is the oldest in London. No portion of the ditch or river composing it is now uncovered within the jurisdiction of the city, but until a little more than 11 years ago, a portion of it north of Holborn was uncovered, and had been uncovered for years. Indeed, as I have before intimated, barges and small craft were employed on the Fleet River, and the city determined to encourage its navigation. Even the polite Earl of Chesterfield, a century ago, for his lordship was born in 1694 and died in 1773, when asked by a Frenchman in Paris if there was in London a river to compare to the Seine, replied that there certainly was, and it was called Fleet Ditch. This is now the sewer, but it was not a covered sewer until 1765, when the corporation ordered it to be built over. The next oldest sewer outlet is that at London Bridge, and London antiquaries are not agreed as to whether it or the Fleet is the oldest. The Fleet Sewer at Blackfriars Bridge is 18 feet high, between Tudor Street and Fleet Bridge, about the foot of Ludgate Hill, 14 feet 3 inches high, at Holborn Bridge 13 feet, and in its continuation in the long unfinished Victoria Street 12 feet 3 inches. In all these localities it is 12 feet wide. The new London Bridge sewer, built or rebuilt, wholly or partly, in 1830, is 10 feet by 8 at its outlet, decreasing to the south end of King William Street, where it is 9 feet by 7, while it is 8 feet by 7 in Moorgate Street. Paul's Wharf sewer is 7 feet 6 inches by 5 feet 6 inches near the outlet. With the one exception of the Fleet River, none of the city sewer outlets are covered, the Fleet outlet being covered even at low water. The issue from the others runs in open channels upon the shore. Mr. Heywood, February 12, 1850, in a report of the City Sewer Transactions and Works, observes, quote, "During the year 1849, the outlet sewers at Billingsgate and Whitefriars, two of the outlets of main sewers which discharged at the line of the river wall, have been diverted, times of storm excepted. There remain therefore but 11 main outlets within the jurisdiction of this Commission, which discharge their waters at the line of the river wall. As a temporary measure, it is expedient to convey the sewage of the whole of the outlets within the city by covered culverts, below low water mark. This subject has been under the consideration both of this Commission and the Navigation Committee." End quote. Whether the covered culvert is better than the open run is a matter disputed among engineers, as are very many other matters connected with sewerage, and one into which I need not enter. Mr. Heywood says further, "The Fleet sewer already discharges its average flow by a culvert below low water mark. With one exception only, I believe, none of the numerous outlets which for a length of many miles discharge at intervals into the Thames at the line of the river wall, both within and without your jurisdiction, discharge by culverts in a similar manner." These 11 outlets are far from being the whole number which give their contents into the silver bosom of the Thames, along the bank line of the city jurisdiction. There are, including the 11, 182 outlets, but these are not under the control, unless in cases of alteration, nuisance, and so on, of the Court of Sewers. They are the outlets from the drainage of the wharfs, public buildings, or manufactories, such as gasworks and so on the banks of the river, and the right to form such outlets having been obtained from the Navigation Committee, who, under the Lord Mayor, are conservators of the Thames. The care of them is regarded as a private matter, and therefore does not require further notice in this work. The officers of the City Court of Sewers observe these outlets in their rounds of inspection, but interfere only on application from any party concerned, unless a nuisance be in existence. To convey a more definite notion of the extent and ramified sweep of the sewers, I will now describe, for the first time in print, some of the chief sewer ramifications, and then show the proportionate or average number of public ways, of inhabited houses, and of the population to each great main sewer, distinguishing in this instance those as great main sewers which have an outlet into the Thames. The reader should pursue the following accounts with the assistance of a map of the environs, for thus aided he will be better able to form a definite notion of the curiously mixed and blended extent of the sewerage already spoken of. First then, as to the ramifications of the great and ancient Fleet outlet. From its mouth, so to speak, near Blackfriars Bridge, its course is not parallel with any public way, but running somewhat obliquely, it crosses below Tudor Street into Bridge Street, Blackfriars, then occupies the centre of Farringdon Street, and that street's prolongation, or intended prolongation, into the new Victoria Street, the houses in this locality having been pulled down long ago, and the spot being now popularly known as the Ruins, and continues until the city portion of the Fleet sewer meets the metropolitan jurisdiction between Saffron and Mutton Hills, the junction, so to call it, being under the houses, a common phrase among flushermen. Note, this outlet is known to the flushermen and so on as below the backs of houses, from its devious course under the houses without pursuing any direct line parallel with the open part of the streets. End note. A little farther on, it connects itself with an open part of the Fleet ditch, running at the back of Turnmill Street, Clerkenwell. In its city course, the sewer receives the issue from 150 public ways, including streets, alleys, courts, lanes, and so on, which are emptied into it from the second, third, or smaller class sewers, from Ludgate Hill and its proximate streets, the St. Paul's locality, Fleet Street and its adjacent communications in public ways, with a series of sewers running down from parts of Smithfield and so on. The greatest accession of sewage, however, which the Fleet receives from one issue, is a few yards beyond where the city has merged into the metropolitan jurisdiction. This accession is from a first-class sewer known as the White Cross Street Sewer, because running from that street and carrying into the Fleet the contributions of 60 crowded streets. After the junction of the covered city sewer with the uncovered ditch in Clerkenwell, the Fleet River Sewer, again covered, skirts round Cold Bath Fields Prison, the Middlesex House of Correction, runs through Clerkenwell Green into the Bagnage Wells Road, so on to Battle Bridge and King's Cross, then along the old St Pancras Road and thence to the King's Road, a name now almost extinct, where the St Pancras Workhouse stands close by the turnpike gate. Along Upper College Street, Camden Town, is then the direction of this great sewer, and running under the canal at the higher part of Camden Town, near the bridge by the terminus of the Great North Western Railway, it branches into the highways and thoroughfares of Kentish Town, of Highgate, and of Hampstead respectively, and then at what one informant described as the outside of those places, receives the open ditches which form the further sewerage under the control of the Commissioners, who cause them to be cleansed regularly. In order to show more consecutively the direction from place to place, in straight, devious, or angular course of this the most remarkable sewer of the world, considering the extent of the drainage into it, I have refrained from giving beyond the White Cross Street connection with the Fleet an account of the number of streets sewered into this old civic stream. I now proceed to supply this deficiency. From a large outlet at Clerkenwell Green, a very thickly built neighbourhood, flows the connected sewage of 100 streets. At Maiden Lane, beyond King's Cross, a district which is now being built upon for the purposes of the Great Northern Railway, the sewage of 10 streets is poured into it. In the course of this sewer along Camden Town, it receives the issue of some 20 branches or 40 streets, and so on. About 15 other issues are received before the open ditches of Kentish Town, Highgate, and Hampstead are encountered. It is not, however, merely the sewage collected in the precincts of the city proper, which is outletted, as I heard a flusherman call it, into the Thames. Other districts are drained into the large city outlets nearing the river. Many of your works, says Mr. Heywood, the City Surveyor, in a report addressed to the City Commissioners, October 23, 1849, have been beneficially felt by districts some miles distant from the city. 29 outlets have been provided by you for the sewage of the county of Middlesex. The high land off and about Hampstead drains through the Fleet Sewer. Holloway and a portion of Islington can now be drained by the London Bridge Sewer. Norton Folgate and the densely populated districts adjacent are also relieved by it. On the other hand, the Irongate Sewer, one of the most important, which has its outlet in the Tower Hamlets, drains a portion of the city. The reader must bear in mind also that were he to traverse the Fleet Sewer in the direction described, for all the men I conversed with on the subject, if asked to show the course of sewerage with which they were familiar, began from the outlet into the Thames, the reader, I say, must remember that he would be advancing all the way against the stream, in a direction in which he would find the sewage flowing onward to its mouth, while his course would be towards its sources. On the left-hand side, for the account before given refers only to the right-hand side, proceeding in the same direction, after passing the underground precincts of the city proper, there is another addition near Saffron Hill, of the sewage of 30 streets. Then at Gray's Inn Road is added the sewage of 100 streets. New Road at King's Cross, 20 more streets. From the whole of Somersdown, a populous locality, the sewerage concentrating all the busy and crowded places round about the Brill, and so on, the sewage of 120 streets is received, and at Pratt Street, Camden Town, 12 other streets. Thus into this sewage current, directed to one final outlet, are drained the refuse of 517 streets, including of course a variety of minor thoroughfares, courts, alleys, and so on, as in the neighbourhoods of Gray's Inn Road, in Clerkenwell, Somerstown, and so on. Some of these tributaries to the efflux of the sewage are barrel drains, but perform the function of sewers along small courts, where there is no thoroughfare either upon or below the surface. The London Bridge sewer runs up King William Street to Moorgate Street, along Finsbury Square into the City Road, diverging near the Wharf Road, which it crosses under the canal near the Wenlock Basin, and thence along the Lower Road, Islington, by Cock Lane, through Highbury Vale. After this, at the extremity of Holloway, the open ditches, as in the former instance, carry on the conveyance of sewage from the outer suburbs. The King's Scholars Pond sewer, which seems to have given the Commissioners more trouble than any other, in its connection with Buckingham Palace, St James's Park, and the new Houses of Parliament, runs from Chelsea Bridge past Cubit's workshops and along the King's Road to Eaton Square, the whole of which is drained into it. Then, turning round, as one man described it, it approaches Buckingham Palace, which, with its grounds, as well as a portion of St James's and the Green Parks, is drained into this sewer. Then, branching away for the reception of the sewage from the houses and gardens of Chelsea, it drains Sloane Street, and crossing the Knightsbridge Road, runs through or across Hyde Park to the Swan at Bayswater, whence its course is by the Westbourne district, and, under the canal, along Paddington, until it attains the open country, or rather the grounds in that quarter, which have been very extensively, and are now still being, built over, and where new sewers are constructed simultaneously with new streets. Thus, in the reach, as I heard it happily enough designated, of each of these great sewers, the reader will see from a map the extent of the subterranean metropolis traversed, alike along crowded streets ringing with the sounds of traffic, among palatial and aristocratic domains, and along the parks which adorn London, as well as winding their ramifying course among the courts, alleys, and teeming streets, the resorts of misery, poverty, and vice. Estimating then the number of sewers from the number of their river outlets, and regarding all the rest as the branches or tributaries to each of these superior streams, we have, adopting the area before specified as being drained by the metropolitan sewers, namely 58 square miles, the following results. Each of the 60 sewers having an outlet into the Thames drains 618 statute acres. And assuming the number of houses included within these 58 square miles to be 200,000, and the population to amount to 1,500,000, or 2/3 of the houses and people included in the Registrar General's metropolis, we may say that each of the 60 sewers would carry into the Thames the refuse from 25,000 individuals and 3,333 inhabited houses. This, however, is partly prevented by the cesspoolage system, which supplies receptacles for a proportion of the refuse, that, were London to be rebuilt according to the provisions of the present Building and Sanitary Acts, would all be carried, without any interception, into the River Thames by the media of the sewers. In my account of cesspoolage, I shall endeavour to show the extent of fecal refuse and so on, contained in places not communicating with the sewers, and to be removed by the labour of men and horses, as well as the amount of fecal refuse carried into the sewerage. End of section 74. Section 75 of London Labour and the London Poor, Volume 2 by Henry Mayhew. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian, Hendrie. Of the qualities and so on of the sewage. The question of the value, the uses, and the best means of collecting for use the great mass of the sewage of the metropolis seems to have become complicated by the statements which have been of late years put forth by rival projectors and rival companies. In our smaller country towns, the neighbourhood of many being remarkable for fertility and for a green beauty of meadowland and pasturage, the refuse of the towns, whether sewage or cesspoolage, if not washed into a current, stream, or river, is purchased by the farmers and carted by them to spread upon the land. By sewage I mean the contents of the sewerage, or of the series of sewers, which neither at present, nor I believe at any former period, has been applied to any useful or profitable purpose by the metropolitan authorities. The readiest mode to get rid of it, without any care about ultimate consequences, has always been resorted to, and that mode has been to convey it into the Thames, and leave the rest to the current of the stream. But the Thames has its ebbs as well as its flow, and the consequence is the sewage is never got rid of. The most eminent of our engineers have agreed that it is a very important consideration how this sewage should be not only innocuously, but profitably disposed of, and if not profitably, in an immediate money return, to those who may be considered its owners, the municipal authorities of the kingdom, at least profitably in a national point of view, by its use in the restoration or enrichment of the fertility of the soil, and the consequent increase of the food of man and beast. Sir George Staunton has pronounced some of the tea-growing parts of China to be as blooming as an English nobleman's flower garden. Every jot of manure, human ordure, and all else is minutely collected even by the poorest. I have already given a popular account of the composition of the metropolitan sewage and so on, under the head of wet refuse, and I now give its scientific analysis. In some districts the sewage is more or less liquid, in what proportion has not been ascertained, and I give, in the first place, an analysis of the sewage of the King's Scholars' Pond Sewer, Westminster, the result having been laid before a committee of the House of Commons. As the contents of the great majority of sewers must be the same, because resulting from the same natural or universally domestic causes, as in the refuse of cookery, washing, surface water, and so on, the analysis of the sewage of the King's Scholars' Pond Sewer may be accepted as one of the sewer matter generally. Evidence was given before the committee as to the proportion of land drainage water to what was really manure, in the matter derived from the sewer in question. A produce of 140 grains of manure was derived from a gallon of sewer water. Messrs. Brand and Cooper, the analysers, also state that 1 gallon, 10 pounds, of the liquid portion of the sewage evaporated to dryness gave 85.3 grains of solid matter, 74.8 grains of which was again soluble and contained ammonia 3.29, sulphuric acid 0.62, phosphate of lime 0.29, lime 6.25, chlorine 10.0, and potash and soda, with a large quantity of soluble and vegetable matter, and 10.54 insoluble. This insoluble portion consisted of phosphate of lime 2.32, carbonate of lime 1.94, silica 6.28, total 10.54. The deposit from another gallon weighed 55 grains, of which 21.22 were combustible, being composed of animal matter rich in nitrogen, some vegetable matter, and a quantity of fat. Of this matter, 33.75 grains consisted of phosphate of lime 6.81, oxide of iron 2.01, carbonate of lime 1.75, sulphate of lime 1.53, earthy matter and sand 21.65, total 33.75. Other reports and other evidence show that what is described as earthy matter and sand is the mac, mud, and the mortar or concrete used in pavement washed from the surface of the streets into the sewers by heavy rains, otherwise for the most part the proper load of the scavenger's cart. Further analyses might be adduced, but with merely such variation in the result as is inevitable from the state of the weather when the sewage is drawn forth for examination, whether the day on which this is done happens to be dry or wet. Note: the following is the analysis of a gallon of sewage also dried to evaporation by Professor Miller. Ammonia 3.26, phosphoric acid 0.44, potash 1.02, silica 0.54, lime 7.54, magnesia 1.87, common salt 13.66, sulfuric acid 7.04, carbonic acid 4.41, combustible matter containing 0.34 nitrogen 5.8, traces of oxide of iron, making in solution 45.58. Matters in suspension, consisting of combustible matters, sand, lime, and oxide of iron, 44.50. End note. It has been ascertained, but the exact proportion is not and perhaps cannot be given, that the extent of covered to uncovered surface in the district drained by the King's Scholars Pond sewer was as 3 to 1, while that of the Ranelagh sewer, not far distant, was as 1 to 3, at the time of the inquiry, 1848. It could not be expected, therefore, says the report, that the Ranelagh sewer, which moreover is open to the admission of the tide at its mouth, in the quantity or quality of the manure produced, could bear any proportion to the King's Scholars Pond sewer. Mr. Smith of Deanston stated in evidence that the average quantity of rain falling into King's Scholars Pond sewer was 139,934,586 cubic feet in a year, and he assumes 6 million tons as the amount of average minimum quantity of drainage yearly, yielding 4 hundredweight of solid matter in each 100 tons, equals 1 in 500. Dr. Granville said, on the same inquiry, that he should be sorry to receive on his land 500 tons of diluted sewer water, such as that from the uncovered Ranelagh sewer, for 1 ton of really fertilizing sewage, such as that to be derived from the King's Scholars Pond sewer. I could easily multiply these analyses and give further parliamentary or official statements, but as the results are the same, I will merely give some extracts from the evidence of Dr. Arthur Hassall as to the microscopic constituents of sewage water. I have examined, he said, the sewer water of several of the principal sewers of London. I found in it, amongst many other things, much decomposing vegetable matter, portions of the husks and the hairs of the down of wheat, the cells of the potato, cabbage, and other vegetables, while I detected but few forms of animal life, those encountered for the most part being a kind of worm or annelid, and a certain species of animalcule of the genus Monas. How do you account, the doctor was asked, for the comparative absence of animal life in the water of most sewers? It is doubtless to be attributed, he replied, in a great measure to the large quantity of sulphuretted hydrogen contained in sewer water, and which is continually being evolved by the decomposing substances included in it. Have you any evidence to show that sewer water does contain sulphuretted hydrogen in such large quantity as to be prejudicial and even fatal to animal life? With a view of determining this question, I made the following experiments. A given quantity of Thames water, known to contain living infusoria, was added to an equal quantity of sewer water. Examined a few minutes afterwards, the animalcule were found to be either dead or deprived of locomotive power and in a dying state. A small fish placed in a wine-glass of sewer water immediately gave signs of distress, and, after struggling violently, floated on its side, and would have perished in a few seconds
had it not been removed and placed in fresh water. A bird placed in a glass bell jar into which the gas evolved by the sewer water was allowed to pass, after struggling a good deal and showing other symptoms of the action of the gas, suddenly fell on its side, and although immediately removed into fresh air, was found to be dead. These experiments were made in the first instance with the sewer water of the Friar Street sewer, near the Blackfriars Road. They were afterwards repeated with the water of 6 other sewers on the Middlesex side, and with the same result as respects the animalcule and fish, but not the bird. This, although evidently much affected by the noxious emanations of the sewer water, yet survived the experiment. Would you infer from these experiments that sewer water, as contained in the Thames near to London, is prejudicial to health? I would, most decidedly, and regard the Thames in the neighbourhood of the metropolis as nothing less than diluted sewer water. You have just stated that you found sewer water to contain much vegetable matter, and but few forms of animal life. The vegetable matter you recognised, I presume, by the character of the cells composing the several vegetable tissues. Yes, as also by the action of iodine on the starch of the vegetable matter. In what way do you suppose these various vegetable cells, the husks of wheat and so on, reach the sewers? They doubtless proceed from the fecal matter contained in sewage, and not in general from the ordinary refuse of the kitchen, which usually finds its way into the dustbin. Sewer water, then, although containing but few forms of animal life, yet contains in large quantities the food upon which most animalcule feed. Yes, and it is this circumstance which explains the vast abundance of infusorial life in the water of the Thames within a few miles of London. The same gentleman, a Fellow of the Linnean Society and the author of A History of the British Freshwater Algae, or water weeds considered popularly, in answer to the following inquiries in connection with the subject, also said, "What species of infusoria represent the highest degree of impurity in water? The several species of the genera Oxytricha and Paramecium. What species is most abundant in the Thames from Kew Bridge to Woolwich? The Paramecium chrysalis of Ehrenberg. This occurs in all seasons of the year, and in all conditions of the river, in vast and incalculable numbers, so much so that a quart bottle of Thames water obtained in any condition of the tide is sure to be found on examination with the microscope to contain these creatures in great quantity. Do you find that the infusorium of which you have spoken varies in number in the different parts of the river between Kew Bridge and Woolwich? I find that it is most abundant in the neighbourhood of the bridges, where the outlet of the sewers is common. Then the order of impurity of Thames water, in your view, would be the order in which it approaches the centre of London? Yes. You find then in Thames water about the bridges things decidedly connected with the sewer water as vegetable and animal matter in a state of decomposition? I do. About the bridges and in the neighbourhood of London there is very little living vegetable matter on which an animalcule could live. The only source of supply which they have is the organic matter contained in sewer water, and which is to be regarded as the food of these creatures. Where infusoria abound, under circumstances not connected with sewage, vegetable matter in a living condition is certain to be met with. Respecting the uses of the sewage, I may add the following brief observations. Without wishing in any way to prejudice the question, indeed the reader will bear in mind that I have all along spoken reprovingly of the waste of sewage, I am bound to say that the opinions I heard during my inquiry from gentlemen scientifically and in some instances practically familiar with the subject, concurred in the conclusion that the sewage of the metropolis cannot, with all the applications of scientific skill and apparatus, be made either sufficiently portable or efficacious for the purposes of manure to assure a proper pecuniary return. In this matter, perhaps, speculators have not traced a sufficient distinction between the liquid manure of the sewers and the poudrette, or dry manure, manufactured from the more solid excrementitious matter of the cesspools. not only in Paris, but until lately even in London, where the business was chiefly in the hands of Frenchmen. The staple of the French poudrette is not sewage, that is, the outpourings of the sewers, for this is carried into the Seine, and washed away with little inconvenience, as the tide hardly affects that river in Paris, but it is altogether cesspoolage, that is, the deposit of the cesspools collected in fixed and movable utensils, regulated by the universal police of Paris, and conveyed by government labourers to the voiries, which are huge reservoirs of night soil at Montfaucon, about 5 miles, and in the forest of Bondy, about 10 miles, from the centre of Paris. The London-made manure also was all of cesspoolage, the contents of the nightman's cart being shot in the manufacturer's yard, and when so manufactured was, I believe, without exception, sent to the sugar-growing colonies, the farmers in the provinces pronouncing it too hot for the ground. The same complaint, I may observe, has been made of the French manufactured cesspool manure. I heard, on the other hand, opinions from scientific and practical gentlemen that the sewer water of London was so diluted it was not profitably serviceable for the irrigation of land. All, however, agreed that the sewage of the metropolis ought not to be wasted, as it was certain that perseverance in experiment, and perhaps a large outlay, were certain to make sewage of value. The following results, which the Board of Health have just issued in a report, containing minutes of information attested on the application of sewer water and town manures to agricultural production, supply the latest information on this subject. The report says first that to be told that the average yield of a county is 30 bushels of wheat per acre, or that the average weight of the turnip crop is 15 tons per acre, means very little, and there is little to be learned from such intelligence. But if it is shown that a certain farm under the usual mode of culture yielded certain weights per acre, and that the same land, by improved applications of the same manure, by the use of machinery, and by employing double the number of hands, at increased wages, is made to yield fourfold the weight of crop, and of better quality than was previously obtained, a lesson is set before us worth learning. It then proceeds to cite the following statements on the authority of the Honourable Dudley Fortescue as to the efficiency of sewage water as a liquid manure applied to land. Quote, "The first farm we visited was that of Craigentinny, situated about 1 mile and a half south east of Edinburgh, of which 260 Scotch acres (a Scotch acre is 1/4 more than any English acre) receive a considerable portion of such sewerage as, under an imperfect system of house drainage, is at present derived from half the city. The meadows, of which it chiefly consists, have been put under irrigation at various times, the most recent addition being nearly 50 acres laid out in the course of last year and the year previous, which, lying above the level of the rest, are irrigated by means of a steam engine. The meadows first laid out are watered by contour channels following the inequalities of the ground, after the fashion commonly adopted in Devonshire, but in the more recent parts the ground is disposed in panes of half an acre, served by their respective feeders, a plan which, though somewhat more expensive at the outset, is found preferable in practice. The whole 260 acres takes about 44 days to irrigate. The men charged with the duty of shifting the water from one pane to another give to each plot about 2 hours irrigation at a time, and the engine serves its 50 acres in 10 days, working day and night, and employing one man at the engine and another to shift the water. The produce of the meadows is sold by auction on the ground, route, as it is termed, to the cow feeders of Edinburgh, the purchaser cutting and carrying off all he can during the course of the letting, which extends from about the middle of April to October, when the meadows are shut up, but the irrigation is continued through the winter. The lettings average somewhat over £20 the acre, the highest last year having brought £31 and the lowest £9. These last were of very limited extent, on land recently denuded in laying out the ground.
and consequently much below its natural level of productiveness. There are 4 cuttings in the year, and the collective weight of grass cut in parts was stated at the extraordinary amount of 80 tons, the imperial acre. The only cost of maintaining these meadows, except those to which the water is pumped by the engine, consists in the employment of 2 hands to turn on and off the water, and in the expense of clearing out the channels, which was contracted for last year at £29, and the value of the refuse obtained was considered fully equal to that sum, being applied in manuring parts of the land for a crop of turnips, which with only this dressing in addition to irrigation with the sewage water, presented the most luxuriant appearance. The crop, from present indications, was estimated at from 30 to 40 tons the acre, and was expected to realise 15s. the ton sold on the land. From calculations made on the spot, we estimated the produce of the meadows during the 8 months of cutting at the keep of 10 cows per acre, exclusive of the distillery refuse they consume in addition, at a cost of 1s. to 1s. 6d. per head per week. The sea meadows present a particularly striking example of the effects of the irrigation, these comprising between 20 and 30 acres, skirting the shores between Leith and Musselburgh, were laid down in 1826 at a cost of about £700. The land consisted formerly of a bare sandy tract, yielding almost absolutely nothing. It is now covered with luxuriant vegetation extending close down to high water mark, and lets at an average of £20 per acre at least. From the above statement it will be seen how enormously profitable has been the application in this case of town refuse in the liquid form, and I have no hesitation in stating that, great as its advantages have been, they might be extended 4 or 5-fold by greater dilution of the fluid. 4 or 5 times the extent of land might, I believe, be brought into equally productive cultivation under an improved system of drainage in the city, and a more abundant use of water. Besides these Craigentinny meadows, there are others on this and on the west side of Edinburgh, which we did not visit, similarly laid out, and I believe realising still larger profits from their closer proximity to the town and their lying within the toll gates. Note: the following note appears to Mr. Fortescue's statement. In some trial works near the metropolis, sewer water was applied to land on the condition that the value of half the extra crop should be taken as payment. The dressings were only single dressings. The officer making the valuation reported that there was at the least 1 sack of wheat and 1 load of straw per acre extra from its application on 1 breadth of land. In another, full 1 quarter of wheat more, and 1 load of straw extra per acre. The reports of the effects of sewer water in increasing the yield of oats as well as of wheat were equally good. It is stated by Captain Vetch that in South America irrigation is used with great advantage for wheat. End note. Such then are said to be the results of a practical application of sewer water. The preliminary remark of the Board of Health, however, applies somewhat to the statement above given, for we are not told what the same land produced before the liquid manure was applied, nor are we informed as to the peculiar condition and quantity of the land near Craigentinny, and how it differs from the land near London. The other returns are of liquid manures, of which sewer water formed no part, and therefore require no special notice of them. The following observations are, however, worthy of attention. Quote, "The cases above detailed furnish some measure of the possible results attainable in cultivation, especially corroborated as they are by others which did not on this occasion come under our personal observation, but one of which I may mention, having recently examined into it, that of Mr. Dickinson at Willesden, who estimates his yield of Italian ryegrass at from 80 to 100 tons an acre, and gets 8 or 10 cuttings according to the season, and as there is no peculiar advantage of soil or climate, the former ranging from almost pure sands to cold and tenacious clays,
and the latter being inferior to that of a large proportion of England. To prevent the same system being almost universally adopted, they give some idea of the degree to which the productiveness of land may be raised by a judicious appliance of the means within our reach. When it is considered that such results may, in the vicinity of towns and villages, be most effectually brought about by the instant removal of all those matters which, when allowed to remain in them, are among the most fruitful sources of social degradation, disease, and death, one cannot but earnestly desire the furtherance of such measures as will ensure this double result of purifying the town and enriching the country. And as the facts I have stated came at the same time under the notice of the gentleman I mentioned above, under whose able superintendence the arrangements for the water supply and drainage of several towns are now in course of execution, I trust it will not be long before this most advantageous mode of disposing of the refuse of towns may be brought into practical operation in various parts of the country. I have, and so on, D. F. Fortescue, General Board of Health.
End quote.
Of the new plan of sewerage. This branch of the subject hardly forms part of my present inquiry, but having pointed out the defects of the sewers, it seems but reasonable and right to say a few words on the measures determined upon for their improvement. It is only necessary for me, however, to indicate the principal characteristics of the new, or rather intended, mode of sewerage, as the work may be said to have been but commenced, or hardly commenced in earnest. The report of Mr. Frank Forster, the engineer, bearing the date of January 30th, 1851. In the carrying out of the engineer's plan, which from its magnitude, and in all human probability from its cost, when completed, would be national in other countries, but is here only metropolitan. In the carrying out of this scheme, I say, two remarkable changes will be found. The one is the employment of the power of steam in sewerage. The other is the diversion of the sewage from the current of the Thames. The ultimate uses of this sewage, agriculturally or otherwise, form no part of the present consideration. I should, however, first enumerate the general principles on which the best authorities have agreed that the London sewers should be constructed so as to ensure a proper disposal of the sewage, for these principles are said to be at the basis of Mr. Forster's plan. I condense under the following heads the substance of a mass of reports, committee meetings, suggestions, plans, and so on. 1. The channels or pipage, or other means of conveying away house refuse, should be so made that the removal will be immediate, more especially of any refuse or filth capable of suspension in water, since its immediate carrying off, it is said, would leave no time for the generation of miasma. 2. Means should be provided for such disposal of sewage as would prevent its tainting any stream, well, or pool, or by its stagnation or obstruction in any way poisoning the atmosphere, and as a natural and legitimate result, it should be so collected that it could be applied to the cultivation of the land at the most economical rate. 3. In providing works of deposit or storage in low districts, or of discharge where the natural outlets are free, such works should be provided as would not subject any place or any man's property to the risk of inundation or any other evil consequence, while in the construction of the drainage of the substratum, the works should be at such depth below the foundation of all buildings that tenements should not be exposed to that continued damage from exhalation and dampness which leads to the dry rot in timber, and to an immature decay of materials and a general unhealthiness. There are other points insisted upon in many reports to which I need but allude, such as a. The channels containing sewage should be of enduring and impermeable material, so as to prevent all soakage. b. There should be throughout the channels of the subterranean metropolis a fall or inclination which would suffice to prevent the accumulation of any sewage deposit, with its deleterious influence and ultimate costliness. c.
Similar provisions should be used, were it but to prevent the creation of the noxious gases which now permeate many houses, especially in the quarters inhabited by the poor, and escape into many streets, courts, and alleys, for until improvements are effected, the pent-up sewage and the saturated brickwork of the sewers and older drains must generate such gases. D. No tidal stream should ever receive a flow of sewage, because then the cause of evil is never absent, for the filth comes back with the tide, and as the Thames water constitutes the grand fount of metropolitan consumption, the water companies, with very trifling exceptions, give us back much of our own excrement, mixed with every conceivable and sometimes noxious nastiness, with which we may brew, cook, and wash, and drink if we can. Filtering remedies but a portion of the evil. Now it would appear that not one of these requirements, the necessity of which is unquestioned and unquestionable, is fully carried out by the present system of sewerage, and hence the need of some new plan in which the defects may be remedied and the proper principles carried out. The instructions given by the Court were to the following effect. A. The Thames should be kept free from sewage whatever the state of the tide. B. There should be intercepting drains to carry off the sewage, so keeping the Thames unsoiled by it, wherever practicable. C. The sewage should be raised by artificial means into a main channel for removal. D. The intercepting sewers should be so constructed as to secure the largest amount of effective drainage without artificial appliances. In preparing his plan, Mr. Forster had the advice and assistance of Mr. Heywood of the City Court of Sewers. The metropolis is divided into two portions, the northern portion of the metropolis, or rather that portion of the metropolis which is on the north or Middlesex bank of the Thames, and the southern portion, or that which is on the south or Surrey side of the river. The northern portion is in the new plan considered to divide itself into two separate areas, and to these two areas different modes of sewerage are to be applied. 1. The interception of the drainage of that district which, from its elevation above the level of the outlet, is capable of having its sewage and rainfall carried off by gravitation. 2. The interception of the drainage of that district which, from its low-lying position, will require its sewage and, in most localities, its rainfall to be lifted by steam power to a proper level for discharge. The first district runs from Holdstone Green, beyond the better known Kensal Green, in the west, to the Tower Hamlets in the east. Its form is irregular, but not very much so, merely narrowing from Westbourne Green to its western extremity, the country then becoming rural or woodland. Its highest reaches to the north are to Highgate and Stamford Hill. The nearest approach to the south is to a portion of the Strand between Charing Cross and Drury Lane. Care has evidently been taken to skirt this district, so to speak, by the canals and the railroads. This division of the northern portion is described as the district for natural drainage. The area of this division is about 25 1/6 square miles. The second division meets the first at the highway separating Kensington Gardens from Bayswater, and runs on, bordering the river, all the way to the West India Dock. Its shape is irregular, but, abating the roundness, presents somewhat of that sort of figure seen in the instrument known as a dumbbell, the narrowest or hand part being that between Charing Cross and Drury Lane, skirting the river as its southern bound. At its eastern end this second district widens abruptly, taking in Victoria Park, Stratford, and Bromley. The area of this division of the northern portion is 16 1/6 square miles. There are moreover two small tracts comprising the southern part of the Isle of Dogs, and a narrow slip on the west side of the River Lee, which are intended to allow the rainfall to run into the Thames and the Lee respectively. The area of the two is 1 3/4 square miles. The area to be drained by natural outfall comprises then 25 1/6 square miles as regards rainfall, and the same extent as regards sewage, while the area to the drainage of which steam power is to be applied comprises 14 1/3 square miles of rainfall and 16 1/6 square miles of sewage, the two united areas of rainfall and sewage respectively being 39 1/2 and 41 1/3 square miles. The length of the great high-level sewerage will be, as regards the main sewer, 19 miles and 106 yards, that of the low-level sewerage 14 miles and 1,501 yards. I will now describe the course of each of these constructions. On the eastern bank of the Lee, the sewage of both districts is to be concentrated. The high-level sewer will commence and cross the Lee near the 4 mills. It is then to proceed in a westerly direction under the East and West India Dock Railway and the Blackwall Extension Railway beneath the Regent's Canal to the east end of the Bethnal Green Road at the crossing of the Cambridge Heath Road, at which point it will be joined by the proposed northern division of the Hackney Brook, which drains an extensive district up to the watershed line north of London, including Hackney, Stoke Newington and Holloway, and part of Highgate and Hampstead. From thence the main sewer proceeds along the Bethnal Green Road, Church Street, Old Street, Wilderness Row, where a short branch from Coppice Row will join, to Brook Street Hill, from thence to Little Saffron Hill, where a distance of about 100 yards is proposed to be carried by an aqueduct over the Fleet Valley, thence along Liquor Pond Street, at the end of which it will receive a branch from Piccadilly on the south side and a diversion of the Fleet River on the north side, thence along Theobald's Road, Bloomsbury Square, Hart Street, New Oxford Street, to Rathbone Place, where it will receive a diversion of the Regent Street sewer from Park Crescent, along Oxford Street, and extending thence across Regent Circus to South Molton Lane, where it will intercept the King's Scholars Pond sewer, continuing still along Oxford Street to Bayswater Place, Grand Junction Road, Uxbridge Road, where it is joined by the Ranelagh sewer, the sewage of which it is capable of receiving, and at this point it terminates. It is difficult to convey to a reader, especially to a reader who may not be familiar with the localities of London generally, any adequate notion of the largeness, speaking merely of extent, of this undertaking. Even a map conveys no sufficient idea of it. Perhaps I may best be able to suggest to a reader's mind a knowledge of this largeness when I state that in the district I have just described, which is but one portion, although the greatest, of the sewerage of but one side of the Thames, more than 500,000 of persons, and nearly 100,000 houses, are, so to speak, to be sewered. The low-level tract sewerage also concentrates on the Lee, near to 4 Mills Distillery, taking the north-western bank of the Limehouse Cut, at which point it receives the branch intended to intercept the sewage of the Isle of Dogs, thence continuing along the bank of Limehouse Cut through a portion of the Commercial Road, Brook Street, and beneath the Sun Tavern Fields into High Street or Upper Shadwell, thence along Ratcliffe Highway and Upper East Smithfield, across Tower Hill, through Little and Great Tower Streets, East Cheap, Cannon Street, Little and Great St Thomas Apostle, Trinity Lane, Old Fish Street, and Little Knight Rider Street, thence beneath houses in Wardrobe Terrace, and on the eastern side of St Andrew's Hill, along Earl Street to Blackfriars Road. From Blackfriars Bridge it is proposed to construct the sewer along the river shore to the junction of the Victoria Street sewer at Percy Wharf, which sewer between Percy Wharf and Shaftesbury Terrace, Pimlico, becomes thus an integral portion of the intercepting line. At Bridge Street, Westminster, a branch from the Victoria Street sewer is intended to proceed along Abingdon and Millbank Streets, as far as and for the purpose of taking up the King's Scholars Pond and other sewers at their outlets into the Thames. From Shaftesbury Terrace, the Victoria Street sewer is proposed to be extended through Eaton Square and along the King's Road, Chelsea, to Park Walk, intercepting all the sewers along its line, and terminating at a point where the drainage of Kensington may be brought into it without pumping. The lines of sewerage thus described are then all to the west of the Lee, and all, whether from the shore of the Thames or the northern reaches in Highgate and Hampstead, converging to a pumping station or sewage concentration on the east bank of the Lee in West Ham. By this new plan, then, the high-level sewer is to cross the Lee, but that arrangement is impossible as respects the second district described, which is below the level of the Lee, so that its course is to be beneath that river, a little below where it is crossed by the high-level line. To dispose of the sewage, therefore, conveyed from the low-level tract, there will be a sewer of a depth of 47 feet below the invert of the high-level sewer. This sewer then, at the depth of 47 feet, will run to the point of concentration containing the low-level sewage. At this point of the works, in order that the sewage may be collected so as to be disposed of ultimately in one mass, it has to be lifted from the low to the high-level sewer. The invert of the high-level sewer will, at the lifting or pumping station, be 20 feet above the ordnance datum, while that of the low-level sewer will be 27 feet below the same standard. Thus, a great body of metropolitan sewage, comprising, among other districts, the refuse of the whole City of London, must be lifted no less than 47 feet in order to be got rid of, along with what has been carried to the same focus by its natural flow. The lifting is to be effected by means of steam, and the pumping power required has been computed at 1,100 horsepower. To supply this great mechanical and scientific force, there are to be provided 2 engines, each of 550 horsepower, with a third engine of equal capacity to be available in case of accident, or while either of the other engines might require repairs of some duration. The northern sewage of London, or that of the Middlesex bank of the Thames, covered by that division of the capital, having been thus brought to a sort of central reservoir or meeting point, will be conveyed in 2 parallel lines of sewerage to the bank of the river Roding, being the eastern extremity of Gallion's Reach, which is below Woolwich Reach, in the Thames. The Roding flows into the Thames at Barking Creek mouth. The length of this line will be 4 miles. At this point, it is stated in the report, the level of the inverts of the parallel sewers will be 8 feet below high water mark, and here it is intended to collect the sewage into a reservoir during the flood tide, and discharge the same with the ebb tide immediately after high water, and as it is estimated that the reservoir will be completely emptied during the first 3 hours of the ebb, it may be safely anticipated that no portion of the sewage will be returned with the flood tide to within the bounds of the metropolis. The whole of the sewage and rainfall then will be thus diverted to one destination, instead of being issued into the river through a multiplicity of outlets in every part of the northern shore, where the population is dense, and will be carried into the Thames at Barking Creek, unless, as I have intimated, a market be found for the sewage, when it may be disposed of as is most advantageous. The only exceptions to this carrying off will be upon the occurrence of long-continued and heavy rains or violent storms, when the surplus water will be carried off by some of the present outlets into the river. But even on such occasions, the first scour or cleansings of the sewerage will be conveyed to the main outlet at the river Roding. The inclination which has been assigned to the whole of the lines of sewers I have described is, with some unimportant exceptions, 4 feet per mile, or 1 in 1,320. These new sewers are, or rather will be, calculated to carry off a fall of rain equal to a 1/4 inch in 24 hours, in addition to the average daily flow of sewage. Mr. Forster concludes his report, "I am only able to submit approximately that I estimate the cost of the whole of the lines of sewers, the pumping engines and station, the reservoir, tidal gates, and other apparatus at £1,080,000. This estimate does not include the sums required for the purchase of land and houses which may be needed for the site of the pumping engine house, or compensation for certain portions of the lines of sewers. As regards the improvements in the sewerage on the south side of the Thames, the great fever district of the metropolis, and consequently the most important of all, and where the drainage is of the worst kind, I can be very brief, as nothing has been positively determined. A somewhat similar system will be adopted on the south side of the Thames, where it is proposed to form one main intercepting sewer, but owing to the physical configuration of this part of the town, none of the water will flow away entirely by gravitation. There will be a pumping station on the banks of the Ravensbourne to raise the water about 25 feet, and a second pumping station to raise the water from the continued sewer in the reservoir in Woolwich Marsh, which is to receive it during the intervals of the tides. The waters are to be discharged into the river at the last named point. The main sewer on the south side will be of nearly equal colossal proportions, for its total length is proposed to be about 13 miles 3 furlongs, including the main trunk drain of about 2 miles long and the respective branches. The area to be relieved is about proportionate to the length of the drain, but the steam power employed will be proportionally greater upon the southern than upon the northern side. There are diverse opinions, of course, as to the practicability and ultimate good working of this plan, speculations into which it is not necessary for me to enter. Mr. Forster has, moreover, resigned his office, adding another to the many changes among the engineers, surveyors, and other employees under the Metropolitan Commission, a fact little creditable to the management of the Commissioners, who, with one exception, may be looked upon as irresponsible. End of section 75.